Yo,
Are you
Mike,
gonna?
mic check. Can you guys finally hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank
Because mass
do
spectrometry is
things
nothing more than looking at charge. So
so things weigh more in direct sunlight. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, in a sense, sure, yeah.
you. I would like to comment on Gummy's.
The moonlight,
Wait,
they weigh
Rakia.
less.
Wait, Rakia. I'd like to comment on Gummy's what he said earlier about not being able to add voltage. What you're doing when you connect a wire to both terminals of a battery is adding voltage to the wire. So you can add voltage.
So voltage is between 2 points. So if you just add voltage, that's an arbitrary statement. You need to say you
No,
add a
it's
voltage
not.
between the ball and something else.
No, it's not.
okay.
Voltage put into the system is the same as the voltage in the overall system. If you add more voltage to the system, there's more voltage in it. Voltage
You know
is
what
like
voltage
no,
is?
hey, wait a minute. No, voltage is like the pressure. Say the hose is the electricity, and then the pump is the fucking voltage. You turn the pump up, you get more voltage. Voltage is basically just the pressure of the electrons. You can add to it. I don't understand why you don't get that.
It's
So
electric
let's say my
potential
cell phone is
between
on.
2 points.
Yes, and you can
Let's
add.
say
You
my
can
cell phone is
increase
on
it.
0%
You can increase it,
charge,
bro.
and then I hello. My cell phone is on 0%. Is my mic cutting in and out?
No, we
No,
hear
we
you.
hear you.
So let's say my cell phone is on 0%, and then I weigh it, and then I charge it up to 100%, and it's gonna weigh more.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what they said
You don't-
before with the ball.
You
So
don't sound too sure about that. Are you really sure, or are you
Funny
just...
as fuck.
What's crazy is he doesn't realize he might be onto something in reality slightly, but I'm not gonna save him right now.
You mean you're not going to make any claims yourself so that they can be criticized?
Well, I'm not the one making unfounded claims. That's what you're doing.
Am I making
Yeah.
unfounded
Do we have
claims
any
or
evidence?
So am I making unfounded claims, or did I preface this by saying that there are criticisms of this way of explaining mass?
Oh, okay, so you can agree it could be completely wrong.
Do we have any evidence that you know, when you add energy to something, it weighs more, like a battery or something?
Yes.
Well, I've never looked into it, so I'll Google it. It's fine.
Well, if you introduce charge, you can manipulate weight. I discussed this in depth today, you know. So, but that's what's so funny. Whenever they bring up mass, all they're talking about is the charge, literally. And then like mass spectrometry, guess what they do? They look at charge. They look at charge.
But yeah, if you just Google this, does a charged battery heavier than an uncharged one? And yeah, it is.
Yeah, is it just people saying that though because of the formulas and shit, or did we actually weigh it?
They've done experiments to show that this is true, yes.
Yeah, you can look, dude. If you take a Van de Graaff generator and you introduce charge, like the object will start to press off the ground, so it'll weigh less. So, like, there is some truth to weight being tied to charge, but that's all. That's the reason. That's the reason that this stuff. Go ahead.
I'll cut you off. Go ahead. What's it?
I'm saying that's the reason so much of their stuff goes under the radar and people don't catch them is because they hijack a bunch of real stuff and then just misdefine it, like mass spectrometry.
I mean, I'm reading right now. Moral of the story is that a fully charged battery does not weigh more, at least not by amounts that can be measured.
Yeah, I mean, I said that earlier too, that you would never be able to, like, any serious compilation of matter at all, you would never be able to measure or detect a difference with the electrics. Like that dude kept asking, so if I got on a scale and I was, you know, charge was introduced to me on a scale, you're saying I would weigh less or more and all that stuff? I'm like, no, the amount of charge would kill you that would be needed to do that. But, you know, I'm not going to argue that it's not there at all because I know it is there. They're just hijacking the you know, charge of everything and then trying to make up stories about gravity.
They also said a spring under tension weighs more than when relaxed.
which just admits it's all about pressure.
That doesn't
They're
even
saying
make
there's
sense.
more potential energy in the spring.
That's fucking crazy, though. You're telling me if I have a spring under tension, what would make it weigh more?
That makes no sense, because if your spring is resting on top of the scale, that extra potential that it's being crushed down on by whatever's on top of it, it's going to exert an equal and opposite force upward into that object on top of the spring.
Yeah, that's
Therefore,
true.
therefore causing the pressure on the scale to be exactly the same.
I think it's how they also suppress truth physics or true science, because if you answer these questions wrong on a physics test, you fail.
But are they
Yeah.
talking about compression pressure, or are they talking about like when you extend a spring? That.
I mean, I was imagining having like a block, a block with two nails on it, and then you pull the spring, and now it's got tension on it. So you would weigh that whole setup, and then you would weigh just the spring and the block together to see if it weighs more. I don't know how they actually did it. That was what I had in my head. The vision.
I think that. Yeah, I think
So
they
the
think that like
claim-
it's like a sponge almost, like the metal's like a sponge, and when you like pull it, it's gonna not suck in, but whatever I'm trying to say, electrons or whatever fucking it sucks in. I got to look it up though, but
the claim
that might add weight to it.
the claim from the Globers, or whatever you want to call it, the people that say that it weighs more stretched out or spring together, is simply saying so because of E equals mc squared. The fact that you've compressed it means you've added energy to it, and therefore it will weigh more. That's all it's saying. It's purely part of E equals mc squared. I don't think measuring a compressed spring has or even can ever be done.
Gummy,
to show
you do
that it
that
weighs more.
anyways.
Gummy, I have a
This is
question.
all-
I have a question for Gummy. How did you prove special relativity yourself, or do you just kind of like trust the books?
Hold on. So this whole weighing things with more energy in it, that's all. This is all theoretical then.
This is all special relativity, and I'm asking Gummy how he knows special relativity is true. Because I
how
know
could you-
about special relativity, I studied it. So I'm gonna ask him how he knows, not what he read, but how he knows special relativity is true.
And then we're supposed to believe you that you. Go.
Are you Gummy? You spiz?
So I would say that no, I don't have a personal thing that I've done to verify it. I am purely believing other people's experiments and so on.
What
Okay,
experiment?
because I would just like to say, for anyone who knows anything about special relativity, it has to do with really, really fast objects and just really extreme things that you would never actually notice in everyday life.
Can you explain
What's
it?
the
more?
experiment? I was
It has
asking,
to
is
do
it
with
all math
computers
and
and stuff.
theoretical, or is this an actual? Is it all
Well,
math
for
and
Gummy, it's
formulas and stuff,
theoretical.
or is it all?
Well, Gummy admitted that it's theoretical.
Maybe
He
my
admitted
mic's
that,
fucked up.
but he admitted
No,
it, Jeremy.
we're hearing you. They're just talking over you, to be honest.
He admitted that it was theoretical.
Yeah, I admit that that special and general relativity are both purely theoretical to me. I haven't personally verified them. Yeah.
Well, no, you specifically admitted that the scale itself, that whole idea, is just dependent upon the idea of E equals mc squared, and you don't think that you could even prove that. It's just theoretical.
No, I said that the spring thing, whether it weighs more compressed than or stretched out, I said that thing I'm pretty sure is purely a theoretical thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
E
saying.
equals mc squared is a testable thing, though.
Well, is it?
It's usable. It's been used in all kinds of fields. I mean,
Oh, like what?
I don't know. Let me get a list. I'll Google it up.
Okay, sounds good.
So you're telling me if we take the mass of something,
how about you give us point
times
by
it by
point?
the speed of light, and then go ahead.
Well, we'll go through the list one by one. He's not going to know any. He just admitted he's just going to Google it, and then automatically he believes whatever pops up on Google right now.
Yeah, but I don't want him to
was
just
Tony,
list.
I
I don't want him to just. I don't want him to just list a bunch of things and feel like he's smart. I would like us to actually go into depth into each and every single points he makes to show where his evidence is and how he supports it.
Yeah, sure, I agree. We take it one by one.
Wait a second.
That's the thing is I see ballers always like
everything about
slam us with a bunch of big words and think they're smart.
Okay. I'm just saying, let's look up Google and see what their list is, and then we go through it. I'm not saying
You already
this is
have.
exactly how it is, you know. I'm just saying, where's the list so we can actually talk about
Okay,
something
well,
other than trying to tear each other apart, you know.
While you look up your list, we'll talk to the other guy. When you said that E equals MC squared and it can be proven, like, how do you prove that? Maybe you can teach us.
Wasn't that exactly what Tony was supposed to talk about? The different ways it's
Well,
proven?
yeah, Tony's supposed to bring back a list of all the professions they say it. The other guy said you can prove it. So while we're waiting on him to bring his list back, I mean, maybe he can enlighten us how you prove it.
Yeah, like if you made a claim that you can prove it, you should be able to back up your claim of what you said, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So proving it is by using it and it giving correct results.
Wow.
Right, so I'm still waiting for that. You basically just made a generalized term, didn't support anything with evidence, and made another generalized claim. So
that's what
we're
I'm
still
saying.
waiting for the evidence of the first claim.
That's what Tony said he was gonna go and show you.
But you don't know anything off the top of your head because you jumped in.
Why? Why? Would you guys know everything off the top of your head? Come on, man.
I know,
but that guy.
Tony,
Gummy, you jumped in and said that you know it can be proven. So I'm saying you don't know anything. Why would you say that if you don't know anything?
Yeah, that's my thing. If I made a claim, I would actually have the supporting evidence off the top of my head, Tony. I would actually have that if I was going to make a claim.
Well, why don't you just
makes claims?
Tell us like a small little teach us a small little course in what it is so we get it. When I bring the list back did, then we can talk about it. Because I don't know what it is, so maybe you can
Tony, Tony, what claim did I make that you want me to support with evidence?
Hold on.
That you know what relativity is.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the fucking comment. You're going to personally quiz my knowledge instead of actually going into what we're discussing. So it's all going to be about Noah. We're going to have an egotistical show about what Noah knows instead of actually doing support claims. This is a non sequitur, Tony.
No, it's not.
This is a non sequitur, Tony.
You asked Gummy.
This is a non sequitur to the debate at hand. You're making it all about me when it's not supposed to be about me. It's supposed to be about the subject at hand.
I'm not trying to tear you down.
Non sequitur ad hom. Please stop.
I'm not trying to tear you down. What the fuck? I'm not trying to tear you down. I don't know anything about this subject. I don't know anything about this.
All right. They're just temporary. Hold on a second.
Tony.
Can you guys hear me good? Can you guys hear me good? What's it? You're roboting. Is my mic okay? Does my mic sound okay, guys?
Sounds pretty good.
All right, so the mutes are just temporary. I'm going to need you guys to go one at a time, please. All right, everyone's going to get a chance to speak, but let's slow it down and go one at a time. Thanks.
Yeah, I will say, to be fair, Tony, you said that it's used in professions all the time. So, then you said, I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it is. So that's our point, is you shouldn't say you know things if you actually don't know.
I didn't say I know it. I said, let's get the list up and we can talk about it. Are you you're definitely trying to straw man me, but I don't even like saying the word straw man. It's stupid to say in a conversation.
You said you know that it's used in professions all the time.
Yes. I know it is.
Can we support that claim? Can we support that claim?
Okay, I put the list up, and GPS is one of them.
Okay, GPS. All right, we'll start with GPS then.
Yeah, explain it.
Well, we should. Well,
explain how GPS uses special relativity. Thank you.
Okay, well, I got to read the thing and see what they're saying.
Okay, well then be quiet until you're done reading it. Maybe you can
Tony,
yourself and go on deaf or something.
Tony, is it possible that since you don't know what it is yet, or you don't know how they claim they use it, that maybe it's not legitimate because you actually don't know?
Yes, of course.
Right. So you shouldn't say you know that there are many professions that use it and that's how you know it's real. If come down to it, you actually don't even know.
Listen, one at a time, guys, please.
Something. I don't talk in here much. Okay. What I said was,
when you do,
I don't know. I don't know.
Jeremy's hot, Mike.
I don't know about the subject, but let's look up the subject and see if it makes sense. Because if it's stupid, I'll fucking be right there with you and say this is stupid. I mean, I don't know. I just want to talk about something other than us beating each other down, trying to tear each other apart. about what we know and this and that. Why don't we talk about a subject?
You're the one who brought that up, Tony. You're the one who brought that up and was challenging me on a personal basis, making it the Noah show. And I was just trying to discuss. I was just trying to discuss. No, you got to let me respond to you. I was just trying to discuss special relativity and how we know the claims you guys are making are true. Then you started making it about my personal knowledge. You're the person who started that, not me, not Witsit. You, Tony, you're the one who started it. I was just trying to verify your guys' claims. Thank you.
You called him Gummy out. I didn't do this to call you out.
Tony,
you're right. I did. I said, could you please support your claim, Gummy?
Noah. Tony, you were muted that whole time. We didn't hear you because Numpty was in the middle of talking and you started talking over him. I'm going to need you to go one at a time. I can't sit here and mute and unmute you every time you're done with your sentence. So please, one at a time. Guys, let's let Tony respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was not calling you out. You said something to Gummy that you know about this. So I want to see if you understand it. And he said he didn't understand it. And then it just went off from there. I got on and said, could you please tell us a little bit about it? Because I don't know much about it. Because I've never really studied it. And you said you knew about it. That's all I was asking. That's not unreasonable. I mean, seriously.
I thought it was a challenge. I misinterpreted your intentions. I thought you were challenging.
I don't know anything about it.
Basically, it's just a theory about how speed affects. This is special relativity, not general relativity. General relativity, I don't actually know much about. But special relativity is about how speed, mass, and time all work, and they work in a certain set of ways. There's a bunch of different equations that Einstein is purported to have come up with. And all these effects are highly maybe I'm doing it wrong. It's very hard to observe these effects at low speeds or over like small spans of time. It's something that you need to basically have very, very precise and accurate instruments with. And that is why I doubt like Gummy's claims about it, because I can't even test it. So how would he test it when he doesn't even understand it? That was my whole thing. Is I'm pretty sure he doesn't know what he's talking about. I was calling it up on him. I thought you were challenging me on it. I was just challenging his claims because he made a claim. I would like him to support it with evidence.
Cool, because that does kind of make sense. Because I was watching something on the Hadron Collider. If anyone's ever watched it, it's pretty interesting. And they have these machines that are freaking huge. But it does exactly what you said. It has to do with speed, and it has to do with time. And these times are like, if I remember right, it was like 0.00000, then a number. Like how they could actually, that's crazy that they have instruments like that, but they got a lot of money. I mean,
yeah. Basically, one of the main tenets of special relativity is that the speed of light is the fastest speed in the universe that an object can go. And that actually, if you're going at that speed, you don't experience time. And the closer you get to that speed, the less you experience time. And there's like an equation called the Lorentz equation, or is it called a Lorentz factor? I can't remember the exact name, but it's a little coefficient.
Transformation.
There's a little coefficient that you put in the front of your Newtonian physics equations that basically adjust for the relativistic effects. And basically, because the speed of light is supposed to be the fastest thing in the universe, it can stretch length and time, basically. Things that are going that fast can stretch time, stretch length. Things that are going like, oh, this took too long to be the speed of light. They say that the actual distance the light traveled would have stretched. It's real mind-boggling. You need to read like conceptual books, I'd say, to understand it. I don't think I would even do a good job just verbally telling you there's a lot of pictures in the book and a lot of calculations that I use to kind of understand it.
Yeah, no, that's good though, because that's from what I've read about it. That's pretty much what they're talking about. Obviously, there's more depth to it, but I definitely don't know it. But that was good. Thank you. I didn't mean to like come out like I got an argument with my partner, so I was a little mad at when they came in. I do take that back, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, Tony. Sorry if I got mad at you, Tony.
Let me do a mic check real quick.
Oh, you're good.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, simply it attributed a constant speed to light.
From the beginning. Yo, can somebody drop down a live stream too with me real quick? So I can do like some mic tests.
No, you're good. I mean, but yeah, if you want me to, I will.
No,
And
my shit's fucked up, man. It's been fucked up for months now. I need help.
now to the claims that were made. Oh wait, also Numpty was the one who made the claim, so I'm gonna have to wait for him to come back.
Well, I already know. I already looked at his article while I'm driving. It's so crazy. But anyway, it's the color. It's GPS. The color of gold. The color of gold proves heat, special relativity, I guess. And then electromagnets are the first three.
Yeah,
That's Tony's thing. I haven't even looked at that yet. I was gonna address what Numpty's claim was.
Go ahead.
No, but I want him to come back because I don't want to address the claim he makes when he's.
Oh, he's not here.
Yeah,
well, thanks for looking into that. Anyways, Winston, thanks for like actually pressing the link. That's cool. I haven't even done it yet. I was walking. I'm doing something. I'm like, I need to press that link real quick.
I mean, I'm driving, so I just breeze through it. But I know I happen to know that the color of gold doesn't prove anything to do with relativity, so I don't.
Yeah,
really
I
have
didn't
to read
know that. GPS, I know, but the color.
I've heard
of gold,
GPS
I've
before.
never heard about.
I've heard the GPS before, and it's pretty easily rebutted. So.
Is it really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, Gummy Bear.
Oh.
Is your claim that special relativity uses GPS?
Well, the other way around. Sure.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I just woke up, like I'm next to my bed. So your claim is that GPS uses special relativity, right? Just so I don't strawman you.
In order to be more correct, yes.
Yes. Okay. So I would like you to explain to us how GPS uses special relativity.
In order to account for the time discrepancy you get with the time dilation that happens as you have a fast-moving satellite in an orbit.
Does anyone want to refute that claim?
Well, Whitsitt did say that he could easily refute it.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of
yeah.
letting just not saying anything. Is this guy AFK? What's it?
It's fine. Give him a second. But also, I gotta say, Numpty, because you said that because special relativity only deals with fast things and whatever, you can't actually test it on a human scale or whatever, which isn't quite true. Like, it is true, of course, that the faster it goes, the bigger the change is. But we still have, we can still see big enough effects of it on Earth. On top of the fact that it's not just fast speeds; it's also high energy, which are two ways of looking at it. So there are tests on Earth that does show this.
Yeah, but
I do agree that
my claim was like specific to you, that you definitely didn't do any of those tests.
Oh yes, and I
I'm
will
not
definitely
doubting
agree.
I'm not doubting that anyone else does the tests. We could go into that. I'm not going to speculate on what other people did or didn't do, but I am going to speculate that you didn't do it. So
yeah, well, you don't have to speculate because I will agree that I have not personally done any experiment for special relativity. So yeah.
No, yeah, because I did it I studied it in university, and I'm gonna be honest. Everything else I studied, actually, you did experiments for special relativity. We didn't it was all theory the whole time. It was a whole lecture course. It was not like any of the other classes I did. But I think Phys Eng, because I was doing a lot of class with the Phys Eng kids, they do a lot of theory and shit. Whereas I was in chemistry, so a lot of the shit was hands-on.
I just updated my Discord for the first time in months, so maybe I fixed it.
Bro, Jeremy, has anyone told you sound kind of like righteous?
Nah, Jeremy sounds different than anyone else.
Science?
Yeah, not like exactly, but like kind of like, I don't know, you guys have like a similar theme in your voices and cadence, I guess. I'm not sure if I'm explaining that correctly.
Anyways. God.
That's what was distracting me. I'd put a picture in there. We just pulled into this new RV park. It's in North Carolina. And we started from Florida, Orlando, so we're getting somewhere. This is like our 5th stop. It's fucking cool. We're going to hit every state, I think. That's the goal.
Me and my wife are driving to Florida in August.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm never going back there again.
Florida? Why? What's wrong with it?
I was just there for 15 years. You know, I'm done with it. And I think I might have a warrant for my arrest, but otherwise, it's just I was really bored there. No. I was joking.
Man on the run. Catch me, I'm gone.
What might the warrant be for?
Something stupid. I got
Man
to
on the run.
play with someone on the freeway.
I've done stuff stupid before. I've been in jail before. I'll tell you that right now, dude. So
I got in a fight. Okay, I was pissed off. I got in a fight, like argument with my partner, and then I left, took the car, and was pissed off driving like you do when you're pissed off. And someone cut me off, and then they flipped me off, and then I kind of like went crazy, and we ended up fighting, and then. But he was on a motorcycle, and he fucking flipped me off, and he fucking swung at me, but I'm the one that got the charges, I guess.
yeah, I mean, dude, the states talk to each other now. Like, you used to be able to get like a ticket in one state and not have it like fuck with your license in another state. I had a buddy when I was in high school. I'm 36, so this is like, you know, like 20 years ago or something. He had like tickets in like every fucking state, right? But he still has his license where we lived. But now the states talk to each other, so I'm just telling you, you might better look out for that and try and head it off before it basically they come and get you, because you might be able to deal with it remotely. You might be able to deal with it in a better manner. You know what I'm saying? There's a way to deal with it from a distance if you've already took off. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're all done.
Actually, so and there is a problem now. I just found out my Uber stopped letting me Uber, so they said something's wrong with my license, so I have to call them up. And if it's a fine, I'll just pay the fine. That's fine. But if it's something more, then I guess I'm fucking. What's that guy's name that was in that movie? Fucking Catch Me If You Can.
If you're having a problem with Uber, you could probably always go do DoorDash. All they do really is ask you if you have a license and ask you if you have a car or whatever. So.
Oh, okay. Because I was looking up Lyft, and Lyft I have to take the car in and all kinds of crazy shit. I'm not looking
DoorDash. DoorDash is straight, bro. They just straight up ask, like, do you have a license? Do you have a car? Like, they don't even.
Oh, really?
They don't even. Yeah, like they don't even do anything.
Actually, I'm gonna do that right now. Actually, because I need money.
Hold on, let me refer you. I'm gonna send you my referral code.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
My name in it. Don't dox me, or I'm gonna come fuck you up.
I would never do that, man. You know me. Well, you should know me. Oh my God, his name is no. Chester what? Yeah, but what I liked about Uber was their bonuses and their quests. That like they give you something to go for. Like if you get 50 rides, you get $130.
Oh yeah, the quests are dope. I only do Uber when they have the quest now. Otherwise, I do DoorDash.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I was going to start driving people, but I got the truck all ready for people, and then some license got flagged for something. So I don't know. We'll see. But I'm in North Carolina. There's nothing but trees up here. Anyone who lives in North Carolina, you guys are lucky. Like I think I'm gonna stay here for like a month, maybe. Usually I stay at a place for like a week, but I think I can stay here and definitely for a month.
You have to stay somewhere.
Yeah, but I got a nice little home going here. Just when it's windy, it's so hard to tow this thing. It's like I'm all over the fucking road. That's why I'm gonna talk to Whitsett, because Whitsett, he knows he's traveled, but he had one of those old school campers, I think, right? Like the ones that are in the back of the bed. Oh no, he was actually had like an RV, like a small little RV, I think.
Yo, never mind. I'm not sending you my referral code. They want you to do an absurd amount of rides in fucking within the first 2 months.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I'll only get anything if you do like a fucking. I think it was like 300 rides. Or 300 deliveries.
No, I'll definitely be doing that. If it's cool, I'm gonna like go at it like 12 hours a day. Like I'll do a job. Like I go for the code. I go for the fucking goals, and I get them. I was getting all the Uber goals, like quick too. So no, you send it to me. I'll get 300.
Right, I'll send it to you. Hold on.
Yeah, I got you. Shit, that's a challenge right there. I got you. No.
Where you got to do 275 deliveries.
Whatever the smallest one is, just so you get the money. But if the larger one has more money, then do that. I don't know. I don't know what it looks like on that side because I know on Uber you have that 120 gets you, or 40 gets you 120, and 50 gets you a certain amount. Whatever the high one is, I'll get it. How much do you get? How much do we get? Do I get money too?
I have no idea.
Well, anyways, send it because I will do it.
No, you know what? Bro, it's got my last name in it. I'm straight.
Okay. I would never do anything, but I understand completely.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's not even worth it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I was going to talk to you about some. I have like $1,000 that I have to put into investments, and I wanted to talk to you about some shit. Can I? I should have done this in private. Never mind.
I mean, I'll do a private call with you right now if you want. I don't think, or we can jump down to like live stream too or something.
Okay. Unless you got something else going on, yeah, we can do that.
Jump down on live stream too.
All right, cool.
Jeremy.
He's grooming someone.
Yeah. I didn't get him before he left. Oh well, maybe.
The cookie crumbles. Discord is a modern day playground. Might be a small exaggeration. I don't know. Rams was a mod here? Wow. I haven't even heard that guy's voice in like 7 months.
What's up? What were you saying, Bob?
How am I supposed to hear all your awesome and very official financial advice if you go into a different room?
Not financial advice. Not financial advice.
I wanted to hear all of the absolute official, registered, certified financial advice you're giving to Kosho. Legally binding financial advice. That's what I wanted to hear. You left.
Jeremy's known to cause a lot of divorces.
I mean, the best return you can get right now is the fucking, I'm not even joking, buy 4 cell phones. You get $1 a day off it.
Why not buy 500,000 phones?
It doesn't really scale.
Okay. You'll have to hire a little Oliver Twist to take care of it.
It does if you have if you have multiple IP addresses. Like if you had 100, if you every IP address you can put 4 phones on. But yeah, it's $1 a day. It's for you buy those $50 phones from Walmart. Those $50 prepaid locked phones, $1 a day.
Dude, someday you're gonna see one of those like clickbait articles of like somebody saying like, "Oh, I made $1 million on my phone using cell phones to play cell phone games." It shows like some guy with his sandals, like in his 30s, like retired. Like, click here to learn how. You can get started today. Heck, maybe somebody made $5 million. I don't know. Somebody out there is typing away feverishly. But that's the way tech is. If you get in the ground floor of anything, stuff's possible if you keep plugging away at it. You just have to get there on the ground floor and be like one of the influencers of it. Been playing that Bitcoin casino game. It's not really a game. You just push the button, and they give you a number. That freebitco.in.
Did you use my referral link?
Probably, yeah. I think I did.
No, I don't think so. I don't see any recent referral.
Well, this was like 3 weeks ago, so maybe
Did I give it to you?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I used it.
It's freebitco.in, that one?
Yeah.
It's like a whitish, bluish, orange, yellowish kind of screen with a roll you roll.
Yeah. It looks like it was made by like somebody like on a WordPress site.
Bro, that site,
very sophisticated.
that website. Yeah, you didn't use my referral link. It's all good though. That website has been going for
How dare you?
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. Anyways, it's going in your file. But that website has been going for like 5 or 6 years now, maybe even 7. I don't know, a long time. But when I first started using that, they were giving out like 200,000 Satoshis an hour. That was like the bottom of the free rolls. Like that was the least you could win. Now it's like 5 or 6 or something Satoshis. But right now, all those Satoshis are worth like $100+ or something.
I'm gonna say, yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
if you
know,
would say if you had been doing that for 5 years and saved all that up right now, you'd have like $300,000 or something crazy, just for free.
I was gonna say Satoshis. Is that like a? I've never even heard of Satoshis. What network is that on?
Like the
No,
smallest
it's just,
Bitcoin unit.
yeah, you know how it's
Oh, it's the smallest Bitcoin.
0.0000.
Oh, okay.
Like
You know how when you roll on that
you
site,
can't divide it at that point anymore. That's the smallest piece you can divide it.
you know how when you roll on that site, you win like 5 or 6, 7 zeros and then a 6 or 5 or
Yeah,
something.
those are
That's
each
you
one
winning
Satoshi.
5 or 6. That's you winning 5 or 6 Satoshis. But
Yeah,
they
I
used
want
to
to
give out
hit that
200,000. That
today.
number used to have 6 digits to it, bro. There was only a couple zeros in front of it back in the day when I started using it, and I got into it late. I mean, I have been doing it for like 4 or 5 years, but I still got into it like a year or two late.
So not too late to hit the jackpot.
Nah, I did all right with them. I get like, I think I get like 20 cents a day from them because they pay interest once you hit a certain balance. And I get like, I got enough in there to where I get like 20% or 20 cents a day.
Huh.
So that's pretty.
Have
I
you
get
ever
like
rolled
300.
a huge number like a
I've
a
come to
10,000?
within. I've come to not. I never hit the top one. Like the second one down or the third one up from the bottom. I have hit that one a few times.
Okay. Yeah, it's really hard to hit
Yeah,
those
like
big
you'll get
numbers.
it. It is. It'll happen though eventually if you do it. I used to have a G. I still do. I got a G. I don't do this anymore, but I used to have on my G-Shock a countdown timer, and I had it just set for an hour. And then every hour my little watch would beep, and I would fucking do the free roll and then reset the timer. Like it's not a lot of money. Like
What we
if
got to
you
do
go,
is we got to go to all these like gas stations across the U.S. and inform people that you don't even have to go in there and play the lottery. You could just go online, go to a cryptocurrency lottery site. And it's the same shit. Probably unlikely you'll hit the jackpot, but it's possible. But then you don't
that
have to
coin,
wait in line. Just push a
that
button.
coin supply site, that coin supply site's got like that same kind of roll thing going on. They do it weird though. They're like, if you get a prime number, you get more. They do it all wacky, but that coin supply site, I got like a penny a day taken in off the interest, which isn't much, but
It's definitely not a lot. Nope.
$3
If
and
you live to the age of
65 cents at the end of the
200.
year. You get $3 and 65 cents a year. I'll be getting be able to buy a Snickers bar and a soda or something.
365, right? Yeah. You used to be able to buy anything in a dollar store with that.
Oh, you still can. I can get a liter of Pepsi in a dollar store for $1.
Is it called Pepsi or is it
Liter of,
called like? Is it
I
called
get a
something
liter of cola, Farvera.
cola, right?
Remember that from Super Troopers?
Liter
No,
of cola.
I barely remember that
Liter
joke.
of cola.
He's like, can I get a liter of cola? She's like, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have liters of cola.
Crown
What
Royal.
even is that? That's a fucking hilarious film.
That's a good movie, right? Yeah, yeah. Fucking Super Troopers.
What was you about to say though? Is it like more expensive in Europe or something? Was that what you were about to say?
Is it? Can you buy a liter of Pepsi anywhere for $1 in Europe? For an American dollar, I don't know what that is.
Not the original. You could probably get the cheapy cola alternative for like 30p.
But yeah, yeah, no doubt. 30p, what's that, like 30 pennies?
Sorry.
Is that like 30 cents?
Yeah, Yeah.
Sam's Club still have those soda machines that cost like 70 cents. They still have those.
Dude, they used to be cheaper than that, bro. I remember them being like
really
50
cheap.
cents.
50 cents, right?
Yeah,
Just stop
50p.
right there on a hot day.
Yeah, we had an old one sitting at one of the jobs I worked at. This was back when I was 18, so what, good 13 years ago, 15 years ago. The machine was just sat out back, weren't even used, but it was like sat there, it looked like it was in use, but yeah, and they still had the 50.
I'd love to have a string of vending machines. That'd be such an awesome fucking thing.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks, you have to stock that thing. To put all that fucking
Yeah,
soda.
like once a week or something, bro. Like what, you just hit everyone once a week. You'd probably have to work, like, depending on how many vending machines you had, you could probably get away with working like 2 days a week or something. Just driving around.
Stocked a lot of, in my area, it's all the Pakistanis that run those things.
In the future, it's all going to be vending machines because Asia's always ahead of us and shit like that. They have everything in vending machines. You can get wild shit. You can just buy. I was watching a TikTok. The guy's like, this vending machine has a picture of a random person in it. I'm like, what the fuck? How? Why?
These are NFT vending machines.
So it's just a picture of a regular person. Like, what the fuck would you want that for?
Come to the Yacht Club vending machine. Drop.
I've seen some sort of pizza dispenser. I think it was in China. That's pretty cool.
What is a picture of a random person ever? Like, how is that useful? I could see it being useful in like very few situations.
That reminds me of those like t-shirts that people wear in the hood with like a picture of like somebody's like uncle that passed away on like a t-shirt. It's like we'll
Not
remember
analogous.
Julio, I know you're up there. Got this, I got your picture on my t-shirt. On my triple XL fucking t-shirt.
What else we got going on? Is Nate still here? We got to talk about how we don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above Earth's surface. Because some people are saying there's a super rotation of Earth's atmosphere. Some people are saying, I guess I didn't even know there was people saying it isn't happening. But I mean, if we don't even know what's going on 200 kilometers above Earth's surface, how are we going to know they know what's happening on Venus? What the fuck? How do you know some shit's happening on Venus? Not sure if it's happening
But
on Earth or not.
wouldn't you agree that it's not? We don't know anything about what's happening up there. There might be one part that we don't know exactly what's happening.
Yes, but that part is happening millions of billions of miles, however far Venus is away. You know it's happening there, but you don't know what's happening 200 kilometers away from us. That's fucking crazy.
What do you mean?
Does that sit well with you?
You mean super rotation specifically?
Yeah, they know super rotation is happening.
Wouldn't you agree that it's easier to look at something that you're not on and seeing what happens on there versus having to look up in the sky at the air itself, which is not visible, and figuring it out that way?
Yeah, but these are the same people that are supposed to have tons of satellites all over the place. You got Himawaris and all kinds of shit looking at the Earth. So it's not like we're just looking up. In your paradigm, these people that are saying it's happening on Venus can also just look down on Earth. So,
yeah.
Does that sit well in your mind? It doesn't in mine.
Wait, so what exactly is it? You think that we know more about the rotation on Venus than we do on Earth?
There's an effect that's happening. It's called super rotation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
they know it's happening. Yes, they know it's happening on Venus millions of miles away. Billions of miles, however far Venus is, I don't know. But however far that is, it's way farther than 200 kilometers. And they don't know if it's happening here or not.
So as far as I'm aware,
does that sit well with you?
Well, so as far as I'm aware, and you can correct me if you know I'm wrong, but as far as I'm aware, the superrotation of Venus is many orders of magnitude faster than what is
It is.
expected, versus on
It
Earth,
is.
it's not many magnitudes. It's just a little bit faster.
1.3 times they claim.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's a lot faster
Wouldn't
on
you?
Venus. I'll give you that.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree that it's easier to see that if something's happening 60 times faster, it's kind of easier to see than if it's only happening 1.3 times faster?
Yeah, but it's also billions of miles closer, though. So, what's the distance to Venus? Do you know off the top of your head? I wouldn't know without Googling it.
No, I wouldn't know. And I mean,
I
of
need to-
course, it would vary all through the year, or all through every year. So I don't know what like the maximum and the minimum is. I really don't know.
Still, though, it doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
thought
know.
they had it locked up. I thought the
Yeah.
rotation on Earth was a guaranteed thing, but Nate was. I brought it up last night, and Nate was trying to say they don't know if it's actually happening or not. So I don't even know if they know or not. They might actually know, and Nate is full of shit.
What?
But the thing wait, just to clarify what I think he might mean, and of course I might be wrong, but the thing is, they know super rotation is happening on Venus because it's so like it's an order of magnitude or several orders of magnitude bigger, so they know for a fact super rotation is happening there. But then when they talk about what's happening on Earth, they don't know if it's the same kind of super rotation because it's only 1.3 times. So if it's caused by the same kind of thing. That's what I'd get at that. But I have to say that I don't know a lot about super rotation, so of course it's only speculation.
Nobody knows about the shit.
Yeah.
They don't even. Well, apparently Nate says they don't even know if it's actually happening or not here. So nobody knows. I guess.
Come on, man.
Who's Nate
You
again?
are not like really saying what happened, bro. My claim is what we see in like the upper atmosphere is prevailing westerly winds. That's the phenomena we observe, and we don't know what's causing it. The idea is it could be super rotation. But even in the link you posted, it said in that same link it should be emphasized that the subject is full of uncertainties, and this paper intends to draw attention to the difficulties rather than to provide a coherent picture of the actual conditions. Like it's not, and then we were just debating whether or not it's settled science, and I'm telling you, it's not settled.
Oh.
There are some people that
I
claim this.
understand.
Yeah,
that makes more sense to me, at least from an
Yeah.
outsider's perspective.
I understand. What does settled science? What does settled science mean to you? By the way,
To me, I gave you a nice. I'm trying to find that definition I gave you.
no, I don't want to. Yeah, give me I don't need an example of what settled science is. Like, what does that mean when you say that?
Wouldn't it just be that you have a high degree of certainty that we know what's happening?
Well, what's the degree? Because what is there a lower degree where it's not settled? Like, what's the degree where it's like settled from settled to unsettled?
Yeah, it sounds like an appeal to popular.
Yeah, but so I don't think there is like a precisely defined metric by which we would measure that kind of statement. But I would personally say it's whether if we've been able to do, for example, if we can do many different experiments many times, we would probably be able to find something and be very settled in our explanation. If we can only do like a couple experiments a few times, and then we'd be less. So it just has to do with how many types of experiments and also how many times we can repeat the experiments to determine how settled we are with one. That would be kind of my way of thinking about it, but I don't know if there's even any official definition or way of thinking about it.
Yeah,
I'd be inclined to
either
agree with
way. If you can do experiments and shit on it, then it's like
if
settled.
it's done like once or twice, it hasn't actually been replicated quite a bit. But like the first time or whatever like time they did it, they did a good job in terms of being like regimented with it. They like with testing their independent variable and following method. Then the fact that it was done properly but not like substantiated by people that have since reproduced it, I would say it's not as solid as the stuff that has been reproduced, even though it is good science, right? Versus what I would call, like, you know, bad science or pseudoscience, which is stuff that hasn't followed the method whatsoever.
Yeah, like I would say that something like, for example, figuring out why or like when water boils, like that's something that's completely established. I don't think anyone ever would disagree that it's like it's heat and pressure. Like we've tested, many people have tested it, people use it daily. Like it's so repeated that I don't think we have any doubts. But then maybe you want to talk about, oh, what kind of things can become superfluids? Well, then now we're getting into a bit more of a murky territory where there's probably not that many different places that are able to produce a superfluid of any kind, and then start making claims of the different materials and then how many different materials we've tested and all of the like. That's what I'm saying is like if something is tested so much or a shit ton, well then I'd say it's established.
Yeah, Jeremy, it's not cell science. Blue and I debunked your ass, bro. I'm sorry. Hate to do it to you, but you left
Damn,
no choice, man.
you got destroyed.
You know,
Destroy
what
you.
was that word he said? He said hemowaries. What are those?
Wait, what
Who,
now?
Jeremy?
Jerry
Hawawari?
said he said hemowaries. What are hemowaries?
What are him?
It's the plural of a himawari.
Of a hemorrhoid?
A
What's
himawari
a what's a
satellite, or
hemorrhoid?
the
What's it called? Say that again.
himawari.
What? How do you spell that?
Him himawari. I think HIMAWARI. I think it is. No wait, I need to look this up.
HIM.
No, yeah, himawari. I'll post it in chat. Himawari satellite. Himawari 8, it's a geostationary. Yeah, geostationary. It's a Japanese one. It's a weather satellite.
Let me see. Himawari.
It's one of the it's one of the few that's been like claimed, and I'll use the word claimed, to take a full sized picture of Earth.
Seems legit. If you got a camera that's high enough up, you should be able
Yeah,
to get a good
yeah.
picture.
It's got the picture is supposedly taken on 3 different wavelengths of light, and then combined into a colorized picture. So it's actually RGB.
Yo, Jeremy, do you want to hear something crazy?
Yeah, I'm listening. I don't know how you think that was a win for you guys. We'll have to get into that later, but I'm listening.
Yeah, I just read some paper that says apparently special relativity affects the stock market.
Makes what? Sorry?
Affects stock markets.
Affect the stock market?
Yeah,
In
like
what
because of
sense?
Dude,
the speed at which information is shared within the stock
Oh,
market.
well, yeah, that's true. But I mean, I wouldn't really say that special relativity is kind of just the speed limit of information. Is kind of, I guess that yes, that kind of comes from, or that's what special relativity talks about, but it's not exclusive to special relativity.
it's because they do so many trades are done by bots.
Yeah,
So
so
it's like,
apparently some trades reach half the speed of light. So it could be a thing that 2 observers could at the same time observe different prices on the same stock because of the speed at which that information has reached them.
yeah, what happens is the price is going out always, and if somebody gets a price, like there's bots set to trigger if something happens with a price instantly. So if either they're getting the information slower or the bot's getting their trade in slower, that'll affect it. Yeah.
I had no idea, man. I just read this like 20 minutes ago. Fucking weird.
I remember seeing some sort of documentary about there was some country that uses the stock market 1 hour late or something like that. Purely because of the it had to do with time zones and something. It was some really weird thing that I can't. I'm trying to remember how
You
to
can do
even search
aftermarket.
for it.
You can do aftermarket trades, but once the market closes, I mean, we could do trades now way past when before and after the market even opens. So,
Well, we can prepare a trade, but it won't go through until the market opens, right?
no, that shit goes through. It's called after hours trading.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not as into trading, so
I had it
don't
on
know
this
that
one.
much.
I didn't even know on this one app, and I didn't expect it to go through until the next day, but it went through. Some places do it like Cash App. I got stocks on Cash App, but when you buy that, they only trade during the trading hours, I think. So 9 to 5 or whatever it is Eastern. But I think I traded on Robinhood the other day and it let it go through like instantly, and it was way past when it should have been closed. Yeah, I can't find this shit nowhere. Did we put it somewhere else?
Who are you talking to?
Fuck.
He's talking to himself. He does that all the time, I promise. So, wait, EPR or Man of Concessions. Are you called Nate or am I?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, just making sure because I didn't know you were called Nate, or that was who he was referring to when he said Nate.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you can call me by my real name, which is Jeremy.
What's up, Jeremy?
No, don't do that. Listen, I would have never made my screen name Jeremy if I knew there was so many Jeremys.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Like that Leaky guy's going to be tough because we got Brian Leaky, and then that other guy's name's Leaky who started
Yeah,
coming in now.
Leaky Soyuz. Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna have to. I don't know what we're gonna do with that.
Force one of them to change their name. No, let them battle it out to see who gets to keep the name.
So yeah, I'll pitch my idea to you guys. Check this out. I think what we need to have, and Gummy Bear, you would probably help with logistics.
Mm.
We need a theater, okay? And what you would have is you need a theater with like 5G, whatever, right? So you'd have a theater and you would have 2 panels, one flat Earth, one ball Earth, right, on the stage. And so you would have the people, either side of the stage, ball Earth or flat Earth. And then on the side of the screen, you'd have a live chat. So everybody in the audience could chat on the live chat, So you would have it would be like a whole event, like where you would show up and it would be like flat Earth, ball Earth, and yet you would have all of your favorite cast of characters type of thing. But everyone in the instead of removing it from the kind of realm of YouTube, you would add the realm of YouTube with a live chat for everyone in the audience. I think it would be a cool fucking event.
I'm just not sure if getting it set up would be really doable.
Well, it wouldn't be that hard. You just you'd stream it on YouTube, and then you would put that on a screen on the page.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you could
I mean,
have,
it's
but you would
doable.
have a
Yeah,
live show. You know, if you're having a live show, still using YouTube as the chat, and you know, it would be like an actual but it would be like, you know, you could have all of your favorite cast of flat earthers and all of your favorite cast of ball earthers. I just think what a cool event that would be. I was just thinking about that.
Yeah. Well, get on it.
Right. Either that or I was thinking like you do like a celebrity boxing or celebrity MMA where you'd have like, you know, ball earthers versus flat earthers, and it's like a fist fight, you know what I mean? And have you ever seen the boxing matches? They did them in Russia. They're a boxing match for 1 round, and then they played chess for like, you know, 5 minutes, and then they boxed again and played chess again.
No,
So like, you know,
I haven't heard about that.
like
That sounds
there was
interesting.
multiple ways you could win the fight.
Just go for the head and make him dumb.
Right. It was the idea, you know. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah,
it'd be funny if you could take you'd have like a boxing round and then like a quick debate round, like, you know, about like why can't Gas Rusher have a good, you know, all like out of breath, just fucking trying to put it together. It would be fucking hilarious, dude.
I gotta head off for a bit. Bye.
Later, bro.
I've been following this guy on TikTok. He does all the openings, the traps, and the forks and shit. I've been watching a lot of that.
Traps and forks.
Yeah, like in chess, there's like different like moves and shit you could do.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like if you can put your queen on the board to where now they have 2 pieces in jeopardy and there's nothing they could do. Like they can't save the other one with the other one, so you're definitely gonna get 1 out of it. You know what I'm saying? Or like make it so when you move a piece out of the way, or they move a piece out of the way, they're in check or something, or now you can kill another piece or something.
Yeah,
but that wouldn't be possible. Like you can't move a piece out of the way if it's going to put you in check.
You should check out chess.com because they have like it's actually pretty cool. Because they have a little thing where like they have little games you can play, and it kind of shows you tactics.
Y'all don't play chess.
What's up? I like chess.
Do you really?
Do you really like chess?
Yeah,
do you really like chess?
How do you like chess?
How can you prove you love chess more than me right now? Otherwise,
tell me about chess, man. Because I mean, you and Jeremy are saying.
What do you want to know? There's a couple of pieces. You got to know what they do. You know what I mean?
It's a couple of pieces. Word.
Good. You know, ain't nothing, dog.
One guy tried to do a video on how many possible chess games could be played out ever. It's some like ridiculous amount. It's insane.
Yo,
even if you only count like realistic moves.
Sorry. Yo, do you guys ever watch Coffee Chess? It's like this channel on YouTube, and it's just dudes playing chess. I think it's like all over the country, you know, like in parks and whatnot.
Nice.
And there's this funny guy, Mad Mike or Boston Mike, whatever. And it'll just be like random people coming up to play with him. You know, might even be kids and stuff, and he's just shouting at them. You know.
Have you ever been to New York?
I am in New York.
You're in New York right now?
Yeah. You?
Or the city, yeah. So you know what it is, all the chess players around on Union Square and shit like that.
Yeah, but I don't play with them because them dudes is hustlers, man. They're
but I like when they
fucking rob you.
Cats are good, right? No, but those
yeah,
cats are good
players.
But have you ever seen a thing where like a professional grandmaster will go play them dudes? You never seen that? It's fucking awesome. They'll be pissed. Yeah. The hustlers will get pissed sometimes.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, you're not putting $100 down to go play on somebody. Like you can play for like $5. You can play for nothing.
$10, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but $5 makes it always, money on the floor, bro. That's fucking fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fun. I like chess though. I mean, I'm not like great at it. I'm probably better than fucking Nate over here though.
I'm not too good at the time game, like the real short games, like 5-10 minute games. Like I like the games where like they get played out over hours and hours.
I like 5-minute games, dude. If I play on like the online or anything, I play like 5-minute games.
That's too fast, bro. That's too
I used to
fast.
play I used to play with one dude that I met when I first joined, and we played 3-day games.
That's what I'm saying. I could see a game going like months.
3-day moves. Yeah, do you ever play? You ever heard about the
I could see
mail?
games going for like years,
They used
bro.
to play chess in the mail, dude.
Yeah.
Yo,
like
yeah,
a year.
You would make a
seen that
move.
shit.
Yeah,
I've
you
seen
would
that.
make a move and then send it to your buddy.
And it's crazy because these guys remember the board in their fucking minds, like
Oh
you
yeah,
just get
you
a
do
thing
it over the telephone,
E3,
bro.
yeah, E3 to
Well,
B7.
most people have a board set up.
And
most people keep a board set up, but some people can do it in their mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those guys are crazy.
Yo, did you guys?
Yeah.
You guys should check the link I just tagged you in, man. That's the guy, Boston Mike. This guy's hilarious. Like he's trash talking with some 70-year-old dude, just shouting at him.
I have to check it out.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I used to love going down and playing chess in like Union Square, fucking wherever. Really, that's where I played most. But shit's cool. Or like Washington Square or Washington Square Park.
And then like at the end, there's like a recap of like the match and stuff, cases stuff you tend to see.
Testing, testing.
Oh, good.
I don't talk loads. I just want to make sure that my microphone sounds okay. Does it sound okay or does it sound shit?
A little hot. Yeah, it's good.
That's good, yeah? Sweet.
Yeah, just generally your volume is pretty high, but could be worse.
Yeah, because there's all these options like noise suppression and then noise suppression off and loads of stuff. So I don't know what works and what don't work.
You're definitely not noise suppressed.
Okay, so now
It's
I've got
good.
noise.
Are you using like a
Is
real
not
mic? Like a real Yeti mic
no,
or something?
no. I'm just using my phone. But if I put the noise suppression off, which is what just done, does that make a difference? I don't know.
No, shouldn't really make a difference.
Because like if you go into settings, just for this, I've been trying ages to speak to someone about this. I've got noise reduction, echo cancellation, automatic gain control, like all this stuff, and it's like suppress background noise. Ah, okay. How about that?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so that sounds better. Okay, cool. That's good. So far, so good.
Yep. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, fucking hell, man. As if, man. As if. Were you guys talking about anything or arguing
Oh,
about anything?
no, it's been slow. There haven't been the Xanax and the Rumpuses haven't showed up.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Not much arguments.
No, it's nice. It's nice when you get the regulars that that when two certain people connect, they already know what the outcome's going to be. Like as in a two chilled out people that don't try too hard to impress each other, where they're just talking. Generally.
Keeping it civil. Definitely.
Yeah, yeah, man. Like some of us are cleverer than others, but it's a bit like skills, isn't it? At the end of the day, man, we all pretty much average out the same, don't we?
Yeah, there's no reason to be incivil.
Yeah, indeed, indeed, indeed. I done I done this experiment on Stellarium. If you've heard of Stellarium, and
What experiment?
well, you heard of Stellarium, yeah? Like application for the stars, that sort of thing. There, yeah.
Okay.
So, and I located myself. Now, I don't think the location's got anything to do with it, but I located myself at 121 West. I think for whatever reason. Anyway, so I searched for the moon, and I've made the moon my target. Then what I did was, you can do this. You can choose any day you want, any time that you want, and you just target the moon, and then take away your landscape, so you're not looking through. You can look through the Earth instead of trying to I can't see the moon. The interesting thing is, the moon's in the center of your screen, and what you do is you go forward by the hours. So it'll go 1 hour, 1 hour, 2 hour, and you just fast forward and it just goes through all the days and all the hours, the hours and the days. Anyway, but there was a pattern of from the perspective of the moon being in the center of your screen all the time. You're just following the moon around. All the planets, including the sun, came towards the moon, looped the moon a few times, and then yeah, like everything came closer to the moon. It was looping the moon, but it gets the looping gets closer and closer and closer. Then it gets further and further and further, and it did all in the same sequence, and that was all the planets, including the sun. Certain stars that's recognizable, and it was like, from this perspective, then we can make it look as if everything is coming towards the moon and going away from the moon. Does that make sense at all?
No. Probably the app. There's something wrong with the app.
No,
I
no,
mean,
no, no,
why
nothing.
would the,
No,
you said the sun is coming towards the moon?
yeah, if you what you do
That
is
don't make sense.
you select moon and then make that the target. So whenever you move the time, the clock and all that, the moon will always be in the center of the screen. Does that make sense? So what's going to happen is that all the celestial sphere, or whatever you want to call it, will be moving all over the place because you're centered on the moon. Does that make sense?
Oh, say it again. Say it again.
Right. The best thing I could do is put a link in the chat, and then
He's
you can
basically
visually see it.
saying he's basically saying that depending on your perspective, like which, in terms of the relative motion, which body you're saying is a stationary one, you can kind of set the system around it. So instead of a solar system, it'd be a lunar system, because
Yeah, exactly,
all the things would be
exactly,
going
yeah.
around it. You could do it geocentric. You could do it with the Earth being the stationary one, everything going around it. Whichever
And
one you
this is
focus on, you could act like it's the one that's stationary and everything else is moving around.
yeah, and this is like us standing on Earth looking at no. You can't really say you're standing on Earth because your position changes because you're concentrating on the moon. But I thought it was quite interesting, just like yeah. But I've just put a visual in the chat, and there's me chatting, and I'm not speculating anything. I thought it was quite sort of interesting.
This is why, like, when geocentrism was basically transitioning to heliocentrism, there was like the fathers of the ideology were basically saying like it's a philosophical difference more than anything.
Yeah,
they liked the idea of heliocentrism because with the sizes of the planets and the
distances,
orbits and the distances that they had therefore perfect, at that time I think they were perfect circular orbits, right? Perfectly circular, and they just liked the idea of a perfect circle more than the geometry of the loops of the planets. So that's
yeah.
They just went with that.
When you make everything so far away and you make the model massive, then basically a centimeter becomes a fucking million kilometers, doesn't it?
Yeah. The thing is, we've never been on the sun, and we've never confirmed the size and the distance of the planets to know that, in fact, there is no loop, right? It's just they just made the shit up. They made the sizes and the distances so that it would look like it's a perfect circle, and now they say it's like elliptical and what have you, right? But at the time, that's where they got these. They didn't have any method of actually measuring the distance to a planet or the size of the planet or anything like that. It's just it looked nicer because they made up the thing.
Everything seems to be 3% off, from navigation to the surface area of Earth to the orbits are all like 3% short, 3% off. There's always a 3% issue. But yeah, definitely. I've got a friend that I chat to on Discord, and he's like, we've been going through all sorts of models and stuff, and then he's like, no, mate, I've just looking into this Tycho model, and I came across the Tycho website because my mate triggered me, and he said, check out Tycho's 79-year sun cycle, and the Mars has got a 79-year sun cycle, and this website, I'll put a link in the chat now if you want. It's dead interesting how one person's looking at and talking about new time frames of a moon month of 29.22 days and not 29.53. It's something to do with something else, blah blah blah. But I've just been looking at the fellas chapters. Seems easy enough to sort of navigate. If you like your numbers and stuff, and then things like that, yeah, it's pretty alright. I've just copied the chapter 1, but you can navigate through the menu to the glossary of it. You can navigate your way through the blog, the website. But I really enjoyed reading it, and this fella just seems to have a different outlook on, not a different outlook, but he like, it's called Tychos, but it's interesting what he talks about, and it's stuff I've never like heard about before. Well, no, some of the stuff, but he basically ties it all in to a ratio of the moon, but the moon has to be 29.22 for it to work. But definitely has got some ratio things going on. And that's where I started sort of like honing in on the moon, seeing what it looks like if we just watch the moon, you know, and going around the world, what do things look like? And fucking by chance. But Doofus got the geocentrism thing up. But I think everybody doesn't know too much about Tycho Brahe and the shit that him, the likes of Haley, Edmund Halley, the stuff that these guys were talking about. And it turns out that it's either Kepler or Copernicus was the apprentice to Tycho. And there seems to be some fudging with figures and stuff like that. So please look.
So Tycho had a binary solar system.
Well, I don't think he realized that. But it's exactly what you. I love the way that you said that word, because that's one of the unique points that I found was that binary. Yeah, that it seemed like he was describing that in this thing that I put in the text. He's describing the link, describing how the sun and the Mars possibly were two binary stars. But it all depends on what this whole fucking thing looks like. And when you know what the whole thing looks like, then things like this start to make sense. And I don't think people's chatting enough about the Tycho ideas and things like that and how it fits in with it. I'm not 100% convinced of it, but there are some really good bits of information on here. Like you can tie up majority of the planets, like I said, in syncopation with the moon. Really interesting.
Well, the Tycho's model is not far off from solar system model. Just that it shows the Earth just moving around the sun.
Yeah, but Tycho is where the Earth is the center, and then you've got, it's called a geo-heliocentric model, where the geo is the center, and then the sun goes around the Earth, and then everything's going around the sun.
Sun goes around
So I
the
think
Earth. But the Earth. No, the Earth just. No, the Mars just moves. This big circle. It's confusing.
yeah,
But
we've
yeah, I
got.
guess the sun goes around the Earth.
I've got a diagram in the
This way.
text, and that's my friend's sort of like interpretation of how he sees the Tycho thing. But if you've got the blue dot in the middle, and that's Earth, and then everything else, the sun is moving around the Earth, and then everything else is centralized over the sun. But I don't dig it. But I support, anything really. Well, I don't support, but you know what I mean. It's like I have no right to knock anyone else down, or push any agenda. I'm gonna have a ciggy.
This is I think the normal helio model is a little easier to grasp. A little bit simpler.
I'm gonna go off. I'll be back in about 5. I did learn today that uranium, in the presence of nitrogen, will break down nitrogen into oxygen and hydrogen.
So again,
Apparently, if you stick uranium in a nitrogen environment, it'll turn the nitrogen into oxygen and hydrogen. I thought that was really interesting
that is interesting.
because I'm trying to work out the fundamentals, what goes with what. I know that the sun recycles. I don't know, but I read up that the sun recycles 4 hydrogen into 1 helium. So if you can turn nitrogen into oxygen and hydrogen, what does that say for everything else?
Maybe it means that everything's made of hydrogen. Maybe
Indeed.
that oxygen with more, energy or time or whatever will turn into, what's less than oxygen. I don't know, but whatever that is plus a hydrogen.
Yeah, definitely something to do with the available bondings. If hydrogen's got 2 and oxygen's got 1, then there's some odd things left out, but bits and pieces. So it's in one way it's saying that hydrogen is present in everything. Hydrogen is present in nitrogen, but it's not present until you expose it to uranium. Was it uranium that was doing it, or was it the radium that's within it? There's another thing called thorium. Thorium, they're fucking using stuff that we consume, I think. Don't know, or apparatus, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it might be like what's called radioactive decay to the uranium did some radioactive decay to the nitrogen, causing it to break down or to oxidize into oxygen. I don't think it would be oxidizing technically, but yeah, to break down into oxygen and hydrogen. Probably like broke down the hydrogen bond of one of them or something like that. Who knows?
And then, oh fuck it, I think I'm doing this by memory. I think something to do with methane can process into nitrogen, possibly. Just trying to get the the cycle of science.
Yeah, I recall there's something called protium, which is like hydrogen, and the idea is that everything is created by protium. This is like basic building block. It's kind of like a Lego block, and all of the other elements are basically like this, and there's also like deuterium or something like that, which is like 2 hydrogens together, but basically like everything is composed of hydrogen.
So if we've got uranium, let's say the thing is, protium. You said if you've got things like a large amount of uranium deposits all around the world, then is it possible that the uranium itself will just convert the nitrogen that's in the air, and therefore one thing offsets another, and then we have a nice balance? When there's too much hydrogen, or if there's too much carbon dioxide, then carbon dioxide like fuses with the water, so that there's always an equilibrium. So if there's too much carbon dioxide or too much carbon dioxide in the space that it's given, then it'll fuse with the water, but then it'll probably fuse with the nitrogen as well. And everything's sort of got balances and barriers and all sorts of stuff. We don't see this stuff near the ground, but we can say 80% nitrogen. But if something above the nitrogen layer, like radon or something like that, can process, is causing the process, then something's breaking down nitrogen into hydrogens, other things. And
do you know what kind of hydrogen it was?
No, it just said hydrogen. I was watching it.
Yeah, because there's like these 3 isotopes or what have you. There's the protium, which is 1 proton and 0 neutrons. And you have deuterium, which is 1 proton and 1 neutron. And then you have tritium, which is 1 proton and 2 neutrons. And they're all hydrogen. They're all isotopes of hydrogen, but they're just like, you know, their atomic mass is different. So who knows? In terms of all of the other elements, they might be composed of just these basic building blocks of hydrogen. And this is also like, I think I might have heard Ken Wheeler saying it as well, that like everything being composed of, but he goes one step further. He says that, and hydrogen is the solid state of light. That light solidified is hydrogen.
So if hydrogen is the atomic structure of everything around us, for example, the building block that keeps everything together, but it's so small that you can't see it, you can't feel it. It's just that small. And if it's the building block of everything, when you talk about like what is light, when light goes through a vacuum, then what causes you to see the light? It's obviously charging. There's obviously a charge in the particles in the path, and they are glowing, aren't they? So what is glowing? And if you were to add, I don't know, electrostatic force or whatever, you know, photon beams, whatever they would call it, then would that be activating the hydrogen? That's in
Remember,
everything.
they don't need to be glowing, right? There's visible light and non-visible light.
But you know what I mean. You shine a beam.
I know what you
through
mean.
a
Yeah, there's some
vacuum.
sort of process going on that, you know, is causing this thing to be there, this wave to be there.
Yes,
But that's, you know,
exactly.
I don't know if it necessarily applies, but that's why, like, you know, you have people that, and I'm one of them that say that light requires a medium because it's a wave, right? It requires a medium just like any other wave, and the medium might be just this, you know, this ubiquitous amount of electromagnetism. You know, just like everywhere there's electromagnetism, and the electromagnetism might be hydrogen. Who knows? This is something that, until we have a perfect vacuum. Actually, no, it probably wouldn't be. Well, I don't know. Because as you kind of pump out air, light travels faster. This wave travels faster, right? So when you're pumping out air, does that mean that the air that exists is going to be more, like more composed of the lighter gases? Like, are heavier gases more likely to be pumped out by like a vacuum pump before the lighter gases like helium and hydrogen? In which case, in a vacuum chamber, the majority, like the composition, the differential would be more hydrogen based. And is that why it travels faster? Maybe like the other ones aren't deflecting it as much, or there's just something completely that we can't detect whatsoever that's, you know, considered the medium for it. In the end, we don't have enough information. But yeah, it's very plausible that everything is composed of, you know, this basic basic building block, and it makes up all of these things that we think are other elements. Like, even look at, biology. In terms of the human body, you have, what we consider stem cells, and then they go on to form other things, right? There's different, progressive paths in terms of development that make it kind of specialized to a certain function, but they all kind of had the same beginning, right? So there's no reason to think that just inherently you have all these different building blocks. The simpler thing is that you have, the one that you fashion in different ways to make the other. Similar with genes, you have the four, you have your basic nucleotide sugars and stuff like that, and those come together in different methods and sequences to form different genes. And that probably, even if you were to delve into those four bases, they might even have the same shared kind of source. So
yeah, definitely. That's exactly what I'm about, is just trying to find the common denominator of everything, because once you get all your data in, and you just start looking at these things, then yeah, common denominator and the building blocks, yeah, definitely. Any of you looked into the Tycho Brahe model ish?
Tycho Brahe. Nah, I mean, not in detail at all. I've come across this and that here and there, but that's about it.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, I use a stellarium a lot, and try to position myself in different locations and facing in different directions. I like to use anything and everything about the magnetics of the Earth, because I think that's a more physical and more of a natural thing that the Earth has given us to use as a tool. But interestingly,
So, if you had to quickly summarize Tycho Brahe's model, how would you, in 1 or 2 sentences? Go ahead.
It's geocentric, where you have the sun going around the Earth, and then everything goes around the sun.
That's kind of fucked.
Yeah, and I only just started looking to it in a bit more depth recently.
Just knee-jerk reaction, I'd say he's wrong. That's something I would guess he's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And it's identifying the key things that make it not work. And then came Kepler or Copernicus, which was one of those two, was the apprentice of Tycho. And then this website just talks about fudging of data to make the things work by moving the periods and stuff like that. And this website that I posted in the chat, he explains about it was just really interesting. But actually, the guy's just taken the Tycho and he's talking about it a bit more. But he's finding he's using different methods and stuff. So actually, all round, he's presenting it, but I think he's also putting his own. He or she is putting their own spin on it as well, and just talking about the numbers, because the numbers speak words, don't they? They speak volumes, but not fancy equations and ways of describing something through maths. It's just simple stuff that.
I wonder if there's any popular proponent of everything going around the moon. Basically, because the moon and the sun, in terms of real life, in terms of our observations and stuff like that, they're very similar. They're similar angular size, similar speed, similar cycles. So it wouldn't be that big of a difference to replace the sun in the heliocentric model with the moon, and have the sun, the small one,
Well, interesting. I put a video in the chat or something I just made earlier, and I was just going through Stellarium, and it's focused on the moon itself, and you see everything going towards the moon, circling, coming around, circling, looping around the moon, and from a bigger circle to a smaller circle close to the moon, and then going back to a bigger circle, then a bigger circle, and then going out of sight. And they all the planets do that, including the sun, in exactly the same way.
Yeah, and that's very similar to what we see on Earth from all the planets except for the sun and the moon, right? We see like this looping effect and stuff like that, but they didn't like that. That those geometrical patterns, they thought that they were wrong. Like the heliocentrists, the ones, the early proponents of it, the pioneers or what have you, they wanted, they didn't like the idea of the sacred geometry that other people kind of like, or what have you. They wanted these perfect circles, and they made up the values to go with it. So my point is, you could literally just swap places of the sun and the moon, and tweak the numbers barely. Just make up for the, I don't know if it's like a 3% difference in this lunar cycle versus the solar cycle in terms of the speeds or what have you. But you could, make up the difference in that, and then everything would be going in more or less perfect circles around the moon. In these ellipticals around the moon, and be the exact same as the heliocentric model, except it'd be a lunar-centric model. I wonder if anyone has kind of, championed that in history.
Yeah, I mean, this website that I put in the text earlier, the Tycho Brahe website, one of the chapters, there's only about 6 or 7 chapters, and it talks about using the number of 29.22 as the lunar period, or something, if you want to call it that, because we normally use 29.53 as a mean, but he's got 29.22, and they all, you've just got to read it, and he talks about how the multiples of 29.22 fit into all the periods of the planets, including the sun. But I just typed in 29.53, which is your mean.
That's the lunar cycle as viewed by Earth, right? But if you're saying everything's going around the moon, then it doesn't really make sense to use that figure, because that's a geocentric figure. That's an Earth-based figure.
It would probably be a solar time. So I think his adjustment is to adjust for the lunar time, and then again, and that's how he's got this number, because he's doing it in a more of a lunar time fashion. I mean, I got the 29.53 divided by 29.22, and I got 98.95%. Well, if you take that away, I'm just trying to work out what. So 1.05, just short of 1.05% difference. So he's just used that bit different there. But 29.22, I just thought it was really interesting, and it ties in with a lot of things.
It's like my dad my dad when I take an exam like as a kid, and I get 98.some%, and he'd be like, "What happened to the 1.0%?" Immigrant father.
Yeah. They always wanted the best for us, didn't they? I like working on shit of these little different conversions and stuff. But I mean, even our solar time at 365.25 is a conjunction of the solar and the celestial. And if the solar, like agonic line, if you could put it that way, if that moves to the west by a rate of, say,
agonic line.
Well, I say algonic line as in like a meridian for, if you can imagine the sun going around the Earth in a geocentric fashion. It would need a north pole and a south pole, wouldn't it, of its axis? So that there, when it crosses the equator coming from the south, you get a marking there, and then when they cross the equator coming from the north 6 months later, you get a marking there. And then if you go back 400 or 500 years, you can see their markings were 20 degrees east of what they are today, where the sun crossed the equator. So, you know, things like that we have to consider. That it seems that the sun has a precession of its own to our perspective, because we know when it crosses the equator. You know what I mean? But if that's moving, then that's not being accounted for, I don't feel. And it works out about 1 degree every between 24 and 26 years. All depends on what calendar you're using. You know, if you're using a 360 calendar, the conversions and stuff like that. Trying to, but going back to the moon thing, you know what I mean? It's sort of doing this really simple trick of stellarium. Put moon as your target and just go through the hours forward and just watch everything just come and circle around the moon and then go away.
Yeah,
and
but
all do it.
I think it's an exercise in futility, to be honest, because
Mhm.
we don't have any of the values in terms of the distance or the size of anything, you know, in our system. Nothing. So it's just, you can make up numbers to make anything work, and that's what they did with the sun. You know, if there's enough kind of support, enough money, enough whatever, you can, like they could have just on a whim made it the moon that everything goes around, and they could have made the moon the sun, basically, it being huge and everything like that. They could have done it with they could have done it with Jupiter, anything they wanted. They could have done. They just wanted to get away from the geocentric aspect of it all, which is the only one that we have actual evidence for. We don't have the orbits, like the looping patterns or whatever, from as viewed by the sun. We've never been there. We've never been anywhere else other than the Earth, right? So the only one that has actual evidence is the Earth, but they want to get away from it, and you know, they decided on the sun for whatever reason. It's futile to actually try to think about it from a different, you know, planet or whatever, a different area, a different body other than the Earth, because we don't have any evidence. You're just making up shit and you know, like putting the cart before the horse. It's an exercise in futility.
Yeah, totally. But I guess we use the sun because it's the most convenient way of tracking time. And you could tell the people that we revolved around the moon or something like that, but we kept on solar time, and you know, happy days. No one was shy against that, would it? But then some people worship the sun and some people worship the moon. I guess we're sun worshippers then.
We are. That's what it is. You know, for whatever reason, these people just had a hard-on for the sun or what have you. Maybe they were like just sun worshippers from, you know, ancient Roman times or whatever it is. But on a whim, or maybe not. Maybe there's some satanic. Who knows what their motivation was? But for whatever reason, they decided to make the sun be the center, even though they had no evidence for it. And they whipped up the numbers so that everything would have this, like, you know, more or less perfect orbits around the sun.
They did use the word.
It's all bullshit.
They did use the words, the Earth revolved around the sun, and that could be a barrel effect, you know, where the barrel is spinning around the center. So the words of revolving can be, you know, you can mean two different things.
Yeah. So why were they so unhappy with Earth being the center?
I think hope, drama, all those things there, adventure, hope, you know, hope, outer space, trying to kind of, life was a bit like Alice in Wonderland, and everybody just dressed the same, did the same shit, they're fucking same shit, different days, like Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, you let the people write the stories, and the stories then become part of the reality, and everyone's just living the dream, and we keep the dream alive.
And then they reinforce the bullshit by saying that they went to the moon. And obviously, if you go to the moon or something like that, and you have another angle, then and you observe the cycles from the moon, then it corroborates their story, right? If it actually happened, it would be good evidence. It didn't actually happen. It's just bullshit that they put on top to make people believe it.
It's this moon. People will talk about use the gravity of the moon to slingshot and do something else, and that's what I saw in my video. My experiment was I just saw slingshotting, everything slingshotting around the moon. Maybe causing it something, but it's your perspective. If you don't know what it all looks like, then these are the slow steps that we take using something like stellarium that gives us perspective, an agreed perspective, maybe some might say. So although it might be a heliocentric tool, it's still a perspective tool as well. And you can make the world look concave, you can make the world look convex, you can make it look flat to your horizon. So you can do all sorts, but merely tracking the moon and seeing everything coming towards the circle around it 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and the circles get bigger and smaller. And they do it in a 27.3 day cycle. But I think like 2 or 3 of them, like the Sun, and Mercury, and Neptune or something like that. 3 of them. I've got my phone. Yeah, and there's all patterns just repeat itself every 27.3 days. So it definitely was worth doing the experiments and seeing what happens in the skies while you're not watching. You know, do it hour by hour, and you just see the whole pattern unravel.
Fucking idiots. These sun worshippers. Moon worshippers. Just a bunch of dumbasses, man. How are you gonna say the sun is a god? Fucking idiots.
Still there, man?
Yeah.
I was checking out like the ecliptic Yeah, this is zigzag ecliptic pattern they do. It like matches the magnetic equator, right? And then you check everything that exists in the ecliptic path will be the moon, the sun, and all the planets. And they follow this band, which is called the magnetic equator. And it looks like it's like a zigzag, you know, it goes up to like 10 degrees north. Then if you're following it all around near the equator, it'll pass the equator, go 10 degrees north, and then come past the equator again, go 10 degrees south, like a wave. So everything follows that sort of like path. You ever seen that?
I haven't seen it, no, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, awesome. So now you do understand. So like everything seems to move through the ecliptic. This is, I was thinking if you were to make the ecliptic line straight, how would you do it? And you'd have to bring down Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia. You'd have to drop it down like 10 degrees on the map. And I think that sorts it out. Or you might have to bring like those areas there down 5 degrees. And the remaining.
You lost me now. Why would you have to move the land? Why wouldn't you just be able to tilt like the Earth in totality?
I think.
Are you trying to keep it cohesive with like the celestial sphere that we observe from Earth?
Yeah, I think yeah, that's a good way of saying it. I'm just trying to keep like the Rubik's cube kind of where it needs to be, but but not the Rubik's cube. If you look at the Mercator map and think of the portion that starts at about I don't know, Brazil, whatever that is, west. Let's say 60 west, yeah. So let's say 60 west. No, not even 60 west. 35 west. The old demarcation line, 35 west, and you call that the GMT prime meridian. That separates the west of that as the western hemisphere, the east of that is the eastern hemisphere. And fucking around a little bit where the eastern hemisphere actually in reality is 5 degrees lower, and the western hemisphere is in reality 5 degrees higher. And therefore you'll be able to line up the magnetic equator and the ecliptic, but the ecliptic will look like it's squiggling, and the magnetic equator will be straight.
Huh.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I don't know why, like you're doing this in Stellarium?
No, in my head.
Oh. Okay.
In my head. Also on paper. On paper.
What's the goal though? Like why are you straightening out the magnetic line, if you will? This like the agonic line at the detriment of having a curving ecliptic.
See, agonic in the reference of the agonic magnetic declination line, yeah. Mm-hmm. That there, if you follow it from where it is now, you've got South America, and you follow it up through the middle of North America, you should, in fact, come out to the east side of India, where they reckon the magnetic agonic line is there, and it's always been there type of thing, more like a station, like there are temples there, and they say this is the magnetic agonic line on this side here. But where does our declination split in the Pacific? It splits to like Bering Strait sort of areas, doesn't it? And then it squiggles round, and then it loops back, goes down to Indonesia, then loops to the right, and then goes down past Australia. It's just something just messy with something.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at a Mercator map, I know people would say, "Oh, if you really try." Sorry, mate.
I said Mercator's trash.
Yeah, but if you could take the Mercator and scale it down So if you got your times 2 blocks at the top, then it becomes times 1.5, then it becomes times 0.75, and then it becomes normal around the equator, 20 degrees north and south-ish. So if you made everything to scale as the same as the equatorial area, then you'll get yourself something that's more scalable and will... yes, you can't get this rectangle and wrap around the sphere and make it work, you know what I mean? But how I've always wanted to make a map that you could call pretty, you know, like a
There's
plus
a different
sign.
map. There's like this Japanese guy made a map that was based off of like triangles, which is more kind of
Yeah,
true
I saw
to,
that.
yeah.
I
So maybe
saw
you
that.
could use that and see how it works.
If you took a plus sign and then added pointy triangles to each end, you'll get like spears type of thing, yeah, sharp edges, yeah, you know what I mean? No. So you got a plus sign, and then you add some triangles on the edge, and then when you wrap it up, the triangles will match in the center. Well, something to do with the plus sign. You know what
those origami fortune things?
You know what? The easiest thing would be the Portuguese cross, the Jesuits cross. You know, where it's a plus sign, but it curves out at each point, yeah?
Okay.
So that there, I think those symbols there represent how you could make a map using those shapes, and you could wrap it up into a ball. I've tried it, and it pretty much came out pretty good with something that was very close to a Portuguese cross. Kind of wacky, really, but
it is kind of wacky, yeah.
Oh, I've done loads of stuff, man. I've done loads of stuff, but the things that always end up happening is that I end up counting something like 22.5 or 22.2 time zones, and I find that there's always an error of roughly 1.33 time zones or something. That equates to about 22 degrees, you know. And all these differences between declination stuff. Like if the magnetics all go horizontal at the magnetic equator, but when you get to the poles they dip down. I wonder if there's any type of, hopefully you can tell me, if there's another thing they've got in the North and the South Pole where the readings pull up as well.
What's the question? If the magnetic lines dip down and go ahead.
So at the magnetic equator, everything goes horizontal. So dips up, horizontal, not horizontal, vertical. No, it says no. I've got that wrong then. Sorry, mate. No. Everything goes horizontal. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking of horizontal and vertical being the same thing. No, forget that. Nothing goes up at the magnetic equator. It's just a nice level. Doesn't dip down either side. But then if you're going towards the north, your north needle's dipping down eventually, but it only starts dipping down past sort of 60 or 70 north, doesn't it?
Well, oh fuck! Tomorrow's Mother's Day. One of those fake holidays.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello. It's not morning here. It's nighttime.
Yeah. And we're not mourning anything, so.
Right.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. What have we been talking about?
Nothing. I guess some people on YouTube are watching Dead Silence these days. I guess people are that into people trying to save electricity. It's the new form of entertainment. Just listen to Dead Silence. Meditate on your thoughts.
Sorry, what's the new form of entertainment?
Just listening to Dead Silence.
Oh, yeah.
Radio silence. Yeah, you just open up YouTube, you open up a live stream, and then that's it. Nothing coming through the headset.
So what do you want to talk about, bro?
Nothing in particular. I'm waiting on my food to be ready.
What are you eating?
I don't know. Rice. Just making some rice. I'm not that hungry.
Just like plain rice, or you putting some sauce on it, or?
Plain rice. Yeah, mostly plain rice. Yeah, I ran out of sauce.
What,
I'm not
white rice?
I'm not the
Brown
great planner here. Don't come to me to cater your wedding.
Yep, so you don't have any topics of interest that you'd like to discuss?
Well, this is Earth Awakenings, right? It's supposed to be about all kinds of science topics or something.
Surf Awakenings?
Hmm.
Never heard of it.
Well, I've fallen out of favor with all the flat Earth stuff.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I really don't believe all that flat Earth stuff, and I'm going through this phase where I'm really not
believing. I'm not doing all the conspiracy theory stuff.
Yep. So you believe that the ground is curving?
Yeah,
Yeah.
more or less. Kind of a round Earth.
It's an interesting
Roundish
belief.
shape.
You mean
Shaped
like
like
a
a T.
spherical Earth? Yeah.
Oblate spheroid.
Yep. You're one of those believers.
Or breast shaped. Something like that.
That's okay. You're allowed to believe in that theory.
That's more interesting than flat.
You reckon?
Flat
So
is
you
flat.
just go with what's more interesting.
Well, I think what's true just happens to be interesting. So it kind of works
Yeah.
out that way.
Sounds pretty subjective.
Well, if many people can confirm it, then maybe it becomes more objective. Other people can repeat same results.
More objective.
More objective if the experiments are repeatable.
Wouldn't it either be objective or not objective?
Say again?
Wouldn't it either be objective or not objective?
Like the first
Like
part of your
that's less
sentence cuts out.
objective. Like, wouldn't it either be more? I mean, wouldn't it either be objective or not objective? Like, it can't be less or more objective.
I think something that's more objective is something that is something closer to scientific law. I think that's what we're dealing with here. It's hard to get something into the realm of scientific law, but you can get pretty close with theories that are backed up with a lot of data.
So, can you scientifically demonstrate water wrapping around a gigantic ball?
Yeah, it's on the Earth. That's just the world we live on.
Can you repeat it?
Well, you can take a sample of water, a body of water sample on one part of the globe, and look at another one, find similar phenomena such as tides, and you can do mapping, surveying of the Earth's surface. So those kinds of tests are repeatable.
Are there any other examples of water wrapping itself around the exterior of a ball?
Sure. I mean, if your question is the water curving, does water curve? Sure.
Is there any other examples of water wrapping itself around the exterior of a ball? That was the question, bro.
I mean, if you ever have a tennis ball that's wet, I mean, that has water that's wrapping around it.
And what does the water eventually do?
I don't know, to be honest.
It falls off. It goes down to the bottom and then drips off.
What if we had a tennis ball the size of the Earth?
What if? Do you have a tennis ball the size of the Earth?
Well, if we did,
you can't
I think the water would stick to it.
that experiment, so it's not scientific, right? The theory that the water wraps around the ball.
Well, making a hypothesis is part of the scientific method. I'm allowed to make hypotheses.
Yeah, but you said that the ball is, more scientific. Well, I doubt that highly. I mean, how is it more scientific?
Because we could apply a model of gravity to a larger object, something that's more massive, which is not something we could really do with a tennis ball in a lab.
What can you do it with?
course, if we start dealing with objects in space the size of the Earth, we're going to get certain kinds of phenomenon, stuff that you're not going to see in your everyday
Objects in
life.
space. Do you do it with anything practically on the Earth?
Well, you can actually measure different weights at different altitudes, different spots on the Earth, so you can see the predictions of the gravity model being played out if you do controlled experiment. And that is something that you can test on the Earth. There's really no other explanation for why objects would weigh differently on different parts of the Earth other than the theory of gravity.
But in that instance, you have to manipulate the independent variable, the cause, right?
Not exactly sure what you mean by that. The cause, as in what, where it is on the Earth?
The cause. Well, I mean, altitude is not necessarily a valid variable, is it?
Well, an altitude would denote a point in space. Any object that you use on the Earth is going to take up a certain place in the Cartesian space, right? So, of course, we're gonna altitude is going to be part of the experiment.
Yeah, like the air, like the air, bro.
About the air, we already have equations to factor in air pressure and any buoyancy or barometric pressure. So we already have that you can factor in. It's not like the air is like this thing that we don't understand.
I can't hear anything because of these church bells. Give me 2-3 minutes.
What I meant was, in that instance, gravity is the cause. And you'd have to be able to manipulate gravity in order to determine that it is the cause. Just altitude alone isn't the cause. Because anything could be causing it, you see?
I guess gravity is I guess gravity is cause. I guess altitude is just the what would you say, independent variable?
Yeah, so in other words, it's like saying water causes malaria. Well, that's not valid because it's mosquitoes, you know what I'm saying, in the water. You know what I mean? Just got to be hyper specific and zero in on the cause. Manipulate it to determine that is cause and effect relationship.
Okay, I know what you're saying. So you're saying it's possible that gravity is not a thing, that maybe if we're like on an ether or something, then just changing altitudes could possibly change the stuff that's going on.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It's just that when the people get in the argument about science, then they go, okay, what is science? Scientific method. What does the scientific method say? Yeah, you have a hypothesis, but then people use the word experiment colloquially as more along the lines of the word test. Testing is not an experiment. Experiment has independent variables, control variables to determine the cause.
I'm not sure scientific method is meant to find causes of things. I'm not sure about that. I think scientific method is just meant to test a hypothesis.
Yes, via experiment.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what this cause thing, what that has to do with. Every good experiment will factor in a lot of different independent variables and then play those off your hypothesis, and take your results from your experiment and find out if you're right all along or not. I'm not a scientist, and I never will be. Because science makes you gay. Oops, sorry about that. I just think a lot of this flat Earth stuff has been kind of, it's gone through a lot of credibility crisis in the last 2 years, because I see a lot of initiatives that they've done, such as this ring laser gyroscope thing, and you've had all these conventions, and you've had all these fundraising efforts, these initiatives to try to do experiments and try to go to the ice wall or go up into space, but nobody from the flat Earth community, I don't think, has really come up with any good stuff, any good good satellite photos, good imagery, evidence of dome, Earth dome stuff, or oceans being flat. I just don't think there's really been many
Strangely
results.
enough, I agree with you, bro. There are a couple of, well, quote unquote, groups that are working on some better things. Like there's Flat Earth Perth. They've been slowly working on getting a amateur balloon to go 180,000 feet, which apparently is much harder than we think it is. Have you ever read the book The Elusive Curve?
No, I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, Google the book by Billy Zig, a Melburnian. In that book, there's a really cool idea. It's a fictional book about this guy that, discovers that the Earth could be not a spinning ball. And he's a pretty rich dude. And he has an idea to try and test. And it's a really cool idea. If we could get behind something like that.
What does he do? What's the flat Earth test?
Well, I don't want to spoil the book, but
I'm not going to read it. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? Bugger it. I'm not going to tell you now. Just because you're so sure that you're not going to read it, I'm not saying it.
Damn, I wanted to hear. You got me going.
Yeah, maybe that guy has to put himself on that ear block thing, and then I'll tell you.
If I was a mod, I'd deafen him just momentarily.
Come on, someone mod, deafen Ball Lives Matter.
Oh, come on, stop.
No, you're not going to read it, bro. Like, why wouldn't you read it?
Oh my god. What are you, my 8th grade English teacher? Jesus Christ. Trying to lecture me about the summer reading list?
He just doesn't have interest, that's all.
Yeah, he doesn't have interest. Then go mute for a couple of minutes.
I know a lot of people set up balloons, I'm just curious.
Bugger it. I'll let the dog hear it. Yeah, so he's got an idea. Have you heard of the plane made by Boeing called the Odysseus?
No, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, so search the Odysseus. It's this self-flying plane that flies at twice the height of, I believe, just double check the info, twice the height of a commercial flight. And it flies unmanned for 24 days, or it might be 24 hours. It flies unmanned for a certain amount of time. It's got like massive solar-powered wings. Basically, you can actually purchase one of these planes. So I think this rich guy in the book has this idea that he sells his business, purchases one of these planes, and then creates a full control center. Gets videos, cameras and stuff, and live streams this machine, going directly south, and has the altitude and the distance and everything covered. And then either the result's going to be that he comes around the other end, or he smashes into a gigantic like crystal wall, or he just keeps on going.
I looked it up. Those things are huge.
Yeah, it's like after reading the book, I actually rang Boeing and pretended that I was some rich guy that wanted to buy one of the planes, just to ask some information about how much they cost and all that sort of stuff. Because I figured that it could be valid for like a GoFundMe, like something that ball earthers and flat earthers all get behind as like a big project to actually, test this thing. But you should read the book. There's a lot more information about the logistics of it all. It's a very clever book.
It would suck if he flies over Antarctica and all he films this cloud cover. That would suck really bad.
Well, I mean, we've spoken about it on Jeranism once. I think I rang Jeranism and I was having a go at him because he wasn't interviewing the guy who wrote the book. And we started talking about the idea, and they made a few interesting points about what they think might happen, like that it eventually gets so dark and so cold and so away from magnetic north that all your instruments don't work, and you just, you end up crashing, or like everything ends up not working. Which it sort of makes sense to me. Even if you look on, for example, Google Maps, and you look at how big Antarctica is at the bottom on Google Maps, it's like exorbitantly, like way bigger than you would think it would be. Not that it's a true representation, but to me, it's always strange when you scroll down from Australia down to Antarctica, and it's like 7 times bigger than Australia. And that's just apparently like the one side, like if you scrolled right, and then you'd see down, it's just as thick around the other side, sort of thing. If that makes any sense.
Isn't that expected in the Mercator projection?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the fact that if you're further away from the equator, blah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, because it's a cylindrical projection.
Yeah, but
And
isn't that not the Mercator projection on GPS?
No.
You're saying it is?
GPS is independent from what projection you're using.
Yeah, there you go.
Like your GPS coordinates can match whatever projection you're using. They're just going to be mapped differently. So a cylindrical projection is going to lay the longitudes as straight lines.
So, excuse my ignorance. So, does GPS work like, say, you zoomed in and it's a real image, and then you zoom out to a certain point, and then it changes to like a projection or whatever, CGI?
That's Google Maps. That's not GPS.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you do this. You can do the satellite image on GPS, right?
Right. GPS is just a system that gives you your coordinates. It's not related to like how you're representing the surface.
So Google Maps uses GPS.
No, Google Maps uses a coordinate system. GPS is the system that gives you your coordinates in the same coordinate system. They're different things and independent from each other. it's often the case that they're combined. So for example, if you want to know where you are in the map, Google Map has a representation of the Earth, and GPS has your position. So you can combine both of them
I
to
get
see you.
I get
Yeah.
Yep. So is that fair to say then that when you're using Google Maps, you're using GPS? Otherwise, you're not knowing where you are.
If you're using Google Maps to know where you are, then yeah, you're using GPS
Well,
to
that's
get
what I
your
meant
position.
then.
Yeah, but not always that you're using Google Maps. You're using Google Maps to know where you are. Sometimes you can get
Use Google
routes.
Maps to just have a look around, yeah.
Yeah, for example, you want to know, oh, how long does it take to get from my city to the other city? You don't need to
Yeah, I
know
get
where
you.
you are at the moment to know that.
Yeah, I get you, bro. You're just trying to make me look dumb.
No, I'm just trying to be precise with the questions you're asking.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm just joking.
All right.
So in other news, is it the same where everyone else lives? Where none of the anti-vaxxers are getting COVID, but all of the people that have had 3 jabs are getting it all the time? Or is it just my small town in Australia?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking.
What's COVID?
Oh, yeah. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Have you started reading the book yet, Paul Lives Matter?
What's it called again?
The Elusive Curve.
Let me see. I might be able to plow through a few chapters right now.
Yeah, you know, all jokes aside, bro, you probably enjoy it. It's a good book.
Sounds like science fiction.
Yeah, well, it is a fictional book. Like, the characters are fictional.
Short book. Wow. Real short.
Maybe it might help you realize what's more interesting.
Does it have pop-ups?
No.
Okay.
No pictures either.
Yep.
I was trying to tell him he should put, you know, like those books where you got like the white pages in the middle. You get to see all the photos. Should have put those in.
Why not?
When I was a kid, you know, you just go straight to the middle.
Right?
Well, seeing as you didn't have your thing deafened, what do you actually think of the Odysseus idea? You know, seeing as flat earthers don't have any decent ideas, you want to help, you know, raise
Solar-powered
awareness for
plane?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, the Odysseus. Have you researched it?
I've heard of all these. There's always
You've heard
these
of the
types of
Odysseus?
like
Yeah.
eccentric types of
Yeah, well,
inventions.
yeah, it's out there, bro.
Where
The
you,
Odysseus, like it's already been invented by Boeing. Boeing
Yeah.
made it.
So what's the idea? You just fly very long distances?
South, bro. South. You go south. And you put, you know, you live stream the thing. You put like 40 cameras on it, and you fly south and you live stream it going around your big ball. Pretty straightforward.
Uh-huh.
Then it would just
But
prove
like,
the ball. We could shut up all these flat earthers.
No, because we've done basically that exact same thing, and
Have we?
here
Have you
we
seen
are.
it live streamed?
Yes.
Have you got the live stream? Can you
Yep.
send it to me?
Well, I could look it up on YouTube, but there's all kinds of
Yeah, so you
spacewalk and
could
space
show us
station
the. No. I'm saying
satellite videos on YouTube.
no. Listen, bro. Have you seen a plane live stream a flight going around your globe? Yes or no?
I could look it up, maybe.
What do you mean,
It
maybe?
wouldn't
I'm asking
surprise
if
me.
you've seen one or not, bro. Have you seen one?
I probably have. I just forgot.
You probably have. All right. I'll wait.
I mean,
I'll
you could
wait.
ask me if I've ever watched midget porn. I don't think I
Well,
have, but maybe I have. Just don't remember.
yeah, but yeah, you just claimed that we've already got that, right? A live stream of a plane going around the globe. Yeah, you just claimed that we've already got it, and now you're saying you don't remember seeing it. So let's just see if you can pull it up. I'll wait.
Okay, I'll look it up.
All right, cool.
I'll look it up on YouTube.
Yep.
Circling the globe in a solar-powered plane. Here's a video.
Doesn't have to be solar powered.
Well, just this plane happens to be solar-powered.
And remember, circling the globe, south to north, like you can go just around the stupid Mercator or whatever it is. I mean the equator, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
I'm
know what
not
I'm
sure which
talking about?
direction this one went. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want
Yeah.
to see north and south?
Well, obviously. You claim we've already got it.
Well, why are you particularly focused on north to south? What's the idea there?
I'll answer that question in 7 minutes. I want you to just think about that for 7 minutes and then I'll answer.
I mean, there's a lot of videos of people flying around the Earth.
North to south.
I mean, people have done that already.
So you can't work out why I'd be interested in north to south as opposed to, just around the equator, following the equator.
Because you want people to crash the plane and have nowhere to land the plane.
Why would people crash the plane on a solar powered self-flying plane? See, you know what?
I guess the only
I
reason
like
is
these
it
people. I like these people that
malfunction, I guess.
you're all about criticizing people not having ideas, right? But then when one pops up, you're not even curious about it. You just want to shut it down before you've even thought about it, or say you've already
Right.
seen it when you haven't, bro.
Well, there's plenty of videos of
Plenty of videos.
people
Plenty of videos of what?
filming the Earth, orbiting around the Earth.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
So really,
Yeah.
we're just talking about aesthetic differences here.
So have you got the video you've seen yet, or did you just mean going around the equator and you just
I'm looking
misunderstood
up
me?
videos flying north to south.
Yep.
And I have to keep looking, but
Yeah.
people don't make that trip very often.
Yeah, I know
Probably
that, bro. Because
I would
of
guess
reasons.
it has to do with well, for one thing, the jet stream tends to move east to west, west to east.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's hard to do it for some reason.
Well, the jet stream is important because it's
I'll let
kind
you
of
go, bro. Have a good day.
the only thing you need to fly long distances. Jet stream.
I think he suddenly left.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know why planes don't fly north to south. I don't know.
Oh, I can't.
There's nowhere to land. I don't know. There's no cool places up there.
I can't screen share anymore.
I can't. I don't really care to.
Wait, you can't share your screen?
Yeah, the screen share button is unclickable.
I don't know if Jeremy, if you're there, if you can hear me, but yeah, you know what? what I think the permission comes along with the camera sharing. Discord doesn't separate camera sharing and screen sharing in the permissions. So I turned off the camera sharing because yesterday there was a lot of people in the room and people kept by mistake sharing their cameras. First of all, it's best to not have people be able to by mistake flip their camera on because they might not even know it's on and this is being live streamed. So there's that. And then also people had their camera on and then it started limiting the number of people that could join the voice channel, which I haven't looked into that. People were saying that, but is that a thing that if people are sharing their camera, it limits the amount of people that can join the channel?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, Jeremy just DM'd me. Yeah, it limits the room to 25 people if someone's sharing their camera.
Right.
And I'll go look right now. But when I look in the permissions here, it says video allows members to share their video, screen share, or stream a game in the voice channel. So Discord doesn't separate between allowing video and allowing screen sharing.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Well, so no one can screen share at the moment.
Well, I could turn it back on, or I could give it to you individually. I could give you personally the ability to do it. Like I could give it out individually to people.
Oh, that makes sense.
Then just ask them to not share their camera.
Yeah, because some people never share their screen, and sometimes they might accidentally turn on their cameras.
Right.
I remember a couple of people doing that accidentally, and they're both people that never shared anything on live stream, I think. So it makes sense to give individuals the permission to share the screen.
Yeah, it says right here, I just Googled it. Yeah, the channel automatically puts a cap to 25 members. Because that's what was happening yesterday. We had like over 25 in here, and then somebody was sharing their camera, and then all of a sudden people couldn't come back, in the channel. So, well, we'll have to figure out what to do. I mean, I could make a role that would be called like screen share role, you know what I mean? And then just give that to people, and then that role would allow those people to share their screen. And then we'd have to just ask them not to share their camera. And then if they do share their camera by mistake, like we could always disconnect them or ask them to stop sharing their camera. So that's an option, like just make a role for it. But
I don't think he is good looking enough to be on camera all the time. I could be wrong. I'm open to be disproven, debunked.
I guess for the moment, Bacon, here, I just individually gave you the permission. See if it works now.
Yeah, I have the button now.
All right, so at the moment...
But I don't have the video one. I mean, actually, that's because I don't have a camera, so never mind.
No, yeah, the Discord permission, it's just one permission. It's video and screen share. I wish they would have that be separate, but I guess they don't.
Right.
So the options are, well, anyways, we'll have to talk about it, figure out what we're going to do later. But like I said, I could make a role that would be called like, whatever the role would be called, and then just give that to people and then ask them not to use their camera and only to screen share. Or I guess just leave it open to everybody. Then if people share their camera, either disconnect them or ask them not to, or to turn it off. But then that gets kind of difficult. If you're in the middle of a big discussion with a bunch of people and then someone flips their camera on, it's kind of a thing that we have to disrupt the stream to either disconnect them or tell them to turn it off.
Yeah, I think I remember Zenek doing that accidentally. Also Brenda. Yeah, I think it makes more sense to give permission for people to ask for it. So by default, people won't be able to turn on the cameras. I think that's the safest option. It sounds to me.
To do what? Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
To by default not give people permission, like they have to ask for it. And I think that's going to avoid more people accidentally screen sharing.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fairly, because on the phone app, it's actually not that far. Like you can click the camera thing by mistake with your finger. So people do that, and then I mean, I've been a little concerned with that because I mean, I don't want someone to turn their camera. You know, we wouldn't want someone to turn their camera on that didn't know it's on, and then it's, you know, they're in the bathroom or something, whatever
Yeah.
it is, and all of a
Or they
sudden,
just dox themselves. I mean, some people don't want to get their face
yeah.
known.
Some people don't want to be exposed as a crazy flat earther.
Or as a NASA show.
Right. No, I don't want people knowing I make a lot of money working for NASA. Only losers make a lot of money. What the fuck? Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah, I feel like Discord has this issue a lot where like they don't have enough granularity in their settings to where they just sort of lump things together and they don't really give enough options to separate it out. So I guess in this case they just throw camera share and video in together. And they limit the number of people. So yeah, it's I mean, I kind of get the idea that like bandwidth wise, they might not want like 50 people all sharing their camera. So I do get that. I mean, there also might be people that want to have more than 25 with cameras, but it's probably not something that's an issue for us right now. They could also make it to just, instead of limiting the people that can join the channel, they could just limit it that only 25 could turn their cameras on, you know, so that if you had like 40 people on a channel and 25 have their cameras on, then the 26th person will get an error that says, sorry, you can't use your camera, but at least other people could still join the channel. It's kind of it's not really the best way Discord does it, it seems.
Hey, Geo, the first time you ever used Discord, what sort of channel did you join? What was your first introduction? Or were you always a trendsetter?
You mean the first server I joined?
Yeah, first server.
Well, this was a long
Do you
time
remember?
ago, but yeah, it was the early days of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, so that was the first one I joined. They were posting it on Globebuster's YouTube channel, so that's when I first clicked it and then created an account. And I remember the first time I went in there, I talked to Indio and Indio 007, and then another guy named Kargan. And I remember it well. Yeah, because I went in there and I was like, hello? I started talking to him. It was cool. It was kind of like new. It was a new thing for me though, in that, like, in a way, to just like jump in a channel like that and talk to people.
Naturally, right? Because you're more like you're more from like the phone generation, right? You're more like comfortable with talking on the phone and doing conference call type stuff. So I imagine some people out there maybe not as comfortable with that kind of interaction with random people. I don't know. I could be wrong, but
well, it wasn't really.
Who you are.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm definitely a talker, so it's not like it was new in that way, but it was just new for me, I guess, to kind of join a room where there were other people that I never talked to before, and you're like on a live stream right away like that. Yeah, so it was a little bit of a, like, I thought I was going to be more shy than I ended up being, but because I thought at the beginning I was maybe going to be a little bit more kind of reserved, but I got comfortable with it pretty quickly. But yeah, that was the first server I was on, because I really only use Discord for talking about cosmology and stuff. I don't really use it for any other servers. Like, I'm on some other servers, politics and a couple other ones and whatnot, but I don't really use many of those.
Back then, did they verify you first when you joined that Discord, or did they not have verification set up yet?
No, we designed the verification system months later. So no, definitely when I got there, there was no verification at all. You could just pop in, and that's why we used to have, in those early days, people would come into the voice channel and blast music, scream the N-word, because there was no verification at all. So after months and months of that, finally we started designing a voice check-in system and got all that figured out. So yeah, no, we put that into place way later. So at the beginning, yeah, it was just open. Oh, it was chaotic, dude. We'd be having just a conversation about whatever, and all of a sudden, people just blast, crazy music, like, like sounds, like some loud, like, ringing sound. And it was, the number of trolls was insane back then. The disruptions.
Imagine the admin had a way of muting people, right? So they would just mute.
Well, yeah, we could
loud noises.
Yeah, mods and admins could server view people, but it usually takes a minute for someone to get to it, and especially if you have a lot of people in there, you got to figure out who's doing it.
It is funny how, like, Discord community, I guess, it kind of came around to being a different techniques of policing and administrating things. It's kind of evolved. Kind of things have moved around over the years. Certain, I guess there was no such thing years ago of like part-time mods or like people that get paid. people getting compensated to mod a room. I don't think that was even a thing years ago. And I guess now it's more of a, as Discord becomes a bigger platform. I could have sworn, no, I think sometimes Discord, I see it being advertised like on television or something. Sometimes it really gets out there, the links to servers. It's kind of, it's to the point where you see people getting on Discord who you wouldn't, you're kind of surprised to see them, like some of the older people, like some people like in their 70s are on Discord, and it's just kind of like, I kind of wonder like how they even got the link to the server. They would have to know how to use like Discord, or how to, they must have been watching YouTube and they clicked a link from the YouTube channel. And I guess like if you're older now, if you're like in your 70s, I guess YouTube is sort of like television to them, more of like a mainstream thing that they've learned how to use. Meanwhile, other server or video platforms for younger people are more designed for younger people. And but yeah, it is funny how YouTube's probably one of the big ingests for Discord, where it gets a lot of exposure. Maybe Twitter, I don't know. You got Discord, Twitter. It's very hard to search for servers on Google. Just if you just try to do like a normal Google search, a lot of times you'll just be sent up a dry creek if you do that. But Instagram, I never see Discord links in Instagram.
Yeah,
Facebook, I guess Facebook is probably another big one.
No, I do know what you mean though about it being kind of like a new thing in a way, like just Discord servers in general, where you can have like, there's like, different sort of like structures that can be set up. It's almost like building a little town or a little city or something, and like all the different servers and stuff, and they're all run differently. They all have like different politics and different, ways that they're run, different sort of energies, and it's interesting. Yeah, it is kind of like you were saying, like moderating, because it just allows for a lot more. You can do so much more on Discord than you can virtually anywhere else. I mean, you can do like a Skype call, one-on-one, Zoom call, stuff like that. But I do know what you mean. It's sort of like a whole new thing, kind of, to be able to have this kind of structure, these kind of structures.
Yeah, it's definitely one of. I don't even know if I would classify Discord under social media. I guess technically it is social media, but it's definitely more like Wild West-ish, more just kind of wild, kind of all kinds of.
it's
like
more of a
Discord
social
doesn't
network
even hire. It's more of a social network, yeah.
than a social media.
Yeah, Discord doesn't even hire, like it doesn't have professional moderators, supposedly. It's more like gigified, the moderation. Like they hire like individual people to go out there and find out what's going on in servers that get a lot of reports. But it's different, it's kind of a different kind of platform.
Well, in terms of discussing cosmology and the shape of the Earth, Discord has been infinitely useful. I mean, it's incredible how beneficial and helpful it's been, because there's just nothing else like it, and to be able to have like the roles and the moderation that's needed and all the structures for it, it's pretty awesome. I mean, I think the role that it's played in this particular arena, especially where it does get trolls and, things that you need to be able to, because there's so many people that want to destroy these conversations, that if you couldn't mute people and have ways of, quarantining their account or restricting their account or even banning with people. And I'm not a big fan of the banning stuff like some places are, but still, to be able to do some of those type things allows to be able to actually maintain something like these discussions. Because if this was just open and you couldn't do that, then it would be the people that want to destroy it would be able to destroy it.
Have you heard of Twitter Spaces?
And there's still people that want to destroy it, and they still find their way to slip in their
They
tactics.
find a way to do it. Yeah.
It's a
I
work.
was asking if you've heard of Twitter Spaces.
I was gonna say it's a work in progress. No, I don't think I have. What is that like? Because I know Telegram has some stuff too. It's to have some voice channels.
Yeah, Telegram is. Yep. Similar. I don't know if you're on Twitter. I don't know if you use it, but
not really.
Twitter Spaces is a way to just kind of. It's like having your own radio show on Twitter. So you can have your Twitter following. Let's say you have like 1,000 people following, and then you could have a space where you have like a few of your friends and you just talk, and it gets broadcasted to everybody on Twitter. And anybody on Twitter can just click the space, listen to what you guys are talking about, and then they can raise their hand and join. And you could choose to let them join or not. And it is similar to Discord in that it is like a way of talking, people just sitting around talking, but it's more potential to reach like tons of people because you're on Twitter. So it's similar to Telegram. And Telegram, I think, is about the reach of Telegram is probably, I don't know, probably maybe 20% of what Twitter is. Definitely smaller, but it's just amazing nowadays. There's so many ways of people to reach all kinds of audiences. I think for many years, probably 5 years solid, like YouTube dominated that because I think YouTube invented like live streaming. Like that was a huge. I think YouTube's live streaming is perhaps maybe one of the best inventions, like best like internet innovations of the last like 20 years or so. And so YouTube dominated that whole thing. So like people got their YouTube, they integrated it with OBS or StreamYard or Google Hangouts. I remember that people used to put the Hangout link in the chat.
YouTube was very late to the party with live streaming. Like first you
Well,
had
who was
Justin
before?
TV. First you had Justin TV was the biggest earliest one, and then you had Twitch, which is
Justin
still
TV?
Yeah, Justin TV. It was a really big one. I don't think it's even around anymore. Nowadays, and after Justin TV, you got Twitch, which is still a really big one, and then after Twitch came YouTube streaming.
Wasn't Twitch mostly like the gaming community?
It
would
is
stream their stuff.
Yes. So it is more gaming than like more all round, but it does have a lot of other things as well. It doesn't have as much of the how would I even say it, like niche conspiracy theory type stuff as YouTube would have. But it does still have like it's got the just chatting section, which is things like podcasts and whatever. So it's not just exclusively gaming, but yeah, it definitely was more gaming focused. So YouTube has a bit more of because it's a bit more of a general site, it does have that bit more of a general reach. But yeah, I was just saying that that YouTube was quite late in the live streaming section.
I think Twitch is heavily it's like owned by Amazon. So it's like heavily it's heavily integrated with like product basically, like the big it's very I guess commercialized, I don't know. But I know Amazon has a lot of pull over Twitch and probably obviously the gaming industry. But yeah, a lot of normal kind of basic content is on Twitch. It's one of the only apps I don't have on my phone.
Yeah, I looked it up because I know Amazon weren't the ones who made Twitch, but they bought it in 2014. Yeah, so they had it for about a while now.
Yep. Yeah, I guess Twitch needed those big servers that Amazon's got.
Yeah. But yeah, and like YouTube took a lot of took a lot of inspiration from Twitch. Like for example, they introduced live streams, and they introduced like the super chats, and they introduced like memberships to channel, and those are all things
Really?
from like Twitch. Like although on Twitch it was subscriptions. So normally you're either just a normal follower, which is free, or a subscriber, which is you pay money. But on YouTube they added so it's a member instead, because of course they already have subscriptions. I see. But
Wait,
yeah,
so
so they
you're saying Twitch invented super chatting or chatting,
well, so
tipping?
essentially, I wouldn't say invented, but they were definitely before YouTube in doing that as a live stream thing, where you'd have like make a donation that pops up in the top and like reads out your message on stream and things like that. That was big on Twitch before YouTube even made their live streaming platform. So
You know what the funniest thing is? It wouldn't shock me if some sort of like cam girl or something, like some cam website was probably the first to invent it before.
probably.
It wouldn't shock me. Or if it was just kind of one of those like emergent things where everybody kind of thought of it at the same time from all around the world. Like the invention of calculus or something, just kind of happened all at the same time.
But yeah, of course, with Twitch, it does have a bit more of a culture around it, where a lot of like IRL streamers, as in they go out in public, where they would have their like top donate or like like a specific amount of money. As long as you donate over that, you can get a message to be spoken out loud, like by a text to speech thing, and that would make that
Yeah,
like
that's real. That's real. Like, yeah, wow.
yeah,
That's
a lot of
real hardcore fandom, parasocial relationship stuff there.
yeah, but
That's
it's
sick
like
stuff, man.
like that's how a lot of the or like IRL streamers made money, is literally by going out in public and then having just like random messages and like being spoken
Face
out loud
raping,
and
all those,
yeah, exactly.
you know. Yeah, that's a wild thing, man. It's funny. It's funny, the whole parasocial relationship thing. There's this movie that Hollywood made. I think it was called Sports Fan. I never watched the movie, but it's a story inspired by like somebody who like obsessively listens to sports talk radio, and how he becomes kind of like just a weird fan of like the talk radio personalities. And it's like you see a similar thing online or in the world of streaming and stuff. Some people have this unhealthy relationship, but on the other hand, I mean, content creators, I mean, they do need to make money somehow. So it's like they do need that core group, whatever you want to call it, 80-20 rule. You need those 20% of your fans, of your dedicated fans, who are willing to give you money. Just give you money to but you know what, I'm actually a paid member of a couple podcast sites. It's only like $10 a month here and there.
Yeah.
But that's not an obscene amount of money, but still it's more than zero. I could technically like not pay any money whatsoever for anything media related.
Yeah,
I could
that's the
just
kind of
listen
person
to
I am.
Yeah, I could, but then it's like you do feel you eventually, a lot of people just feel sucked in. You know, you get your favorite personality, your favorite group of entertainers, and you just feel like you kind of have to pay. You know, you kind of get, there's a sucker born every minute, I guess. I mean, there's worse things to pay for, I guess.
Oh yeah. Like donating to a flat Earth stream. Nah, I'm joking. Don't ban
That
it,
is,
please.
I know, right? You're undercutting the money of this channel.
You donate your
No,
time. You donate your time, Gummy. So thank you for your
exactly,
service.
exactly. I was only joking, but yeah. It's also true that any publicity is good publicity. So if I say don't super chat, I promise there will be people that want to super chat simply because I said so, simply because I said not to do it. So technically, I'm helping, even if I say don't do it.
You know, I talk about Coast to Coast AM a lot because that was like such a important show to me. I spent just hours when I was a teen listening to that show, and it's amazing because that show was like free. It was just AM radio, just normal radio. You would sit through the 5-minute, 10-minute commercials. You'd sit through the traffic and weather on your local radio station. And it's just amazing to think all that content from coast to coast to this day is all free. And they've had the biggest names, just all the biggest names have been on that show. That was the magic of talk radio. Which, I mean, talk radio's still around. It hasn't gone anywhere, but it is an amazing thing, I guess, invention or cultural phenomenon, which is talk radio. That you can have these great, talented, worldwide radio personalities who are free. You know, you don't have to pay. You just have to turn on your radio, and it's only paid for with your advertising.
Yeah, you only have to sell your soul to the devil.
Yeah, and it's also like well, that's the thing. It's like I sort of felt like there is this cultural rot going on where there's a lot of very talented broadcasters and talented content creators who can only make their money if they really toil, if they really set up their bedroom and buy the equipment, promote themselves, and set up the payment processors. Like they have to go through all this work to bring all this content to the world. When it's like back in the day, if you were really talented, all you had to do was just get a job at a big radio station. You just had to like live near a big metropolitan area and go to your local like ABC studios, Clear Channel, whatever, and get in with the producer there. And then you could be set up and you could get paid like whatever it is, $500,000 a year or something. And I feel like a lot of those opportunities have just dried up. Like I guess you would have to be some sort of absurd, extremely talented or just really well connected person these days to somehow get like a top, spot on the radio or a talk show, even on like a TV station that's like number like 4,000 on the dial. So yeah, it is like maybe part of it is the cancel culture thing. Maybe that is it. Maybe like so many people have been kicked off of these normal big media platforms, so that now some people have to like really grind it out on the internet. But I feel like a more healthy media and economic landscape, really talented people could get a job as like a broadcaster and get paid to do that instead of having to like just promote themselves on Twitter or something, just instead of having to make a post on social media saying like, hey, remember to tune in, guys, remember me, like you wouldn't have to promote yourself and do all that shit, and then you would have more time to make even better content, practice whatever bits you're going to do and do research, improve the quality of your show.
So, judging from your name, you would be a baller then, a globe earther.
Yep, definitely.
So what are you doing
And,
around these circles?
well, a lot
Spreading
of
the good
these
word?
circles has spawns. Yeah, trying to keep it real, you know. But I mean, a lot of these circles there are round earthers. There's a lot of them. There's some people. I feel a lot of flat earthers are just kind of like trolling. You know, they don't really believe their shit. They just like to be contrarian, or they just like to
Oh yeah.
toy around with ideas. I'm not sure how bought in they are. I
They're
think there's a lot of
definitely
cynicism
yeah,
involved.
there's definitely a lot of flat earther or people that will call themselves flat earther and talk about flat earth so a lot of the time, but you can tell that they're not actually.
Sincere?
Yeah.
Nathan doesn't sound like an actual flat earther to me.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the when people talk to him, the dishonesty of his arguments are very explicit. And if you actually believe what you're saying, you don't have to be explicitly dishonest. You usually just, think out loud when you're trying to argue with people, if that's what you actually believe in. But if you don't feel safe in your belief, or you don't believe what you're saying, it makes sense to like twist people's words and just be dishonest,
That's
Yeah.
a lot of chutzpah around here. People just talking out of their ass.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to talk
how
about
much they can get away with.
I don't like to talk about people that aren't here and all that, but the chance that Nathan Oakley does not think the Earth is flat is 0.
You really think so?
Of course, he's not a globe earther, dude. Not even close.
Why is that?
He
Why is
knows-
that an
he knows
of course to
He
you?
knows the flaws of the globe Earth inside and out. You think he's sitting there thinking he's living on a spinning ball in a vacuum? No way.
But
No
you know,
way.
I could
Zero
replicate
chance.
every one of those like of flaws of or what you guys think are flaws of the globe Earth.
Every time I hear a globe earther try to be a fake flat earther, it's totally fake. It's awful. Like it's very
but-
unconvincing. You guys have terrible because there's something about that thing of like truth to power. Like when you have truth and there's a way that you can bring that, like there's a tone in the voice. There's something to that. To try to fake that is very easily to be faked. So like Gummy, if you tried to pretend like you were a flat earther right now and you started doing it all, it would be incredibly easy to see through.
Yeah, but
Only because you know me.
Yeah, it's a different, like it's kind of biased to try to judge it like that. I think a fair assessment like that would be, I mean, it would be fair if you did that to people you don't actually know. So if I got some globers and some flat earthers to, I mean, both talk to you, and you never heard of any of them, and you try to spot which one is the actual glober and which one is the actual flat earther, that'll be a less biased way to say if it's actually easy
We
to
used to
point
do
it
this.
out.
Yeah, I've been doing this for many years. We've done that for years, especially back on the 24/7 thing where you've got new people coming in. We used to do that all the time. We would be able to snipe them in seconds when they come in and pretend to be a flat earther, even if they're trying to do a good job. They're trying to come in. They're really trying to do it. Like we would.
But did they admit it?
So do you not notice the obvious pose in here then? The obvious fake flat earthers that are in here? Or I mean, I'm not saying that you would ban them or whatever just because you knew it, but you do notice them, I assume.
I mean, that sounds like that's something you're saying. So I guess you would have to describe what you're referring to.
Well, no. So what I'm saying is, there's a handful of people that frequent this server that I would say are fake flat earthers. I don't want to be like naming names and calling out people that aren't here, which is why I'm not naming names. I'm just asking as a generality whether you also kind of see that handful of people that don't seem to be flat earthers, or if it's just me and you don't agree with me. I'm trying to speak in generalities in order to not call out any specific person and have them not be here to defend themselves and whatever,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it comes down to discernment and quality of discernment. I mean, I see. I mean, I'll mention percentage. It looks like he's deafened, but I remember like because he used to be in gems a lot back in the day, and they used to always call him a Poe and a fake flat earther, and like I've never gotten that vibe from him at all. Like I think it's the opposite. He's very solid. I mean, he has various different viewpoints, but I'm just saying that's so just because somebody says that, they may be doing that in their own troll, like their own cognitive dissonance, their own kind of trying to just attack other people, whatever it may be. So, I mean, I guess if you have certain people that you think that's the case, I guess, it's up to you whether you say who they are or not, or if they're in here, you could ask them themselves or bring it up to them. I'm not saying everybody who claims they have a certain cosmology 100% is on board with it. There's obviously spectrums of people that have different things like that going on, but or they might just be kind of trolling in some way, or they might be just, so yeah, that could be the case, but
yeah.
I played Flat Earthers in other servers, and it went pretty well, actually.
Do you find that to be...
Well, you guys did it that one night, and it was like Kocho and some of you guys. It was abysmal. No offense to the Globe Earthers. It was awful. The only one who did a good job was Globus pretending to be a Globe Earther. All the Flat Earthers pretending to be Globe Earthers did a great job, but all the Globe Earthers pretending to be Flat Earthers was just abysmal.
Well, you've never seen me be a pretend Flat Earther, so...
well, I think that's a bit biased because I'm pretty sure it would sound the same thing to me, like in opposite. Because if I can like if some Flat Earther tries to impersonate a Glober, I'm not gonna feel represented by that, and I'm gonna say they're making a poor job making a Glober. But if I see like people that I think Globers that I know trying to pretend to be a Flat Earther, they're probably gonna say the same thing I would. So I'm gonna think they're doing a good job. So I think that also can be a biased judgment.
Because the thing is, a Flat Earther will know the best caricature of a Globe Earther, and a Globe Earther will know the best caricature of a Flat Earther, and therefore they both will always appeal to their own like side's caricature of the other side. So that I feel like that would almost always be a thing.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, but there's more to just the information you're saying. There's the tone in the voice, the way you're saying it, whether you're being honest or deceptive. And yeah, I mean, I can spot that. I mean, I think people may have different capacities to spot that, in different ways. I saw a little TikTok video where somebody said, okay, I'm going to tell 2 stories about my life. One of them is real and one of them is made up. See if you can figure out which is which. So then she said, okay, here's the first story. She said the story, then the second story. It was kind of cool because you had to try to figure out which one was made up. I've actually thought it'd be kind of a cool exercise to do on here someday. Like, each of us come up with 2 stories, a real one from your past and a fake one, and then, give your 2 stories. Then everybody could kind of, vote or whatever it would be to kind of try to figure out which one is which, because that gets down to like I said, the tone in the voice, the way that you say it, all of those factors, start to come into play.
Yeah, but I think that's a bit different. Like if I have to sustain a story I just made up, I have to keep making stuff up while I'm saying it. If I'm trying to make a Flat Earth argument, I don't have to make things up because I already know like the extension of many of the arguments. So I think it's kind of different. And
with that story thing, with the story thing, you don't have to make it up as you go. You can plot out your fake story and your real story before you do it, and then even run it like a script or whatever. So this could sound like the idea.
It's gonna sound scripted.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like if you have a real story and you write a script from your real story, then you have a fake story and you write a script, you read them both. So you don't have to make it up. I'm just saying you don't have to make the fake one up on the fly. You can pre-plot out your fake story.
Right.
But this also gets into the category of like, agents, the idea that, there's people that work with the CIA or whatever it may be that are in here, being fake, that they're not really thinking the earth is a globe or flat or whatever it may be. And then they're coming in, running various different sort of flat earth society type things where they're mixing some truth and pretending like they're on the side of the flat earth, but really they're just throwing in some BS arguments or creating other dramas to try to make it all look bad or whatever. So, I don't think there's a lot of those, as many as maybe some people think, but I do think there's some.
Oh, I'm not saying there's a lot. I definitely, but I do see some.
But you're not really talking about agents, Gummy. You were talking about people who like a regular civilian type person, but like they really think the Earth is a globe, but then they're pretending like it's not or whatever.
So people that they play a flat earther for the fun of the argument, whether that's fun to troll or fun to pretend or fun to argue, whatever they find fun about it, that's what I think they do it, why they do it. Just for the sake of arguing. And I think you definitely can hear that in their tone of voice, the way, especially the way they word things. One other thing is like just the selection of words, and I agree that the way people, like the way they sound, the tone of voice, and just a lot of the things they put emphasis on actually does like point out whether they're an actual one or not, in my opinion. Of course, I can never tell because I've never been like, it's not like I can. It's not like we have a flat Earth detector that and suddenly just tell me if I was right or not.
Right. Well, you originally had brought up Nathan Oakley, and like I said, I don't like to talk about people that aren't here and all of that.
Yeah, that was me.
But he is a content creator, and he is, out there in the public as well. But I mean, if you guys think he's faking it, then I think your discernment's way off. I mean, he's been in the game.
Well,
for
not
so
necessarily
long.
faking it.
I mean, he's a lot of things. His personality, his style is a lot of things. But being a secret globe earther is just not.
No. It's not necessarily a secret globe earther, but I don't think he believes what he says with the confidence that he presents. He might still be a flat earther, but I don't think he.
I think he puts on.
Thinks he have good arguments.
He puts on a lot in order to make it entertaining for the money, of course. But that's understandable why he does so. But I really feel like I can hear that in the way he speaks, the way he sets up his argument, and all of that. I definitely see this sense of fakery that he does it for, like he plays it up.
All right. Hey, let me ask you a question. Does the idea of someone actually being a full-blown flat earther make you feel uncomfortable?
No.
That's what it seems like I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think it does. I think it makes developers uncomfortable because it brings them out of the paradigm that, oh shoot, something could be a lie here, and it's uncomfortable to me that I'm not being told the truth.
Well, so I don't think that I have no problem with people being full-blown flat earthers. I just think that there are some people that present themselves as flat earthers that just aren't. I wouldn't say that that makes me have any, or even I don't see how that makes me sound like I have problems with people being flat earthers, because I don't. It's just certain people, when you talk to them, they just don't seem like they actually believe what they're saying when they make these arguments. That's all I would say. But I mean, I can't say how it sounds like from your perspective, if you do think that we sound like that's hard to understand or whatever. Because I understand most of the arguments that the flat earthers, so to speak, would say. It's just some people, while making those exact same argument, just do so in a different manner that just doesn't sound genuine.
No, but what Don said is a thing, though. There's definitely there seems to be a good number of globe earthers that are like, oh, I don't think that person's a flat earther. I don't think this one is, and it's almost like perhaps in their own cognitive dissonance, like that somebody really does think differently than them. They have to sort of downplay that person and say that that person doesn't believe what they're saying just because it makes them feel uncomfortable.
Like, I can't say that that's no possibility. Go ahead, Rick. Yeah, sorry.
You realize how bad it sucks to be that? Like, you think people are just pretending and going out in the public and saying they are?
No,
Dude, they're getting ridiculed, laughed at, ridiculed, and even worse.
The kind of people that go out in public and try and spread the word and things like that, I would think they would very rarely be fake. I'm talking about the Discord flat earthers, the ones that hop on Discord, play a flat earther just for the sake of arguing for a bit, but in real life they're not. I think they exist. There is a handful of them in most servers, including this one. I wouldn't say it's a majority or even close to a majority. It's just a small handful, but I do think they exist.
You think it's a small amount of people that actually believe this?
No, other way around. I think there's the small handful are the people that pretend to believe it just for the sake of having fun arguing it and just
Yeah,
being a little bit of a
I
troll.
was
Yeah.
asking a different question. Do
Oh,
you
sorry.
think there's a large number of people that actually do believe it?
That do believe the flat Earth, and like truly.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it depends on the definition of large, but yeah, I would say large. Like at least relative to society, I guess it would still be small, but it's still a large amount.
I think the true believers, they're mostly represented by like the religious believers. Like, so you have like a lot of Muslims think the Earth is flat purely for like because of the Quran or whatever book they read, and then there's like these Christians like the guy on Quantum Eraser server. So there are some like true believer Christians who believe like the Bible literally, and then I find that there's a certain type of like skeptic. So it's a certain type of non-religious person that is a true believer in flat Earth, but that's only because they've subscribed to a very new age kind of skepticism where it's like that's zeticism, whatever they call it.
Yeah, very zetetic
they only
type of
believe,
thinking.
yeah, they only believe something that's like staring them in the face, like right in front of them.
Something
So
that they
kind of
themselves can
optimistic.
test. They don't like trusting the word of others because of the fact that they can be lying.
Yeah, and to me, that worldview just strikes. It's kind of like solipsism. It's also kind of a similar to like yeah, it's like my own thing here, my own simulation here. Like the stuff in my brain is like the only thing that's
Wait,
true, or the only thing I know is true.
Am I misremembering what solipsism is? Isn't solipsism that nothing matters? No, wait, that's nihilism.
No, yeah, solipsism is when you think you're the only thing that exists. Like your consciousness is the only thing that exists.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I
Everything
found out
else-
that there's like solipsistic kind of flat earthers.
And also, so that no one in here feels attacked, we can also do this for globe earthers. There are lots of different types of globe earthers. We're not trying to say that you can psychoanalyze flat earthers. You can psychoanalyze anyone. So just to be clear about that.
Right, everybody in the world can be psychoanalyzed.
Yeah. I
Because
just wanted to
everybody
make
has
sure people don't feel attacked when we're talking kind of about them without talking to them. Just yeah.
So you think there's globe earthers faking to be globe earthers?
I don't think so. As a on a bigger scale, I believe, of course, it could be like a few one-offs or whatever, but I don't believe they exist on as big of a scale, or even a big scale whatsoever. Just like a few one-offs.
I know more people personally that are flat earthers that would never like don't say that in their personal lives that are flat earthers than I know flat earthers. And I know a lot of flat earthers.
Would you agree that they're not flat earthers pretending to be globers? They're just flat earthers that aren't like outward spoken, or like that what's the word? Like
true
they
believers.
shout out their shout out their belief, or like that. I forget
Most
the
of the
word.
ones, I get what you're saying, but most of the ones that I'm talking about do it for personal reasons, like their business or their workplace.
Oh,
like
yeah.
they don't want to cause that riffle because their job is important to them or they're at a high level, and that wouldn't look good. Like, it's hard to get reelected or reappointed or put back on the board or whatever if you come out as a flat earther right now. But I do see a day, even if it's not true. Okay, so let's just say it's a psyop, right? But I do see a day where it's going to be normalized, But I see it that way because it's the truth. But even as a psyop, I'm thinking it's going to be normalized.
Heck yeah, same here, man. Look at aliens back in the what
Yeah,
60s,
yeah,
70s.
yeah. They used to ridicule alien watchers just as worse than they did flat earthers, and now they're normalizing it.
Are they?
Yeah, man. Are you
Yeah,
kidding
Neil
me?
deGrasse
You
Tyson
sure
is
about that?
The tinfoil hat wearers of the of the alien community are now, it's cool. Like everything's all good. None of y'all are going over there and trolling them, are you?
Well, I think I see alien believing people sort of the same way I see flat earther believing people.
Like, but the thing is as well is trolling alien believers has gone out of fashion. The new cool thing is trolling flat Earth.
Yeah, because it's been normalized. It's all right to say you believe in aliens and UFOs now. Like
Well,
UFOs kind of been normalized because they say, oh, it's unidentified. But back then, when you were saying something was unidentified, you were a crazy person. You were a conspiracy theorist. And when you talked
Yep.
about aliens, you were really bad, right?
well, I still believe that. Okay, well, there's a difference between believing that aliens could be possible, which is a lot of people, if not most people, and saying that aliens are already here and among us. These, like, I believe that a lot of
Yeah,
people
pick
believe that
one
the
now.
second kind of person is more out there than.
Yeah, I do right now, but like it's being normalized every day. You hear it more. People don't get shocked by it. It's in the, I don't want to say news, but it's in books, and then you hear it here. There's some channels that say there's lizard people or whatever, and that's not
Do
that
you don't?
bad.
Do you not think that that's a joke that people have just gotten desensitized to? Like,
No, I really think people
no?
believe that. I really do.
Okay.
I don't believe
I'm
in
the only one
aliens.
to believe that.
I think that there's a very small minority that believe that, and other than that, it's just like this joke that people have gotten desensitized to. It's not as shocking anymore because people have just it's been made fun of so much that it's
Maybe
kind of just
so. I'm
become a
just
joke.
saying. The one really true guy that I know that really does believe in aliens, when we discussed it, it wasn't a big shock to me, right? Like I was adjusted to it. I was like, yeah, okay, I know a lot of people talk about it, so I'm going to respect your, and of course at this time we're talking about flat earth too. And he understands because he went through that ridicule and, the looks from his families and all that too. So
Well,
I
yeah,
think
I'm
it's
not
similar.
saying that I'm wrong, I'm right, and you're wrong, or either way. I'm just saying my perspective is that I think, or like from my perspective, the like reptile people or the people that believe in reptile people do seem like a very fringe minority, and other than that, it's mainly just this joke that people make.
I'll give you an
Yeah, same.
example. I've been watching Elon stuff and some other things, and they've been calling Elon like I think he's an alien. Like the interviewers and stuff, like it's getting so normalized.
Yeah, but I think
Like
it's a normalized joke, not a normalized real, like, I truly believe this.
You
That's the
got it.
distinction I'm
See,
making.
you're taking away from the fact that it used to be ridiculed, and now it's acceptable. People can believe it, and nobody goes after it.
yeah,
No, but what I'm
it's almost
saying
like they're
is,
teaching it.
it's not that they what I'm saying is people that truly believed it in the past, yes, sure, they were very ridiculed, but people that truly believe it now, they're also kind of ridiculed. But it is more commonplace for
No,
people to use it as a joke, as a complete joke, and people don't really take it with it's not as much shock value because that kind of joke has been around for so long.
no, there's not as much shock values because the scientists are talking about it, the news is talking about it, people have talked about it, amongst their families and stuff, and it's become normalized.
But in
So
what
there's not
manner
much.
are they talking about it?
Well, you hear the scientists, right? Because and it's probably why you kind of don't deny it. Because we think there's so many planets out there, there has to be some type of alien form out there, or
But that's what I'm saying is there's a difference between that kind of belief and the belief that they're already walking among us hidden, for example, as reptile people. These are
no,
two
I'm talking about the
fundamentally
one that I
different.
just said. Yeah, I get it,
Okay.
and I
Well,
agree with
I'm
you. I'm talking
talking
about the
about
one.
I'm talking about the reptile kind of. They're already among us. They're just being hidden, or they're like parts of like they're actually controlling humanity as the elites. That kind of thing. If you're talking about the whole aliens are possible and they might definitely, or it's very possible that they visit even, or that we find out about them soon. Like that kind of thinking, yes, correct. I 100% agree with you. I was
But
thinking
if
about the like they're already among us.
if they're selling them as this alien being that lives on these other planets way off in the distant universes, and they're such high intelligent forms and can have propulsion systems and can zip around and do this and not be seen, or all these technologies, then why wouldn't you think they could take human form and come here and lead us? Like it fits together, right?
Well, there's a difference between the possibility that they can and that they already are.
But that's what we're talking about. The possibility that they even exist, that's been normalized. And now what's being normalized is that they're actually the possibility that they came here and infiltrated.
I don't think that's being normalized.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
I guess I've been in this circle, so I hear about it more, but it's talked about a lot.
Yeah, that might be. Yeah, I mean, as Gabby Bear said, I saw it more often, but I didn't saw it more often in people actually believing it. I saw it in memes or things like that.
Well, that's part of it.
Yeah, but I mean, seeing more memes like making jokes about it doesn't mean like this is taken more seriously or more as more likely to be true.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can tell you where I find the issues, and when I first got into this, I basically just listened to both sides, and then I went out and did my own thing. Right? That's just the personality I am. So I don't need anyone else to tell me, what water's doing now or how optics, the tech, the wording maybe, and the total overall thing. I get it, but when I talk to most of the Globers and ask them, why do you believe in the globe? Well, ships go over the. Why do you believe water curves? Well, ships, disappear. And it just makes me cringe, man. I mean, you may say that, but if you're the one saying that, I think you're way behind times.
But
Like, I
at
don't
the
think
same
you really look.
time, but at the same time, when we say, or when we see how you still don't, or like I'm speaking from our perspective. I get that you wouldn't agree with this representation of it, but when people like Globers would see that you still don't understand our argument, that it's only possible for bottom-up obstructions to be with actual obstruction and not just this physical or perspective thing.
Do you believe that?
From our perspective, not fully to that to the way I worded it, but from a lot of Globers' perspective, that is how they would see that.
Okay, well, like Doofus said the other day, he showed me a picture from an airplane, and it was a curved horizon. And he said, this is what we expect to see from this airplane photograph from 30,000 feet, whatever it was, looking over this distance. We expect to see this much curve, and look, that's what my picture reveals. And then in the very next breath go, but on a flat plane, it would appear curved also, right? Like, and then if you're going to tell me that ships, you believe in curved water because ships disappear bottom up. I think you haven't looked into things. And you're going to tell me that that's the only way it could disappear is the physical water obstructing the bottom as you look into the distance, then I know for a fact that you don't know what you're talking about. Like,
so what I would say, as someone who's been in the community longer, it would be a changed version of this, which is if light travels in straight lines or bends down normally, then it is impossible for the Earth to be flat and get this observation. However, if light bends up, which I have never seen demonstrated, then it would be possible to see this kind of happening on a flat Earth.
Flat Earth
That
core
is what I
already
would say.
did it.
Yeah,
Flat
that's
Earth
how
core
I
did-
approach it as
Flat-
well.
Wait, Flat Earth core already did it with a green laser. It bends up.
There's a lot of problems with their tests. If you wanted to go through
you seeing the light, observing the light actually bending up, you're gonna ignore it?
Yeah, I
Can I see the
haven't
test?
seen that. I haven't seen that laser, but just
I got
what you
the video.
said. No, but
Yeah,
what he
send it.
said about how light
Let me
works
take a look.
is a problem for me because you can go out and do the same things that other people are doing that I've done, and witness for yourself that obstruction bottom up can be due to other conditions or other factors that you would never know. And then on the observations that quote see too far, you say that those objects are loomed up. That's also an issue because if they were loomed that much, which is refraction, they would be distorted as well. So there's a couple major problems with that. That's why I don't think you thought it through when you say boats go to the horizon, so it must be Earth water curving.
But the
Yeah,
same
I
way
don't
that
think he's
you
saying that.
say, but the same way that you say that we haven't thought it through, we would say that you're misunderstanding how refraction works.
Yeah, I didn't just say refraction.
No, but that would be a criticism I make. I'm just saying that we both have criticisms of each other that are both like internally valid. They both make sense to ourselves, but it's not making sense to each other simply
Okay,
because we have different perspectives of the thing.
well, let me add into a demonstration. Say you had two lights side by side, they're 5 feet apart. You walk about a football field, about 100 yards, give or take. Will those two lights appear to merge together?
Of course.
Okay, so there's a variable that we got to take into consideration when it comes to waves and the bottom hull of the boat.
Okay.
Further away we
Now,
get, appear to come together.
the problem with that kind of argument is that it would rely on waves being the obstructing thing, which wouldn't give you this reliable kind of thing that we see being a very reliable kind of bottom-up obstruction. That it's not as variable as something that would be caused by waves that could differentiate, especially when you do this over, for example, calm lakes and see the same thing happening. How do you explain waves being the phenomena there? Like, it's just not, it doesn't make sense over all the observations in total. It might make sense over a few, but not all of them.
Oh, wait a minute. When Dr. John Dee looked upon France at the turbines, or the windmills, if you will, it was beyond 11 miles, and that's when it was calm conditions. So here's the thing, what I've noticed with Glovers is they'll use very rough weather conditions more often than not, and I haven't seen no time lapse. I want to see time lapse.
I'd say that's the complete opposite, is that flat earthers often point to the extreme conditions and say, look, we're seeing too far now, while Globers talk about, yeah, but what happens on the average day? On the average day, you see a very normal amount of downward.
Yeah, we always, that's a distorted image. We need to see a crisp image.
Fantastic. Why don't you guys show time lapse more often? Why you take like screenshots or this or that and try to point to this and say it's this during really rough weather conditions?
Like, when you say really rough weather conditions, like, the main things we point out are things like Pontchartrain, where the weather conditions in those pictures and those videos that we often relate to are definitely very standard, very calm weather. Like, I don't see where you're getting this thing that we always point to extreme weather conditions. I just don't see it.
Well, that's fantastic. Do you got a time lapse video of looking onto that bridge?
What does that mean? Like, why do you need a time-lapse video to see whether it appears
You
to be
observe
calm or not?
weather changing. It's a variable you got to take into consideration. To observe obstruction from gases, temperature, moist in the air. There's many variables you got to take into consideration when you're doing long observations. And that's why I prefer to see time lapse. Screenshots, stuff, that's fantastic. It's great. You can use it as evidence if you will. But time lapse is the next best method.
Okay.
You mean like the Skunk Bay image?
Anything time lapse is just the best.
I guess either side could produce an image like that.
Yeah, yeah.
You like the one I produced? Left lane?
I don't know which one you're talking about, Izzy.
Livestream 1.
Well, I can't look.
Oh, it's okay then. Don't worry. Keep safe. Keep your eyes on the road.
This is everybody.
It's just a GIF of the Lake Pontchartrain power lines, which we renamed Lake Rakia, by the way. And they look pretty damn straight, bro.
You
18
sure do.
miles. It's like an engineering feat, if you ask me.
You like engineers' feet?
Especially their toes.
Damn. I'm not a foot guy myself, but you do you.
That's quite sick there, Gummy.
Now, like I said was earlier, time lapse is the best method. But looking at this photo right here, you see angular size change. Now, some will say atmosphere refraction or extreme refraction, lumen. How is it that angular size change is noticeable with the bottom portion of the turbines, the channel markers? You can clearly see they get smaller and smaller and smaller at a distance. Wouldn't refraction lume them up? You guys would probably say lumen, right? Wouldn't it lume them up and give you a projection of the actual same size still? Where would the angular size change be in that? How would you calculate for that?
Well, these are all in front of the horizon. Why would you expect them to be getting bottom-up obstructed?
What do you mean they're not in front of the horizon?
They do appear to be in front of the horizon.
They're back-to-back distance. What do you mean? They're not in front of the horizon. 8 miles to 9 miles to 10 miles to 11 miles. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is, to my current eyesight, to my limited eyesight, they don't appear to be beyond a horizon.
What do you mean beyond a horizon?
Do we know? I'm pretty sure we both agree on what a horizon is, right?
Correct. Okay, so Dr. John D was like 3 feet above the mean sea level, and the geometric horizon would be 2.62 miles. That physical horizon.
Well, okay, so the camera height would be above the ground level, but what is the ground altitude at? That would be a question, because that would change the expected horizon.
I just told you he's on shore looking onto France, 3 feet above mean sea level.
Okay.
When you go to the shore, you don't see what your model says you gotta see. It's that simple. Anybody can go and see for themselves.
What does the model says you should see?
You know very well.
I don't know what you're referring to.
You see the GIF I posted there? It's 18 miles of water.
Let me 1 second. Let me take a look.
We'll start with that as a minor example.
Okay.
Okay.
The model doesn't mention Doesn't the model mention what happens to light if you're not taking into account the profile of the atmosphere?
So you're saying the end of the bridge is loomed up to make it appear straight?
No, I'm just saying if you're just getting the GIF alone, the model can't tell you what you should see.
You can't
need
just
the
say
profile.
model.
Well, he said model, and like the model includes light behavior, and to predict light behavior using the model, you need a atmospherical profile,
That's
which I
why I
don't
said
think you have there.
loomed up, because you're talking about how light would have to act to make that power line appear not curving. It would have to be loomed up, because in your model it is curving. So
I'm
it'd
not
have
sure
to
how much
loom up.
should curve.
Okay, well, I'll post a picture that everyone posts as Earth curve of the same exact power line.
Yeah, I'm aware of that one, but I'm not sure even if that one.
So you don't agree that's Earth curve? I
I'm not saying
congratulate
that.
you, because it's not.
I'm challenging the claim that this doesn't show what the globe model says it should show. But
See,
the globe model, I mean, it's part of the globe model to account for.
I think the GIF that SD posted would look more like the globe than the one that's actually used for the globe.
So
Does that make sense?
Which is
I'm
the
not
one that's
sure.
actually used? I'm not familiar with which one you're referring to.
I'll post it.
Yeah, thank you. Or are you talking about the road one or the causeway? Or are you talking about the power line?
No, I'm talking about the power line.
Okay,
Same guy
that
that
one.
took the bridge, he gets at the same angle and under the same conditions takes the same photograph and goes, look, Earth curve, and everyone bought it. Which I think SC's post would look more like the Earth, because the Earth is so big, than this. This makes it look like a joke, like you're living on a, like tiny Earth. You wouldn't be able to see that much curve. So you would say when the boat goes down that power line and disappears behind that curve, that proves Earth curve, and I say it doesn't. It's just proven a mirage. Perspective
Look how
is making.
straight that power line looks. The one way at the end there.
Yeah. And in SE's gift and in the other windmill gift, you see perspective in it, how the more distant posts look shorter. The yellow part, especially on those posts, is a good indicator, and how they're getting closer together, so they're compressed, but they look shorter because they're in the distance. But you still see past. But anyway, I mean, denying how the optics fool you, especially in the atmosphere, is futile, and honestly makes most of y'all look silly.
No one's doing that right now.
So we agree that the atmosphere can fool you with optics. We just don't seem to agree in what manner that it usually does.
Yeah, but most
That's the
people
problem.
usually, and I know you've heard it, and I don't think you say this, but you're smarter. Well, we would see forever on a flat Earth through the atmosphere. That also makes you as a group look silly. Like, it happens on both sides. Like data the other night saying the glass of water on the dashboard of the airplane proves flat Earth. No, it doesn't. That makes all flat Earthers look silly. Well,
Again, that's not what I was saying. That's false. What I'm saying is that if you had a pilot using water as a reference, there's a reason why he would use water as a reference to land his aircraft.
Yeah, because it keeps his airplane in a horizontal fashion. He knows the pitch of his airplane.
Because what it does
Has nothing to do with the ground.
it indicates his orientation in 3D space, which means that if he's moving from position A to position B, and he wants to know where he's deviating along his path, he uses water to do so, thereby indicating that each point there would be, if you had two observers witnessing this aircraft, the water would be horizontal and parallel between both of those observers. It would be a linear straight path. So that's what I was saying. Why I called Jeremy an agent is because he took your position, which is claiming it's evidence for flat Earth and it would work on the same as all. No, I said that it's evident that it's a linear path. There is
Okay,
no
anyway,
dip, no
can we
drop,
move past? I mean, I heard it with
and
my
that
own 2 ears. You said it was
the
evident of flat Earth.
horizontals, yeah, because the horizontals are parallel at
So
all
now you're
points.
saying it is.
The
You
pilot
just said
grabs
yes.
water. The fact that you claim that putting water on a dashboard
Dude,
proves
just
the
call
Earth
me
is
an
flat
agent and go on mute.
is your. No, I said Jeremy was.
I know,
So
but
again,
I'm saying the same thing. So call me an agent and go on mute because I'm not having this conversation.
yeah,
It's
your
futile.
bullshit story and claim is stated that evidence for flat Earth is the cup of water on the dashboard of a plane. That's an asinine statement that you guys made. I didn't make such a claim. What I made is that a claim is that the pilot used
Bet
water.
me.
The
Rocky,
pilot
do
used
you
water.
want me to mute him?
Just
Yeah,
put your money where
don't be bullshitting and don't be lying, dude.
just put your money where your mouth is. Then I'll do 500. Will you? That you said that proves flat Earth.
So again, what proves flat Earth is not.
I'm asking
What
you.
proves
Will you
flat
do
Earth
it?
is not a cup of water on it. What proves flat Earth is not a cup of water on a dashboard of a plane.
I agree.
What I said proves the Earth is flat is the path of the airplane is linear, and why the pilot would grab water is because it's horizontal in orientation in 3D space, meaning at the point A to the position where he would land, it still would be horizontal, indicating in 3D indicating at 3D space the deviation of the aircraft. So
I agree.
position A where in midair to landing, position B, all horizontals will be parallel.
I agree.
And there you go.
Can we move on?
Moving
What
on.
would remain left?
So anyway, the optics of what we're seeing are, you know, like I said, SE's gift is more what I would expect to see on a very large Earth. That is curving water slightly. But to prove that, you would have to measure that slight curve, 8 inches per mile, which if you think about it, isn't that slight. And truly in 2022, we should have the technology to easily do it, which I think we do. But y'all say I'm doing it wrong. But it's the same way that it's done to take mean sea level, use the same equipment, create horizontal planes throughout the land to measure elevation change. And that's used for everything. Same method, same tools. So if the water is changing, if you can create a horizontal plane above water for a mile, which y'all say can be done because LIGO did it and blah, 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 then you should be able to measure down with a tape measure, by the way, that 8 inches difference that would be from the middle or end or wherever you say it, however long you do it, that difference.
Even the GIF that I posted, I'm not prepared to say it proves anything because even though it appears, the lines appear straight, look at the end where the V is, the apex there right at the end. It's all jumbled up. It's all a mess. I wouldn't bet what that is if my life depended on it.
Yeah, it gets compressed because it's further and further away. The pylons are the same distance apart, but it gets all jumbled up. So you might have 10 pylons per mile in the beginning, and you have, 50 pylons. At the end. Yeah. That represent, and it just looks like a jumble. And also you're getting the bottom of the pylons and the water merging together because your angle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller into the distance.
It's definitely visual. There's no way after a certain distance, there's no way you can rely on what you're seeing. The heat haze, it's all together.
That's why they call it a mirage. The simple definition of a mirage is an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric condition. Period. There's no inversion, there's no this and this, there's no that and that. That's the simple definition of what a mirage is. So anytime you're looking into the distance and seeing something that appears different than if you were close up to it, that's a mirage. And the reason that it's happening is because you're looking at it with optics, your eyes or whatever, and it's in the medium of the atmosphere, which is distorting it in whatever way, up, down, sideways, You know, it's either being you're saying that the bridge that I post is being mirrored to the side and creating a curve in the bridge towards the viewer and saying that's not light bending. Well, yes, it is. That's the information that's getting to the viewer, which, oh, by the way, was me. And the bridge appears curved towards the east, where it's actually not. It's a straight bridge that goes north and south, basically. I'll post that picture. It's one of my favorites because one of the first ones that proved to me was my aha moment of, holy cow, look at how distorted that bridge can be just because of the weather.
Yeah. Yeah, me, it was those sea-doos that disappeared into thin air. I said, holy crap, it's all visual. Yeah, the humps.
The second picture is 6 days later. 6 days later? 6 days before, 6 days later. I think 6 days later than the top one. And it's basically it's definitely the same height above the water, but it's at a slightly different angle. Maybe I didn't walk down as far, but that angle is not going to distort that bridge like that. The reason the top one is so mirrored and distorted in mirage is because it had rained earlier that morning and dumped a bunch of cold water into the warm lake. So it created these crazy refracted miraging effects, whatever you want to call it. And then 6 days later, I basically went back to the same here and on the other, this is the east side, and I went to the west side, which is on the same shoreline, but on the east of, on different sides of the bridge, and took the exact same pictures from that side, and it was, distorted that one day and then straight the next. Then I went back in the wintertime a couple of times and took video and pictures of the bridge that it was crisp and clear and you could see to the other shore. People just deny it. I mean, you have to truly be in denial and say that 90-foot hump is there, but the bridge appears to be straight except for where it goes up 30 feet, 60 feet in that video, like just where the boats go under. But I'm just panning the camera. I'm not having to raise up 90 feet to shoot the midway point of where the water is, higher.
You should keep that second one handy. Should show it more often. Because I often say, where's the rest of the road?
That's just a mirage up top. You know how the water is appears to be covering the bridge. The bridge appears to be underwater. And they use a lot of these pictures like this that aren't as miraged as bad. I'll post one right now that I've taken myself. That can't be earth curve because the distance and height of the viewer, but the boat or the building or whatever is obstructed. It looks like it's underwater, and they say that's the water bulge up, or the boat is beyond the curve, so the physical water is obstructing. Well, it's not. It can't be. It's not far enough away, and the viewer is too high. It's just the atmosphere creating that illusion, and there you go. I mean, what can you say? Go back on another day, and I can film shrimp boats from the same position that are way further out, like twice as far. Not
That's
loading.
very self-evident.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It doesn't prove, what it does prove is that all the pictures that they're posting as proof. This shows that I can take similar pictures of objects that are close enough to know that it can't be anything having to do with physical, like the earth curve, and then show the effect, the optical effect. And here again, it's over water, it's long distance, so of course you're going to have, the optical effect. So when B-ball goes, look at these buildings, You know, 180 feet is missing or whatever he says. That's what Soundly did too with the Marriott. It's not loading that picture for whatever reason, but Soundly did the same thing with his Marriott picture. And then Jesse came back later on. I got Jesse on a live show on Jose and said, now Jesse, you know that's not right, right? He goes, yeah, I mean, I said, well, how much plus or minus could that be off? 40 feet? He goes, yeah, I'll give you 40 feet. And I said, what about 60 feet? Plus or minus? That's 120 feet. And he agreed to it. He had to. Because no one knows how many feet it can be distorted up or down.
Yeah, one thing is certain. After a certain distance, 3, 4, 5 miles, everything starts to become blurry. Especially when it's like the sun is out and the heat is like the heat haze, just like that, exactly. Just like that.
Yeah, I posted, this is before I got heavy into the argument, and I posted this on my YouTube channel as the Ghost Marriott, right? Because it looks like it's floating in the air. It's just like that thick ship over that crowd that looks like it's in the air. That's just the sky mirroring down. So there's actually water all the way up to the base of that. Well, actually the building is mirrored down on itself. So you're seeing the top, and that top portion is actually the bottom also. So half of the building, you know, it's cut in half basically. So that
You
water
can see
actually,
it's symmetrical. Check it out.
yeah,
Like, yeah. Let's put a
yeah.
line in the middle.
But you just have to imagine that water rising up towards the middle of that building and hitting the levee that's in front of it, because most of that building is behind the levee. You're never going to be able to see it because the levee is less shiny. That building is shiny glass, and the levee is grass, you know, whatever. So you're never going to see the levee from 24 miles away, but you can see the shiny building reflecting light. But the funny thing is that the buildings right next to it, even though they're taller, you don't see them because they're at a different angle. So the light hitting that building and coming back to me as the viewer and capturing it only shows this reflected light. It doesn't show the other buildings, although they're right next to it and they're taller, because they're at a different angle and they're made out of the same material. Now, some other buildings to the east of it and a little bit further back into the town, about a half a block or a couple blocks, you can't see them either, although they're the same height or taller, because they're made out of like a stucco or brick, and it doesn't reflect as much light as that glass does. There's Doofus, cherry picking a inverted mirage, like all mirages need to be inverted.
Yeah, he's
Now,
going to find a mirage in writing instead of the actual thing. Yep.
But he puts inverted in there because if he doesn't see an inversion in the mirage, then he says it's not mirage, it's actually reality of Earth. That's
Oh, it
why
would
he
be
does
just
that.
a different refraction phenomenon.
Yes, it's a different type of mirage, right?
No,
But
different type of refraction.
Yeah, but a mirage, basic definition, I can pull it up, is optical illusion created by the atmospheric conditions. Now,
But that would equate, I mean, then every instance of atmospheric refraction would be considered miraging, right?
Yeah, there you go. Now you're catching on.
But it doesn't sound like that's what mirage means.
That's what a mirage is.
Yeah, at least the way I understood is every time I heard about it, it always
that's
seemed
the
to be
problem.
this specific. It always seemed to be this specific scenario in which you have things mirrored in the ground. That's what I always heard of oil refraction.
Even the
Mirages were.
professionals mislabel the mirages. But the basic definition tells you when something doesn't look right, basically, and you're viewing it through the atmosphere, it's because of the miraging effect, which is bending light and refraction and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but bending line in refraction, I think it's more general than mirage. I think mirage is just a more specific instance of refraction, right?
However you want to say it, brother. A mirage is an optical illusion. And the reason it happens is because you're viewing through the atmosphere. Period.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that. But that
Well, there you
still
go.
doesn't imply that every time you have that you have mirage. This implies every time you have mirage you have that. Like if I say the sphere is a circular object, doesn't mean that every circular object is going to be a sphere, right?
Oh, you mean like a triangle that's more than 180 degrees, kind of like that?
Oh, I mean, if I say a triangle is a polygon, doesn't mean every polygon is going to be a triangle. So if I say
That's what
mirage,
we're trying to.
yeah. So if I define mirage as like, if I say it's a optical phenomenon, optical illusion, or refraction is an instance of refraction, that therefore doesn't imply that every instance of refraction is mirage. I was just not very specific when defining what it was.
The bottom line is what we're trying to convey here is, at least what I'm trying to convey is that at a distance, over water, what you see is not what you put it this way. What you see is not the actual thing. You could almost be certain of that.
Yeah, it's not reality to a certain extent or another, and sometimes it's even inverted in extreme cases.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree with that.
Yeah, well, that's all I'm saying. Thank you. I'll read it out for you. Dictionary, I don't know where it says. I just put in definition of mirage. Mirage, noun, an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric condition, especially the appearance of a sheet of water in a desert or on a hot road caused by the refraction of light from the sky by heated air. And then they list similar.
So that one's more specific, right, than just refraction.
No, that is the definition of refraction.
No, that's the definition of mirage.
No, I mean of mirage. I'm sorry, I said the wrong word.
Yeah, so it's not just any refraction; it's more specific because he makes reference to.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you say
Optical illusion is the
yeah, I don't
first
disagree
word.
with that. Don't disagree with that, but there's more things that makes the word mirage more specific than just.
You can make it as specific as you want. You can even name them.
Thank you.
And do whatever you want to do and invert them and do all that. But the point is that I want to make very clear so it doesn't get distorted in everything you're saying, is that it's an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric condition.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Good.
All I'm saying is you can't just call every optical illusion caused by the atmosphere mirage, because mirage is more specific than that. No, that's the whole point that I'm trying to bring. Mirage is more specific than that.
Yeah, you can get specific, but I can't say the word specific. But that is the generic definition. I just read it to you.
But that's not. That's missing the specifics of what makes a mirage a mirage.
Not really. Optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions.
No, but there's more. Especially the appearance of a sheet of water.
That's what causes it.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing what causes it. We're trying to agree or disagree on what it means.
You agree. Let's just hear this answer. You agree that it's the atmospheric conditions causing the optical illusion.
Yeah, if I agree that that's the cause, sure.
Okay, good. And you also agree that we can get more specific and also give examples like in a desert or on a hot road. Of course we can, right?
Yeah.
So what do you call when you look over 24 miles of water down a bridge or a power line and it's all wonky wonk? Do you call that a mirage?
No, I call that refraction. It might be a mirage. Yeah, it might be a mirage if it fits.
After all that.
It's just big distortion.
Yeah, I mean, just as I said before.
It's anything but a mirage, right? It's anything.
No, I didn't say
I just told you what the variables were. I just told you what the difference was.
No, you just said
6
it would be
days
wonky.
earlier. 6 days earlier, it had rained. Atmospheric conditions
don't know how
got
that
changed. Yeah, cold water got dumped into a warm water lake, so it made the mirage extreme. It mirrored down on itself. It bent a steel and concrete bridge towards the viewer, although the bridge is actually straight. That's the optical
Oh,
illusion
one
part.
second, we're back.
It made it look underwater, another optical illusion part of it. And what caused it? The atmospheric conditions. Yeah, I'm glad y'all agree. So now when I gave an example of that very thing, why did he say that's refraction, not a mirage? It is refraction, right? Refraction is part of it, but what it's called is a mirage. It's coming around. How y'all like my super solid find? That's pretty cool, isn't it? It's blue also, which is really cool.
That's a good find, bro. Yeah, yeah.
It's been on me for a while. Knew it was there, right? And it talks about crystals and magnetism, and guess what talks about that also? The old good book.
Yeah. I always thought it had, if anything, had something to do with the cold.
Yeah, really cold.
Yeah.
It also defies gravity, right? When you go into the lab and you create superfluid and it climbs up walls, defying gravity. That's pretty cool.
That's crazy.
This is going to come out. I think 10 years, with all these testings going on, a lot of schools, once one gets written and, gets going and they start developing products, all the other schools are going to demand funding for it, and it'll get really big. Just remember it. Super solid. Super fluid. They're already talking about it with the dark matter, dark energy. I think they call it dark liquid, though, if I'm not mistaken. They don't call it a superfluid as much in the title, but when you start reading about it, it's the same properties of a.
Well, we know it can't be a vacuum, right? We can chuck that out the window as just ridiculous. So, something to do with the temperature.
Yeah, temperature and pressure is definitely involved in magnetism. But it's the combination of a crystal-like solid and a superfluid combination that makes it a super solid. And most of the articles said something about they could only do it in 2D in the lab in the beginning, and now they're, 1D, and now they've gotten it to work 2D, so they're able to start studying it more and doing more with it.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. I mean, who knows, right? Who knows what it is, but yeah.
It's linked with a past study that has to do with the Bose-Einstein study or something like that. They kind of toyed with it years back, but it's making a comeback.
Well, we know that certain gases, when put under pressure, turn to liquid. But that's
Well,
like the reverse
this one
here.
seems to turn into a superfluid, a liquid, and then turn into a solid as its next state, kind of like water does. So we're saying, how we've talked about how water is everything. So the water turns into a vapor, basically a gas, the atmosphere, and then at higher altitudes, when the gas runs out, basically, or turns into, most of the gas is taken out of the air and it turns back into a liquid. Well, at that temperature and pressure, those gases are turning into a superfluid, and then as it goes up higher, it turns into more of a super solid, which is the same property as a superfluid, but it has different effects. Like it can hold back you know, it can distort light and, you know, like do things like that, like hold back other particles, like, you know what I'm saying? Certain things pass through it and can get caught in it. I'm not explaining it well. Like it has the same properties as a superfluid, but it's a solid. So once something gets in it, it's frictionless and retains speed and all that.
Yeah, that's
They were
kind of tough
saying,
one for people to wrap their heads around. But yeah,
yeah,
I've
I
definitely
saw it
heard
in
of
person.
this. Yeah.
It only helped me, and I started researching or keeping up with it more because I saw it in person. And then it had something to do at the end of the lecture. They brought out that quantum locking thing, and you know, showed that. So they were doing superfluid and quantum locking at the same, you know, kind of in the same lecture, and that was cool as shit. That was like the way
Yeah,
they
that we know
presented
is real.
it.
When they
Yeah,
show that thing upside down, like ripping around the track, yeah, that's and not
didn't.
touching, of course. That's really cool stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't have to touch. Kind of like static electricity.
Yeah, but it needs to be super cooled. So
Oh,
there's that.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, near zero. But they did it on stage. Brought out this canister and this puck and put it on this. It looked like a train track to me. And
Yeah.
they had it on a table. They didn't do the underneath like I've seen on videos now. They did it on top, and it just they lifted it up, and it held its you know, its motion around at the certain, you know, it was like 6 inches above the track or whatever. And when it was flat, it just went around. And when they leaned it up to show everybody that couldn't see in the back, it just kept that same motion around about 6 inches above the track. And as far as I know, that track was magnetic, like a superconductor or something they called it. I didn't even remember years later when I started hearing about it, like superfluid and quantum locking. I didn't realize that's what I had seen, right? Like I didn't remember that it was quantum locking. It's only when people showed the quantum locking thing on YouTube, you know, they posted. I was like, holy shit, I saw that in person years back. You know.
I remember when I first saw that, I go, okay, whoop-de-doo, it's floating around. But then when he put it on the bottom, I said, holy crap, now you got my attention. And it's doing the same thing on the bottom. Same distance to the track, and it's like ripping around, doing the crazy eights and shit.
Yeah, going upside down, like, you know, twisting like a roller coaster, right?
Yeah.
And they were even talking about making a, you know, they were seeing what uses it was, and they said they could make like a park, a skateboard park, right? And you could get on one of these skateboards that's basically a hoverboard and hover around the track. Now, I don't know if that's ever been done, but I know for a fact they talk about that because my son was all interested in it.
Yeah,
That was
theoretically, it could
4
be
years
done.
ago.
Yeah.
I think the problem was how to
Guys,
keep
they did that. You know, they did that. It wasn't like a whole skate park though. It was just like it was like a good track that went around in a little area, but it was pretty cool. They were
With
trying
a
to do tricks.
person?
Yeah,
for
they
the
put a
person
person on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay. I never
Yeah,
saw that.
quantum locking. I got
Doesn't it have to do
orbital
with
mechanics of
magnetism?
the moon quantum locking with the the
You know, as
relaxation
soon
of
as I
quantum
saw that,
particles
bro,
and
I
stuff.
thought of that exact what you just said. Cold up there, the moon, as you know,
Mm-hmm.
give us an alternative to gravity, right?
Yeah.
That's the
I mean, I
first
think
thing
I've
I
been to
thought of
these a
when I
couple
saw
times.
that. Yeah.
But I've got a video from like 6 years ago where I was like just going brainstorming about it.
Remember, there's a superconducting Lexus board right there. No, for that that's when they turned the skate park into they used magnets on the skate park and they
Oh, really?
superconductor.
I
My
got you. Yeah,
video goes like
superconductor.
it
That's
goes
right.
like, how does the moon do what the moon does? It's hella funny if you sit back and think about me trying to be goofy, but with the serious face.
It's quantum locked, man. There's your
That's crazy.
gravity.
That's quantum level stuff, which I don't even
Yeah.
You know, like floating
pretend to
around
understand.
on the on Earth's magnetic equator, basically bouncing from the one charged side to the other.
To the
The
other, yeah.
potential difference is what creates keeps the movement as it goes back and forth from perigee to epigee or whatever. Because
That
once
makes
it becomes
sense.
like charge to that part of the field, it starts to repel back again towards the other part of the field. And it's caught in the ring between the two fields that are
And
rings
honestly,
inside of
that
rings.
would
Yeah.
work on a globe or a flat Earth. You could because you know what I'm saying, no matter what its orientation is, it holds that locket.
Right.
That makes sense to me. I mean, that added up a long time ago. I just never could explain it to people, and I sounded really radical. You know, even my inner circles are like, yeah, right, whatever.
Yeah. People who aren't familiar with those kind of ideas won't. They don't
But
see that pattern.
it's above me, right? Like, and I saw it in person and looked it up and studied it and all that. I thought it was not fake, but more to it, right? I thought they were telling us that.
Why do you think a speed has anything to do with it, Doofus? Is Doofus here?
Yeah, he was in the chat. He was posting ridiculous pictures of mirages. That's some type of Earth curve proof again.
But he seems to think that speed has something to do with the moon being quantum locked or not. Which I'm not saying is what it is. I'm just saying that's what I thought when, people were saying, what's the alternative? They always ask for an alternative. So I said, okay, how about this?
Right. Moving at its rate of discharge through the fields.
So let's think about this logically. If it's happening up in upper atmosphere, you would need a bunch of helium, right? That seems to be the
I don't think
catalyst,
so.
which I think we have. And I think they're saying it's combined with other gases that are in the atmosphere. And then the superconductor needed to quantum lock. They're saying hydrogen and oxygen can make that, which I think at those altitudes we have a lot of hydrogen. So that makes sense that the superconductor could be, hey, the
Dude,
only
it's
thing we would,
easier than that. It's easier than that, dude. Once a gas is ionized, almost any gas, right? It becomes a perfect conductor, like a superconductor.
I got you.
Electrons move across it freely. You know what I mean? The different current densities can block and lock other electrons out. I mean, there's a whole kind of there's magnetic moments in the plasmas, especially if
Well,
they're
they were definitely
directional.
saying we needed magnetics in every article I read on the super solid.
Yeah, but to get the magnetic, you need an electric. A current comes with its magnetic. It doesn't go by itself. It has to have that for the magnetic in the first place. You don't just get a magnetic, out there in plasmas and shit. You got to have a current to get those, magnetic fields. That's the cause of the magnetic fields, the movement, the induction.
But they're saying we would need like super cold near zero, what's it called? Not near zero, but
Yeah, how cold is it out there?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. What
The
they're
dark
saying we
side
don't.
of yeah, I mean, there's one side of the surface would be colder, right?
And then a pressure change. We would need a real extreme low pressure, I believe, or high pressure, one or the other. So we would need those two things up in the atmosphere, which along with the gases and to turn into a superconductor. It seems like we have everything we need, just as a layman with it.
Can you guys see a reason why speed variation, like the speed of a quantum locking, cannot be set? Because Doofus seems to this is a breaking point.
Yeah, well, he doesn't understand that what we're talking about is when it takes like if there's two different charge potential fields, two different fields with two different potentials, and they're separated by this, like in the plasmoid, and if you're in the toroid, they're separated by this the space in the middle, which is like it's an electric field of its own, which rotates perpendicular to everything, but it's a much weaker field. Then by the time that object that's in the field gets to one end, if you look at the relaxation of charge on a particle experiment, you'll see that like when the neutral body reaches or comes in contact with the two opposing fields, one field will take over and pull it towards it until it becomes like charge to that field, and then it'll repel and be drawn towards the opposite charged field, that body, as long as that medium is conductive, right? And plasma is obviously conductive, so the medium is conductive. So basically, the issue is timing. It wouldn't just keep on going towards one end and speeding up to relativistic speeds in that sense, because it's like a relay switch where it goes back and then forth and then back, and the time it takes to discharge and then build charge is, it gradually builds that charge over time, over time. And I guess it takes 15 days, and then 15 days after that it moves, back to the other end of the charge, starts to develop the other charge again. So you got epigee and perigee of the 30-day cycle of the orbit of the moon.
So I'll read this.
So it's going back and forth. It's not just going in one direction to build speed and build speed and build speed. It goes one direction till it reaches a precipice, slows down, then bounces back towards the other direction. The precipice slows down. So it's like a, switch.
I'll read this definition of plasma because actually I've never read it before. An ionized gas consisting of positive ion, free electrons, and portions, resulting in more or less no overall electric charge, typically at low pressures, as in the upper atmosphere and in fluorescent lamps, or at very high temperatures.
High temperatures, yeah. I think that's the key right there.
Oh, they said no electric charge. Idiot. They're moving not a standing still plasma, a moving plasma. It automatically charge. It is current. That's an electric current produces a field. They're not even talking in the aspect because look up Birkeland currents, plasma filaments, and these are all electric phenomena, and you see them all over the place. So it'd be like it's leading to say a plasma is something with an overall no electric charge, because in most of its states is electrical. only like ones like you think of fire, or the chemical reaction is happening. It's still on a certain level. It's a plasma, even in our atmosphere, because you can get electrocuted in a fire. A fire can
Can
pass
you
an electric
envision
current.
the sun being like that, Grim?
Like a fire in the atmosphere. It's a plasma wrapped up field.
Like instead of a thermonuclear reaction, can you envision it being some sort of an electrical thing?
Absolutely. Look at the Sapphire project. Can you hear me very well?
You're kind of choppy a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, it was chopping. I could feel it. The Sapphire project, where they actually made an electric model of the sun, and they replicated the full spectrum, the steady spectrum, the anode tufts on the thing that were comparable to sunspot activity. There were flares, double layers. Like literally, they made a little electric sun. Like everything that they can see coming off of the sun, they can see coming off of this little electric ball that they made.
I saw what you're saying. Yeah.
They even got transmutation of elements and some some other shit confirmed by other laboratories.
Well, it would make more sense something, whatever it is, uh, whatever other than a ball of gas in a vacuum. You know, I'll entertain any other theory other than that one. Let's put it that way.
Right. Yeah. Like it couldn't be in a vacuum, right? Because of itself is wrapped in a magnetic field that then holds an internal pressure, which is not a vacuum. So for it to continuously exist, it is protected by its intense magnetic field, which why the sun is so round, by the way. Even though it spins so much faster at its equator, that it should really be hamburgering out, even in all of their models and predictions, and they don't understand why it's so round. But if it's a Z pinch, it's obviously going to be that round because that magnetic field is so much stronger than any gravity could be ever.
Yeah, but what do you envision making that electricity? Like something solid at the core, or some sort of mechanism, or like how do you envision that?
You think way outside of this, right? You think that way bigger are things, right? And the surface area is how many electrons can be held, with the surface area of something. So if we got this huge vast space that has ionized gas all in it, and it's ionized because of the low pressure environment and its movement, it's still moving. And you see that this movement induces magnetic fields, and those magnetic fields then accelerate more particles even faster. The unionized stuff ionizes it, moves it faster, and then it induces a current. And so this is like a perpetuating, as long as the material keeps falling in from wherever it keeps falling in from. And the more we look, the more we see that there's this material keeps coming in. They got their
gas is the fuel, so to speak.
Yeah, basically
ionized
gas, movement, and magnetic fields. It's really just like,
I like it. Yeah.
All that shit, just as long as it keeps raining in, we'll keep on spinning. And so far, we can see it's going to be raining in for as far as you can see for another millions and millions of years. If some of these distancers are even, 1/10 the distance they thought they were, because I think they're making a mistake by saying that all this redshift that they're seeing is due to some space expansion, and that shit's getting further and further away. Because honestly, we see that happening in plasmas in a laboratory, and those things aren't getting further and further away. At the same redshift, they gotta suck it up at some point. Some of the shit's wrong.
Look, that idea is just as good as any other one. Definitely better than the vacuum thing. That's for sure.
Couldn't be just a vacuum alone, Because you look up the definition of plasma. They recently changed that. Some asshole with the Wikipedia license went in there and changed that. Probably someone we've been arguing with. Because it used to say it has its own internal pressure. The definition in Wikipedia.
But even that theory now, we have to start thinking, okay,
it's not even a theory. It's just
where is it in? What's the medium it's in now? Is it in a superfluid? Is it in?
No, they did it in a laboratory. It's not a theory. It's just an observation. I was talking to my wife. She wanted to hop in on me on that. Of course, it's a theory. She thought we were talking about something else. Oh, I don't hear you. I can't hear you. Install this. I got earbuds in.
You're saying it's a fact, not a theory. I think it's a thing.
May I continue? Oh yeah, that laboratory shit though with the plasmoid. They do those in a lab, and they test the pressures inside of them. Yeah.
Who the heck knows what they have now, what they've discovered, and what they're holding back.
That's what I'm wondering, like, why would they just sit there and try to make it seem so confusing when it's a lot simpler? I mean, Occam's razor, right? If it's the simpler answer, it's probably the right answer.
Least assumption.
That's kind of, with the least assumptions. I'm not going to assume 95% of my matter to make my theory that this must be missing.
Well, look, so we don't know what 95% of the stuff is. Okay, come on now. You're going to hold that against us?
We're perfectly
still the
right to the
man?
decimal point. To the 17th decimal point, we know everything, man. I mean,
We still the
sure,
man?
we're just missing 95% of our entire thing. But that was if this is perfectly true, then we're only missing 95% of our record.
What are you doing?
It just seems simpler to think that there's probably some dust and shit out there that we don't see very well, and these electrical connections through that plasma and all that ionization are carrying a much heavier load than we initially thought they were. That's all. We initially thought they didn't exist, but then we got out there and found cold mode plasmas and all kinds of, interstellar fucking electrons and shit like this going on. It's a, current and flowing in one direction and moving around and doing things like in a current. Obvious something's going on, not just a vacuum with empty space in it. There's direction and force vectors and magnetic fields and things that they're being, statically stabilized and shit. So something's going on. Not just gravity. I mean, the electric forces, I love saying it, 1,000 billion, 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 billion times stronger than gravity. And it's present. So if it's even present and in any little bit of form, it's probably the thing that's doing the heavy lifting, especially in those galactic interstellar regions, And it might even be the reason for local gravities in the first place. Some sort of a dielectric or dipole moment on the atom or something that squeezes an electron orbital path, elongates it. You know what I mean? To where it's like an intrinsically, it wouldn't be an electric charge, it's dipole moment, kind of like how magnets daisy chain, kind of like, how you can hold a magnet near, not even touch the nail, near a nail, and then and the nail becomes magnetized. It can pick up other nails.
Yeah, for sure. The transfers from one to the other. That's crazy. And then it'll keep it for a while as well. You can do it with
Yeah, well, if you rub it on there in one direction, definitely you can keep some, for a while. Man, Discord is such a piece of shit for that censorship stuff.
What up? You guys talking about that cup of water and a dashboard earlier? I was in Lowe's. I missed it.
Say it again, Jeremy.
Oh, I heard Data in here talking about that cup of water and a dashboard thing. Did he show you guys the difference between what it would look like on a flat Earth and a globe Earth?
I missed that.
You missed that one?
Yo, did you see the video, Jeremy?
Yeah, I saw that shit. I sent you a DM. You never listen to DMs. First, I asked you if you made it, and then I was like, no, wait, never mind, because it looks way too good. But then I asked you something else. I forgot. Who made that, though? You know who made that? I know it wasn't you, so don't even try it.
Yeah, I found it online.
You just found it somewhere? No doubt. That perfectly, that's the globe right there.
Yeah, but SC has said already he doesn't approve.
He doesn't what?
He doesn't approve it because it doesn't. He's here right now in the deal too. Wait, is he here right now? Well, anyways, he said that it doesn't address the water.
He said what?
It doesn't address the water. Like there's water that was supposed to be addressed if you come back.
What do you mean it doesn't address the water?
You gotta ask him.
There's no problem with the water.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe, like the whole water is flat argument, maybe. But that's it.
No, this is in the globe model. He already knows it's inside the globe model. That's where the paradox is supposed to be.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
He keeps bringing up Niagara Falls as if there was two Niagara Falls on either side, and the problem is there's no waterfalls necessary. The water is level all the way around the ball.
Yeah, so then he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the argument. He's probably thinking, water should be flat, and that this waterfall thing or whatever, which is silly. I don't think he gets it.
I was fucking around, Jeremy. I made this shit.
You did not make that shit. Stop lying.
Yeah,
that looks way too good. That looks way too good for you to have made. No, I just dropped my.
The other day.
What'd you try? You sound like you just dropped some ice cream.
No.
Suck.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's the worst.
But what are you talking about though, Kosher? You talking about the animation you made the other day, or?
Yeah, the one with the Bob and Alice. Yeah.
Oh, that's not. I mean, yeah, that's good. But I mean, like, wow.
Yeah,
I mean, Jeremy's like.
He just thinks everything I do sucks. He thinks everything.
You
everything
made that Bob and Alice thing. Say word to your mother.
Yeah. Word to my mother, dude. It didn't take that long, dude. That was just I used because I know that Blender has a video maker, so I used a different video maker and I put that in there and added it.
Dude, word is bond. Word is bond. You made that shit.
Yeah, dude. That was actually easier than the other one. All I did was make skill shots. We just said a whole bunch of skill shots, and then I did.
If you can capability to make something that good, why have you been making crap this whole time on everything else?
That's your opinion, dude.
Well,
I made it pretty good. Illinois.
I was already all right.
Some girl gets her like art degree and
shows her dad all of her nice work and everything. And he's just like, you could have been doing this the whole time. You've been giving me garbage to put on the fridge.
Seriously, I
like,
got all
dude,
kinds of goofy shit on my fridge from Kosho, and then he comes out with this. Like, what? I don't understand.
yeah, it's all subjective, dude. I'm not that good at Blender anyway.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
that Bob and Alice thing was pretty clean. You made that for QE for the Bob and Alice?
Yeah, because you brought up Bob and Alice and Bob has brought up a lot in computer science. This is a I should give that to QE, but that should have been addressed a long time ago to him. I think he's changed his tune. Yeah, my internet's so slow here. I've been loading that video for like 2 minutes.
Fix my headphone issue. Is my beginning of my shit clipping, or?
I think you're good.
I updated Discord for the first time in about 8 months, so it could have been it, possibly. Like maybe Discord realized what the problem was after a while and fixed it, but I just never updated it. We'll see. Time will tell.
Yo, have you seen that movie Tenet?
Never heard of it.
My God, Nate told me to watch it the other day. I started before. But I didn't like it before. Like I watched it for 20 minutes.
Is it
But
good or what?
I like it. I've seen it like 7 times last week.
It was that good where you had to watch it 6 more times?
No, you almost have to watch it multiple times. You ever seen
you have to watch it
right there.
multiple times because you have a problem retaining information. Because every time I tell you shit, you like forget it instantly. I'll probably just be able to need to watch it once.
Have you seen Memento?
Yeah, that was based off a true story of your life.
No, you douchebag. No, I'm saying that's a Christopher Nolan movie. This is another Christopher Nolan movie. And I bet like Memento in a second.
What's up? Dude, your internet
said, like-
sucks. Something's going on with your internet.
I think I stopped pressing push talks. But yeah, Memento is it makes more sense when you watch it the second time.
I did watch that a couple times.
This is a similar kind of movie.
That was hard to follow though. That was weird the way they did it. So yeah, watching that one a second time, I guess.
Dude, if you think that was weird, Tenet it's like impossible to follow if you only watch it one time.
That's what I
It's
mean,
so
man. I don't like that when I don't know what's going on in the movie. Like movies where like you don't know if it's a dream or reality or whatever, and they're skipping all over in a timeline. It's too crazy.
Yeah,
multiple timelines.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Christopher Nolan, this movie's all about time travel. Except for it's not really time travel. It's like traveling both forwards and backwards. But he does it way differently than anybody has ever done it in any other movie.
Yeah,
it's not like
I gotta
3
check
times.
this
It's
out.
like they travel
Is it on
backwards.
Netflix?
No, I've watched it on Cody. So yeah, I've not found it. I don't know what you can watch.
Oh, what would it be? A movie you'd have to buy?
Let me see. Hold on. You don't have a Fire Stick?
Dude, I have the worst luck with Fire Sticks. Let me tell you what happened. My friend had a Fire Stick, and he's like a senior programmer for court. Listen, it's not important. He's tech savvy, and he's like, "Yo, buy this one, and you're good." It was like already jailbroke, already had all the stuff on it. I got it to my house, set it up. The shit would not work. Right? It kept lagging, all kinds of shit. And me and him have the same internet. We have the best residential internet money can get. So I'm like, fuck, it's all fucked up. He's like, well, let me get it. And he switched it with mine. He switched his for mine. So his already worked. His actively worked. And then I took it to my house and it fucking wouldn't work. I'm like, dude,
Okay.
what?
Now, dude, you probably first of all you probably had Cody on it most likely, and if it didn't, then it's
Yeah,
probably
I had
just like
Cody.
Cody.
I had Cody.
Yeah. People used to free. The thing about Cody is you have to update it all the time. Well, I mean, on the one on my on my TV, I have to delete it and reinstall it all the time. So
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't
a
work.
fucking
But
headache, dude. I used to love that
you,
123 movie site.
if you have a smart TV or whatever, it's easy to install. It takes like 2 minutes, but yeah, it's like I said, sometimes it fucks up. You just have to redo it.
What is it, Cody?
Yeah, I can show you. I can show you exactly where you'd have to go. You have to go in your whatever you're using and put on developer options or whatever.
Nah,
And
I'm not fucking my TV like that. Forget it.
it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything wrong to it. But yeah.
No, I can't risk it.
Anyways,
I can't even risk it.
that's not a problem because it's on HBO Max.
Oh, it's not HBO Max? I think we might have that.
There you go. Yeah, it's good, man. But like I said, I had to watch it multiple times.
Is it Tenet or The Tenet?
No, it's just Tenet, Tent. It's based on the palindrome.
T-E-N-T, Tent or Tenet?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Tenetn.
T-E-N-E-T-N?
No,
Teton?
Teet. Just like it's same forward.
T-E-E-T? Teton?
It's same way forwards and backwards. Okay.
Dude, what? Say the word.
Tenant.
Tenant. T-E-N-A-N-T. Or is
No,
it E-N-T?
Tenet. It's the same forwards and backwards. Man. Tenet.
Tenet?
It's a palindrome, right?
Yeah, it's a palindrome. Yeah. There's a whole palindrome called the Seder palindrome, or Seder square. Here, I'll put the picture. It's like it's got 5 palindromes. Here, I'll just put a picture of it.
What's it called? Palindrome? What's that video you just posted?
That's a Bob and Alice one. Let me post it again.
No, that accentuated perfectly the drop and the.
Yeah. So I was trying to show it. I mean, that was the main point of it was that there's the drop is referencing the horizontal line established from each distance, and the hump
Oh,
is
what is this little
referencing.
thing you posted? Hold on, forget that shit. What is this neat little thing you posted on the bottom?
But yeah, it's funny. Christopher Nolan actually based a lot of shit in the movie off of this. Cause like Tenet is in the middle. See, that's Tenet, and all the other words that are there, they're the same forward and backwards, and up and down and everything. Yeah, up, down, left, right. It's the same square.
What's Seder though? Or Rhodas?
These are Latin words. It's actually a Latin sentence. Actually, I was
Only
just
3
looking up.
words.
No, it's 5 words. Seder, Repo, Tenet, Opera, Rhodas.
No, it's the same word backwards. There's only 3 words in this.
No, those
A repo? Are you saying they're words when they're backwards? Like a repo is the word? Was the Latin word?
Well, no, yeah, it's opera. Yeah, repo, and then below is opera. So it's like the same.
Yeah, but
You read the same thing back.
Is a repo a word or?
Yeah, well, I think a repo is a name in Latin. That's only one of those words is a name.
Oh, it's pretty neat.
In the movie, there's a character named Repo. And it's all those words. There's a character named Seder. It's pretty bad. I don't know if Nate's here or not, but we were talking about that the other night. We were talking about the favorite Christopher Nolan movies.
Listen, Nate don't know what's going on. He don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above Earth. Okay, I don't know if this guy knows what's going on or not.
You know what's weird? When an atmosphere actually moves faster than the planet itself. Well, that's weird, isn't it?
Dude, they don't even know
Not
if it's.
really.
They don't even know if it's happening now or not, because I told Nate that it happened, and Nate challenged me on it, and he's got citations and shit saying they're uncertain if it happens or what's going on. So they don't even know what's going on 200 kilometers above Earth's surface.
There's a more pronounced effect on Venus. That same the same phenomenon.
And they don't
I was
know if
looking
it's happening on Earth.
it's probably happening at a smaller degree, but I saw on the sun.
They don't know.
I
It's
didn't realize
uncertain.
You know the sun rotates 24 times, or it rotates once every 24 months. I'm sorry, it rotates once every 24 days at the equator, and at the poles it takes 30 days to rotate.
That's
So when I do the
awesome. I know
math,
you want to breeze past this part where you guys don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above Earth's surface.
I mean, I've never been up there. I mean, it's not that
Yeah,
surprising.
but your peoples have though, and they don't know what's going on.
Convenient. You haven't been up there. That's very convenient.
That sounds something like a flat earther would say.
I mean, not that many. I don't know why you would expect to be experts about everything.
Dude, all your
Everywhere.
peoples are space
You
experts. They've
guys
got
act like
Himawari.
experts on everything we bring up.
That's right. That's right. You guys are bloody
All right.
space junkies. What
You
the
guys,
hell?
you basically spoiled us on the whole expertise thing because you guys act like you know everything.
I mean, there's plenty of people who don't know plenty of things, but a lot of things we talk about. There's a lot of people in here who, they're into the same subject. So.
It's
But
not.
yeah,
It's
the
not that you
atmosphere.
guys. It's not that you don't know personally. It's that your experts and shit don't know the people who actually have been up there or claim to have been up there.
Yeah, but you're talking about 200 kilometers up. That's correct.
Yeah,
What would you be measuring that would be
dude.
going that
I don't.
speed?
Whatever they measure, whatever they're measuring up there.
No, I'm saying what is it? What's the contents of what you're measuring? Because I mean, we're talking about 200 kilometers up. The pressures are extremely low. I don't even know what the density is.
I don't know.
Like how low? How low?
I mean, at 100 kilometers up. Well, that's basically halfway to the ISS. So.
So the people that have been up there don't even know what's going on. This shaky.
Sure.
I told Nate this wasn't going to end well. He thought he had a big win on me last night. He's like, "Yo, take that L," because he thought he beat me, and because he didn't know what was happening 200 kilometers up with the super rotation or not, and he thought. I told him it wasn't going to end well. He thought it was a win. I'm like, this is a win for me, bro.
Bro, this is crazy character assassination right now.
Yo, you're done. I told you this wouldn't end well for you.
I knew he was gonna say something.
Your character only
Yeah.
gets assassinated when you're in the room, Nate. Don't worry.
Really? Sorry, man. I was.
Look at the pressure.
Say
Sorry,
what?
go ahead, Nate. No, go ahead, my man.
No, I was just saying I was unpacking stuff. Sorry, I was just listening to you guys.
Listen, this is like a chess move. You either need to take the L on the super rotation or concede that you don't know what's going on 200 kilometers up above Earth. Either one of those is a win for me.
Just real
What
quick.
do you mean though? Like we done agreed that I won this all already, Jaren. Blue and I debunked you. Like it's
No
settled.
doubt. All right. They don't know if the super rotation is happening or not. Perfect. You
Well,
guys don't know what's going on 200 kilometers up. That's a win for me, bro.
How's that a win for you?
Be clear, the pressure
Go ahead, Coach. Go
the
ahead.
pressure up there, Jeremy, just so you're aware, is I'm just letting you know 7.5 to the negative 12 torr. So it's extremely low. So just remind you, you're talking about very few particles and how fast that region of those particles are moving. I mean, I'm not
No
sure.
doubt.
I thought that'd be best to sort out.
No doubt. That's cool. So you guys don't know what's going on 200 kilometers up above the surface of Earth and the places you've actually been.
Oh, bro. We know what's going on.
It's funny how
That's
certain
like,
you are on some things, but so uncertain on others. Like it's
yeah, but
mystifying.
It's happening right here on the planet we're on.
we're not gonna have answers for everything, you know. Come on.
It's not like God works in the science department. You know, his regular
Yeah.
people.
Really?
God.
Where's he work? What's
I
department?
think he works in accounting.
Bro, listen to me.
Accounting.
There's some shit going on a planet on Venus, billions and zillions of miles away, however far you guys got Venus. And then there's
Mhm.
something happening, and then we have the same effect, super rotation, happening on Earth. Maybe, maybe not. 200 kilometers up, and they don't know if it's going on there. Places we've been,
Yeah, but I mean,
supposedly.
you know, I mean, Gummy Bear explained it pretty reasonably well. You know, it's easier to see the effects of something if you can watch it happen on a planet, you know, as opposed to being on the planet where this is happening. Then it's harder to see it. Number one. Number two, the effects are way more obvious on Venus than they are on Earth, right? I think Venus, this super rotation effect, like the atmosphere moves 60 times faster than Venus surface, right? So it's pretty easy to see it on Venus.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
easiest. It's easier to just see it on planets and gases like the sun and Jupiter and Venus and stuff.
No doubt, no doubt. So, still, we've supposedly have been in this medium, 200 kilometers up. They can obviously measure what's going on up there. They have the pressure. They got a temperature reading for that height. I'm sure. They're doing science up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're looking down on it. We're looking up at it. We're getting it from every angle. ISS is flowing. You got Himawaris and shit.
Mm.
They are
A
doing
little,
pseudoscience. I'll give you
little suspicious that you guys don't know if the super rotation's happening or not when it's so close, happening so close to us.
Yeah, but I think super rotation is like another strong proof that Earth is a globe. You know, I just wanted to
Yeah, I
put that.
know, but you don't even know if it's happening or not.
Yeah, we.
You can't confirm nor deny. You just
Yeah.
put two words out there, string them together, and go, "There's proof." Well, that's all you've done.
Yeah, but if it is there, you know, I'm just
If it
saying.
is there, you take that L from last night.
Yeah,
Then
What? No,
do you ready to take that L from last night, or
no. I'm just saying if it
not?
was there.
This is a chess move. Thinking moves ahead, bro. Listen, you can't win against me.
What? I
I'm
won,
like a
bro.
young Bobby. Call me young Bobby Fischer.
Young Bobby Fischer. What? Nah, bro. I'm done wearing the crown already, Jeremy. Like this is like I don't know why you keep on bringing up this topic. It's not a good look for you. You know, you keep bringing it
bro.
up when I'm not here to like defend myself. Then I come in and I explain what happened, and then it's like I mean, people can't take what you say seriously anymore.
Yeah,
This ain't a good look.
this is total. This is total fucking.
This is not a good look, Jeremy. But yeah, so
This is self projection.
just to give you context, man. So like in the upper Earth atmosphere, like 200 k's up, we tend to observe prevailing westerly winds, right? So that's the phenomena we observe, but we're not sure as to what's causing that. And one of the ideas could be the super rotation of Earth's upper atmosphere. The problem is, though, it's so slight, you know, how much
1.3.
faster.
1.3
Yeah,
times.
yeah, that it's hard to say whether or not that is actually what's happening. So, you know, scientists and people that study the atmosphere are still undecided on it. Yeah.
So where's the easterly winds?
Well, if Earth was spinning the other way, then yes, we would have prevailing easterly winds. But it's because Earth spins west to east that we have these prevailing westerly winds.
Well, there's always an equal and opposite reaction, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, but the equal and opposite reaction wouldn't be, you know, winds in the other direction.
Wouldn't it? Why not?
Because that's not how.
You seem pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I am.
Are you a wind expert? Are you?
I'm not a wind expert, but
There you go.
I'm pretty sure that an equal opposite reaction of the Earth spinning to the west to east wouldn't be predominantly easterly winds.
So is it getting
I think the
faster?
equal
Is it getting faster?
is what getting faster.
These winds, are they getting faster?
I don't think so. I think the fact
Well,
that the winds are there is what's
or
causing.
so are they constant or are they getting faster?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're constant or getting faster.
Dude, they
I
don't
just
even
know that
match. If it's because of the rotate,
that they were there.
But they should get faster, shouldn't they? They should get
well,
faster.
Bandsoft, this is from the rotation of Earth. It doesn't even match because you got the shit going
Mm.
north south sometimes.
Yeah.
Like the shit's going north south like hard sometimes. Like in America, you can catch one going to Florida.
Look, they
From
can go.
north.
They can go east, west, upside down, inside out. They can go whichever way they want, Jeremy. But are they getting faster? Right? They should be getting
I'm
faster.
not sure. But why should they be getting faster, Benson?
Well, there's no resistance up there, is there? Right? They're in a medium of nothing. So they've got nothing to slow them down. So if you've got this constant torque on them, right, pushing them
But
around,
they
right?
but they all, the thing is, so the whole atmosphere tries to move as one body, but because it's moving in a circle, parts high up in the atmosphere have to travel a greater distance than parts lower in the atmosphere. So they have to move faster. So it's this moving fast and trying to keep up with the bottom part of the atmosphere that creates these westerly winds. And the idea is there's super rotation happening in the higher part of the atmosphere. It's moving faster than what we're moving at Earth's surface. So they postulate or hypothesize this is what causes the prevailing westerly winds.
So they're out of sync, right? They're out of sync, so they're moving faster, or are they in direct proportion to the Earth? So they're either moving slower or the same.
The atmosphere is trying to move in lockstep with the Earth. It gets
Yeah,
pulled with the Earth if it's moving.
it's
But like
trying, but it ain't. It's trying, but it ain't.
yeah, I mean it's not in lockstep, but it's pretty close. Yeah.
Well, no, close isn't ain't. It either is or it isn't. So it's either moving faster, slower, or the same. So which one is it? Faster,
It needs to
slower,
move
or
fast.
it's moving
The
faster.
different parts of the atmosphere, yes, are moving at different speeds. As I said, the upper part of the atmosphere needs to move faster because
So
it's
if
traveling a greater distance to keep
so
up with everything
if
else.
I was a sailboat, right, and I was to sail up there, right, and hoist my mast up, right, to catch these winds, would I move at exactly the same rotation of Earth, or would I be moving faster or slower?
You should be, well, it depends, but you should be moving. You should be moving just a little bit faster.
Faster,
But
exactly right. So
but
it's
that's
not
not
yeah.
sure. But we're not sure, Bansler. We're not sure.
So it's
You know,
faster.
we're not. I actually don't know. Yeah, let me stop speaking on this. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, I'd be googling your ass off to try and get your story straight. I think Jeremy's got you here on this one.
No, but this
Sounds like we're
actually
getting into Coriolis.
proves my point. It's not settled. No one really knows what's going on. What's causing this?
Of course, because they haven't been up there, so that's why they don't know.
No, they've been up there. It's just it's hard
Really?
to it's hard to
No.
explain
For
this
sure.
phenomenon.
If they'd
I
been
mean,
up there, they'd know what was going on. If they had
They got
been up
weather.
there,
no,
They've got weather
West.
balloons up there.
what
They're still
200
trying to
mile?
figure it out. Yes.
This is 200 mile up. Where's the weather balloon that's 200 mile up?
200
I don't know.
kilometers.
Oh,
It's
you're talking about 200 mile out?
200
Same
kilometers.
kilometers, miles. What's imperial and metric between friends? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's real high up. It's real high up. But we don't know what's going on, and that's why like I'm right and Jeremy's wrong, and
Yeah.
that's what really matters.
No, yeah,
That's
you
what
got me. Yo, you got me on the super rotation thing. Fine, it's not happening. Okay, you got
Yeah,
me.
but this is like the
Now,
8th thing
hold on.
I've got you on in a row,
Oh
Jeremy.
no, absolute 8th thing in a row. Get the fuck.
Yeah,
Dude,
like if we were
what do
betting
you?
on this shit, if we had to bet a case of Mountain Dew on this, I would have so much dew right
A
now. It's
case of
crazy.
Mountain Dew? That's an awkward bet. But anyways, yeah, that's
You
fine. You got me on
you
this.
have a bet on some dew?
That's fine. Listen, you got me on the super rotation thing. They don't know if it's happening. I'm fine with that. That's realistically, I lost a battle, but I've just won the war because now you don't even know what's going on 200 kilometers above us. Okay, that's not a good
Yeah,
look for you guys.
yeah, when it comes to that little small aspect of the atmosphere, but it's not that profound, it's not that important, It's just
Yeah.
something that we notice.
You notice how every time you lose a point, every single time you lose a point, you know what? It's not really that important. It's-
No, it is. It
Still know
is.
it's a ball, so it's not really that important. We still know it's totally spinning.
exactly. But it's,
I lost a little battle. I sacrificed a pawn, and I just snatched your queen on that.
Why did you
So
snatch my queen, bro? Like this
you
is
don't know
like
what's going on
it's
200 kilometers above us.
This
That's
is such a
not a good
strong
look for you
global
guys.
proof. This is such a strong global proof that it's kind of crippling towards flat Earth,
What's a globe
What?
Earth proof? You don't even know what's going on. You
That
not
Why is it
knowing
a
what's
proof?
going on is a globe Earth
no,
proof.
no.
How's that work?
The prevailing westerly winds are global Earth
Super
proof.
rotation in the L I took last night on the little pawn
You're
I
saying there's
sacrificed.
west to east winds prevailing, even here, prevailing westerly, even on the surface.
and it'll be
No,
settling
no,
down
no.
on that
200
word.
kilometers.
Yeah.
200 kilometers up.
But if it's not in lockstep, the atmosphere in general is not in lockstep with the Earth, then there would still be a little bit of a west to east wind, no matter what, right?
The upper part of the atmosphere. I think the lower part of the
It's not
atmosphere,
even lockstep at the
all,
lower part,
but for all
according to fluid
intents and
dynamics.
purposes, it's so close.
Well, look
I
at the GIF.
don't
Look at the
don't
meme I
think
just put in the live stream. Wouldn't you think that if there were even just a little bit, like these smokestacks and volcano clouds and things, wouldn't there be a tendency for those to move west to east just a little bit at least?
Dude, you don't know if it's close. Hold on, Dave.
that's silly.
Dude, you don't know if it's close or not. You don't even know if it's happening. It could be a third off. You don't know. You don't even know what's going on.
What?
You don't. It could be a 1.3 times the rotation of the Earth out of lockstep, or it might not be happening. You don't even know what's going on. You don't know.
But we do know that we have these prevailing westerly winds, which can't be explained on a flat Earth.
I'd be
That's
settling
that's
down on
all.
that word.
It's not true.
That's
Proof
all
That's
I'm
not true.
saying.
There's the vortex, and at that point, the toroidal vortex has a circular motion that is at the top of the vortex field, moving faster in one direction. That's where the jet stream comes from, on a flat Earth.
You didn't
What?
mention the diamagnetic plane.
Yeah, we
I
still
don't
got
understand
motion with
what
the air. It doesn't have to be doesn't have to be completely still air because it's flat Earth. We got a toroidal field going, with magnetic pulsing and all that kind of stuff.
Whoa.
Magnetic.
Whoa. Let's go into this because
Forget I
these
said
are claims.
magnetic pulsing. Forget I said
These
that.
are claims being made. No, hold up. These are claims you and Jeremy is making right now. That some magnetic toroidal field
Hold on.
is what
I
causes.
didn't say any of this.
No. Is what causes
Don't lump
prevailing
Jeremy in with me.
westerly winds.
I'm saying there has to be an explanation for these westerly winds because the Earth doesn't move. So we're already on a flat Earth.
Jeremy's
As
co-signing. Jeremy's in the back giving ad libs.
That's just
Shouting out, yeah, that's what's up.
wind is from weather. What's up with that? I don't know.
We got weather. We got weather on a flat Earth. The Earth is motionless. We know that. Let's go from there.
Okay, the Earth is motionless, but we got these prevailing westerly winds 200 k's up in our atmosphere. What's causing this on the flat Earth? According to Dave, it's a magnetic electrical toroidal field thingy-majiggy. Dave, could you please substantiate your claim? You
Just as
and
good as your
Jeremy.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
You said you don't know what's causing it, right?
He doesn't even know if they're there. You just said we got these westerly winds 200 kilometers up.
No,
You
the
don't know
westerly
what's
winds are
going
there.
on with it.
We know that they're there, but we don't know what's causing it. Some people think
Right.
it's the super rotation of Earth's upper atmosphere. Some people think
Right.
it's not that.
But you
Yeah.
described it as the atmosphere trying to do something, as if the atmosphere is trying to do anything.
That was just me trying to, make sense of it. But I stopped because I
Well,
realized I
that's
wasn't.
what I'm saying with the toroidal field. I'm trying to make sense of it. We're both just trying to make sense of it. We're on a flat Earth. Now let's try to make sense of it.
Yeah, but mine makes a bit more sense because if Earth is rotating, it's understandable. But if Earth is stationary, like I don't even understand how you have wind, or like anything. Like how is this happening?
All
Well,
pressure
that's the thing.
and temperature. That's what causes
Yeah.
wind. It's pretty
Temperature,
simple.
pressure, sun,
What the hell?
sun
You need
path.
to
Yeah,
give
but
you need to
how are
give up
these
that
different
word
mixes?
proof, Nate. Like you
Yeah,
don't even know
yeah,
what evidence is, so don't move on to proof. You need to get that word proof right out of your vocabulary.
all right, maybe. But what's causing, this exchange and mixture of different pressures and temperatures and whatnot, if everything is still? How are currents from Antarctica, sorry, how are currents from the Arctic coming down to us, here in North America and all of that, and all of these currents you see throughout the oceans and things? How
Because
do
we live
these
in a
all mix and
dynamic
interact?
system that has all kinds of pressures and temperatures and toroidal fields and magnetic fields and all kinds of shit
But
going on.
what's causing all of this? If Earth is standing still and there's no magnetic gyro spinning in Earth's core, what's causing all of these different dynamic systems
Where's the
on a flat
temperature
Earth?
coming from? Did you ask where the temperature's coming from? You didn't ask that, did you? Please tell me you didn't ask where the temperature's coming from.
I asked a lot, Banzo. I mean,
Where
but
is
what
the
I'm really asking is, how do all of these dynamic patterns that Dave is
Yeah,
talking about exist on a flat Earth? What is the cause for them?
like the consistent rotation of hurricanes in one direction in the northern hemisphere and another direction in the southern hemisphere.
Toroidal fields, magnetic lines, all kinds of shit.
I would say if they were magnetic and stuff, I would think that my magnetic compass on the dash of an airplane would not work properly if there were any magnetic influences.
Well, let's just say magnetic fields are involved, but I'd say the toroidal field, if we're going to go ether, we could go ether, but
Yeah,
there's a
let's go
toroidal
ether,
field and
yo.
it works.
How does ether
Einstein's
create the weather?
Einstein's ether.
No, not Einstein's ether. Even Einstein doesn't back his own ether idea anymore.
How would you know he's dead? You have no idea what he
Because
backed.
while he was still alive, he said, "I don't believe in the ether anymore."
Yeah, but on his deathbed he changed his mind. Didn't you hear about that?
Did he?
Yeah.
What?
And he also said that there's no way to prove the Earth rotates whatsoever. There's no way to
What?
prove that the Earth is
Stop
moving
it.
at all.
Einstein did not say that. He did not say that.
He did.
Einstein did not say that. Steve.
I'll go find the quote.
There we
Yeah,
go.
please go find it. Please.
Dave is the man of
Einstein.
evidence.
Yeah, but this is what the quote needs to say. Einstein needs to say there's no way to prove Earth is rotating. That's what the quote needs to say, verbatim. I don't want to.
Really?
I don't want it saying
Verbatim.
there's no way to determine optically if Earth is moving relative to the sun. I don't want it saying something like that. It needs to say
Oh, now you're putting
verbatim, word for
caveats
word.
on what you need to be seeing.
Yeah, but this is Dave's claim that Einstein said you can't tell if Earth is rotating. I've never heard of that.
No, it was
So
a
that's
whole
what I
different.
wanted. Yeah. What most flat earthers do is they bring up that other quote where he said using optically, it's really hard to tell where the Earth is moving relative to the sun.
Oh,
That's the main thing we hear.
maybe they do.
But
Maybe they don't.
but what,
This is
yeah, but what Dave brought up is it's brand new. I've never heard that before. Have you, Bansal?
no. I stick clear of providing any sort of evidence myself.
Okay.
You should know that, Nate.
Yeah, it's true. You you don't like making claims.
Well, nothing that I can't substantiate.
Oh,
I'll make plenty of claims. I'll make plenty of claims. You know that.
yeah.
There's a known Einstein quote. I don't know if you guys know about it, where he says that man who concessions is a waste man.
Mm. He would never say that about me, man. I think if Einstein was still alive, him and I would get along really well. You know?
All right,
Here
I
we
put the
go.
quote in the. I have come to believe that the motion of Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment.
Nate already.
See,
Got
Dave,
ya.
I already told you that's not what I want to see. What you said was Einstein said it's impossible to tell if Earth is rotating, and that's not what that quote says.
I didn't say that either. That's a misquote of me.
That's what? Go listen to the tape,
No, I
Dave.
said
That's
there's no way to
exactly what
prove that the Earth is rotating.
everyone heard you say that.
I'll go back and listen to what I.
Yeah, yeah.
He's. I don't know. It sounds
It's
like
not what.
Sounds
Oh,
like
come on, Basil. You heard what Dave
character
said.
assassination. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, we all heard what Dave said, and what Dave said isn't what's in that quote. And I said I wanted Dave to post the quote verbatim, and he needs to say exactly what he said Einstein said. And that isn't what Dave said Einstein said. Oh, but Bansal, you should have been here when I was globe smacking Wixit. It was epic, man.
What? You globe smacked Witsit? No way.
Yeah, like 2 hours. You know, he made a crazy claim, and then started making reasons as to why he's not going to post evidence for it.
What? What was
I
the
heard you got wrecked
evidence?
hard.
Yeah.
The claim was that so you know electrostatics work due to interactions between positive and negatively charged particles, right?
Well, that kind of
That's
makes
how.
a bit of sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? That's how we all understand it to work. Even Whitsitt said that himself. It's just he doesn't agree that it's particles. He thinks it's space in the electromagnetic field or something. There's like a negative charge and a positive charge within these spaces, within the intermolecular bonds of molecules or whatever, you know. And that's all fine, you know. But then I gave an example of dropping a gamma ray down a vacuum tube. A gamma ray is massless. So because it's massless, it has no charge. It has a neutral charge actually. So it wouldn't be affected by electromagnetics. But Wixit said it, yeah. According to Wixit. Sorry, Crypto?
What was his rebuttal for that? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to explain everything right now. So according to Wixit, this force of gravity that we experience, where you're way more close to the Earth's surface and further away from it, according to him, this is caused by electrostatic radiation, releasing some sort of downward pressure, and this downward pressure is what gives you weight. So I was like, fine, that's, you know, if you say that's what's happening, fine. But according to him, it gives weight to everything. But I was like, but how is this possible with regards to neutrally charged particles? Because those will not interact with this pressure released by electrostatic force.
Well, does it give you weight or does it give you that downward vector?
Both. According to Wixit, and apparently this has an effect on everything. So I gave him the example of the
So
gamma ray.
electrostatics give you weight itself. I can understand it giving you a downward
Acco-
vector, right?
According to Wixit, yeah.
according to Wixit, electrostatics explain gravity perfectly, and gravity just hijacks the idea.
A downward vector. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Oh, okay. So fine, but now so with a gamma ray, what happens with the gamma ray is if you drop it on a vacuum, if you just drop it, as it gets closer towards Earth's surface, it's going to blue shift because a downward vector force is acting upon it.
Okay.
But according to Wixit, this is caused by electrostatic forces releasing this downward pressure. But that can't be possible if gamma rays are neutrally charged. They wouldn't interact with this pressure. But according to Wixit, they do. So he needed to provide the evidence for that, and he kept ducking, dodging. The 5 Ds of flat Earth: duck, dodge, dive,
Settle
and
down,
dip.
settle down.
Yeah.
So gamma rays are massless, are they? They're
Yeah,
massless. Okay.
they all matter.
So do gamma rays get like light? Do they also get warped and contorted around planets and stuff like that when they're traveling through space?
Yeah, a gamma ray is on the spectrum of light. So,
Okay then. So
uh-huh.
how can something that is massless, right,
Mhm.
be affected by gravity?
Because gravity will change the path along which this wave of light is traveling.
It'll change the path. What in that path? What in the path?
The direction of the path. It'll bend it.
How? What's in the path to bend?
That we are not sure yet. We think that space-time might be. We hypothesize it might be made of small constituent parts that could hypothetically be what we call graviton. So space-time could be made up of these particles, and these particles, when they interact with matter and energy, they are manipulated. So we see this effect as space-time bending when it interacts with mass energy.
So so space isn't nothing, right? So there's a lot of stuff in space then that is getting bent. That creates the conduit for these gamma rays and
Yeah,
light
yeah,
to travel through. So when you say you create a vacuum, right, and there's nothing in it, well, that's not exactly entirely true, is it?
yeah. There's still stuff in the vacuum. Cool. Yeah,
Obviously.
even Whitson brought that up. Yes, Whitson brought up that you can't say that the vacuum is empty. There's still stuff. There's this background medium that's still in the
Oh,
vacuum.
exactly
And
right.
that's
So
fine.
to say
But
light,
we
yeah.
still
So to say,
we don't see electrostatics interact with dark energy or this background.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, but you
So
mean back?
it's a pretty safe bet then to say that light itself needs a conduit to travel through. It's a pretty safe bet.
What is that conduit? What is, because that
Well,
sounds like a
I don't know.
stink answer. What is it? What is a conduit?
You're gonna claim all this other
I'm not
stuff
gonna
other
claim. I'm not gonna.
than stuff. Well, I just
I'm not gonna
asked you.
claim.
I just asked you, right?
Mhm.
Is these gamma rays also too affected by like light is and bent around planets and all this sort of stuff? And you said yes, and I go, well, then they have to have mass, and you go, well, no, all it's doing is bending the path at which these gamma rays are traveling through. I went, okay, and then so what's this path? What's in this path? What's in this medium? And then you gave me all these other things that's in the medium, right? So now there is stuff in this medium, right? That now you want to deny that there's stuff in this medium, but you just said like two seconds ago that there is stuff in this medium that is actually bent around planets and all this sort of stuff. So this same
Maybe I
stuff
can clarify.
also too has to be in the vacuum so the light can travel from point A to point B.
So hang on. Let me clarify. Number one, I said we hypothesize space-time could be made of these small discrete particles called graviton, but we're not sure.
For all intents and purposes, the background is just energy. You know, it's just non-zero point vacuum energy. That's all it is. You know, and we don't see this 0 point energy interact with electrostatic forces because they are no positive or negative charged particles, whether they are real particles or virtual particles within this background vacuum energy. We don't see that. Now, space-time itself can be seen as what you would call a superfluid, but at the end of the day, we don't know, space-time is not made of particles. It's not made of negatively charged or positively charged particles. So even space-time wouldn't be bent by electrostatic forces. It would only be bent by gravity.
Yeah,
So
it's got to be
Witsit needs to
bent by
prove
something.
that number one, electrostatic forces can bend or influence this background medium, and number two, that electrostatic forces can affect neutrally charged particles. And he won't do it. Yeah.
Well,
Those were the claims he was making, and he didn't want to back them up.
I'm sure he'll give him time and he'll go and
Yeah. Maybe one day. Who knows? We'll see. But he claimed to already have those things. That's the
Exactly
thing, though,
right.
Panther. He
Doesn't that
claimed to have
statement
all of his evidence already.
isn't that statement sort of counter? Isn't it like an oxymoron if you say like neutral particles can be affected by electromagnetism? Like, would they not be called neutral particles anymore?
Exactly.
Listen, you guys don't even know what's going on 200 kilometers above us. I don't want to hear nothing. None from you guys no more.
Jeremy, you are a flattered liability right now, bro. Like, you ain't even helping.
Now gravity can bend space time. Like, wow.
That is
Name
gravity.
what it is.
The
Name
interaction
what it
between
is.
mass and space-time is what we call gravity, Panther.
What mass? What mass? What mass is it bending?
No, the mass is distorting space-time. The mass exists in there, distorts space-time.
And that is what we call gravity.
Wild claims with nothing to even back it up.
Oh, come on. Don't say nothing to back it up.
What do you got to back it up? Come on, what do you got to back it up?
You've
A
seen,
picture?
you've seen all of this stuff.
A picture? You got a picture. That's all you've got.
Well, what I have to back it up is when you drop a gamma ray down a vacuum tube, the gamma ray blue shifts. This is a phenomenon we've observed on Earth.
How do you drop a gamma ray?
You drop it, you shoot it
How?
down a vacuum tube.
Oh, so you fire it. You don't actually drop it.
Yeah.
You just fire it.
You pick it up and
Fire it, drop it,
get a handful of gamma rays and just drop it.
I think he
Yeah,
means
but
like when you.
you know what I mean, Dan. Come on, man. Stop being silly.
I know.
You know exactly what I mean. Yeah. So that can be proved by gravity, but it can't be proved by electrostatics.
So what aren't they done? They're not affected by electrostatics, these gamma rays, you're saying?
Yeah, because they have a neutral charge. And you and
Yeah,
I
how much
both agree that electrostatics only affect positive and negative charged particles, right?
Yo, how much gravity is there? How much gravity is there 200 kilometers above us?
A little bit
I'm
more
not
than
sure,
90%.
How do you there's no way you could know that. You don't even know which way the wind's blowing up there.
Dude.
You don't even know which way the wind's blowing up there. You're gonna tell me what the gravity is?
That's a very funny joke,
Yo,
but
you're taking a big L on this, Nate.
the gravity can be
For a
calculated.
fucking rook.
The thing you're talking about, the measure,
Coach is answering you.
yeah, it's not something that you would think could be easily measured. It can only be inferred, maybe, but by what? There's barely any atmosphere there, so it's like you're talking about observing it moving at certain speeds. When we observe it on things like the sun or Venus, there's a large amount of mass that you can observe moving like that. But you're talking about influencing a tiny part, tiny few particles, and trying to measure how they're moving on
Dude,
average.
excuses, bro. I don't want to hear it. They should
I mean,
know
it
this shit. There's
it'd
all
be
kind.
hard.
There's no excuse for why
hard
you
to
don't
find-
know why. What's up? Go ahead.
No, I said it makes sense. That it would be hard to find out. That would be a difficult thing to discover.
No, you guys know distances and what other stars are made of, and where they're in their Goldilocks zone and all this shit that's happening zillions of miles away, man. No fucking way, dude. You don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above us.
But you're talking about things that are accessible to us and things that are out of our reach, or there's not a clever way to detect it. There's clever ways to detect the contents of stars far away. We have like spectroscopy and stuff.
Yeah. You catching mad L's right now, Jeremy. This is not a good look.
Nah, bro. You guys
Yeah, I
are.
mean,
You guys
have you
took a
noticed
loss.
that no flat earthers are jumping to your rescue right now?
It don't matter,
Even
Nate.
they co-signing what you trying to say, bro.
Hey, don't be going there. Jeremy doesn't need rescuing at all.
Yeah,
He
it
doesn't?
doesn't matter. No one needs to jump in and help me. You guys don't know what's
Oh,
going
well.
on 200 kilometers with something that should be very easily measurable. We're talking about wind.
Well, it is very easily measurable.
Why?
Oh, here we go. It is easily measurable.
Oh,
there we go.
what's up, Paul?
There we go. How did they measure it?
They measure it by using satellites.
Perfect. That's what I was thinking. Satellites. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all you got to do is send something in orbit around the Earth, and you measure the period of that orbit, and that gives you what the gravity is there.
No,
I thought you were
no,
talking
but
about the wind.
Yeah, that is easy to measure. He's talking about there's something called super rotation and the atmosphere up there at 200 kilometers and measuring its tangential speed at any given moment or its rotational speed.
Fair enough.
He's saying that we don't have that information or that scientists aren't agreed on what speeds they're moving, and I don't imagine that would be an easy thing to measure.
Well, I actually have a
never heard of
citation
Doppler
saying
radar?
Kosho, we know how fast it's moving. No, wait.
citation.
I
Hold
think we
on.
know how fast it's moving, but what we definitely know is that there's prevailing westerly winds. We're just not sure as to what's causing this. Is it super rotation of Earth's upper atmosphere, or is it something else? It's not decided.
I actually have a citation saying that they use satellites to measure it, but apparently that wasn't good enough for Nate. He doesn't trust the satellite people.
Nate's going down with the sinking ship, and he's calling for reinforcements.
But Jeremy,
now.
in your same citation, it said, what did it say in your same site? I'm just trying to find it. Because in that same citation where they use satellites, they also say
Oh, they had
it
all
should
kinds
be
of math and
emphasized
shit.
that
I
the
thought you were going to
subject.
be busting a nut all over this.
Yeah, but then it also says it should be emphasized that the subject is full of uncertainties, and this paper is intended to draw attention to the difficulties rather than to provide a coherent picture of the actual conditions. So in your
All
own
right.
paper, it says, this is not certain. They don't really know.
Cool. We don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above us. I hear you.
We don't know what's
Perfect.
causing what we see 20 kilometers above us.
You don't know if it's even happening or not. Forget about causing. You
We
don't know
know
if
it's
it's happening or not. They don't know if the super.
We know.
So they do know the super rotation is happening.
No, what we know is that there are prevailing westerly winds up there. We just don't know what's causing it, Sharon.
Bro, you don't know if the Earth is spinning 1.3 faster times the rotation or not. You don't know what's going on up there.
I said what I said, bro. I said what I said. I feel like I won. I don't know why we're still doing this.
You guys always are.
Humble in your losses, Nate. Be humble in your losses.
But how is this a loss, man? So I stay winning, bro.
Yo, it's cool. Either way, you lose, bro. That's how I do shit.
Never lose.
Lose like Parker Lewis.
What? Nah, bro.
I had you forked in a chess game. I had a fork going. I had you all lined up, bro.
Yeah.
You caught this fade.
Whatever makes you feel better, bro. But I mean,
I'm
the
just
whole
saying,
world can
man.
see
I'm just
that I
saying.
got this one.
It always becomes
Jeremy talk about his foreskin.
Yeah.
What's up, Phil? How you been?
No.
That was Phil, right?
Yeah, that was
Ball.
Professor Phil.
Yeah, ball lives matter.
Professor, you come to take us to school, Professor?
Sure.
And then after that, these guys try to tell us bees fly because of resonance or some weird shit.
Yeah, yeah, that was.
Yeah, they vibrate with the they vibrate with the Schumann resonance.
Bumblebees.
No, it's not this. It's not the Schumann resonance that they vibrate with.
You don't say no words right. You said verbatim.
Yeah, verbatim.
Verbatim.
Verbatim, my bad. Whatever. You guys knew what I meant to say, but the whole
No, it
Schumann
sounded nuts.
Schumann.
It's that fake New York accent he puts on. That's what the problem
Sure, Benson. But this whole Schumann resonance thing, that doesn't apply to bees, John.
Bees don't resonate to match the
They do have
Schumann resonance.
no, but they have their own internal resonance.
Why would they
Huh?
measure? Why would that matter?
I don't know. That's what's on the table right now. I'm saying the bees match their frequency or vibration or resonance or whatever it is to the Schumann resonance of the Earth. Nate's
Do you
saying
have a
that don't
link for
happen.
that?
Is the burden
Do
of
you have a
proof
link?
on me for this one? I actually have
What
to
is
go
the
find a
frequency
link.
of the Schumann resonance?
Like 7 or 8 or 9 or something.
7 or 8 or 9
Maybe
what?
6. I don't know the exact number.
42.
42. There's yeah, but I mean, Jeremy, if you got a link, post it, please.
I'm Googling it right now frantically. Hold on.
All right.
You'll give him the link and he'll just hand wave dismiss it.
He'll say I don't understand or it's out of context or this other guy says this.
What?
Or he'll have an article from the same place saying the exact opposite thing, like that how stuff works things one time. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but isn't a bee's wings flapping?
They are.
Frequency. Aren't they like the frequency that's flapping? Whereas the Schumann resonance is going to be based on electromagnetic spectrum. Like I don't understand how these two frequencies are going to do anything to each other.
Yeah.
Like, how one the other.
Yeah, Jeremy's gotta explain that for us.
It's like if you had a sound frequency and a light frequency, and they were somehow, the same frequency. I mean, why would that matter?
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Coach. I'm with you, but I don't know, man.
I was just wondering about that. And then I saw something about the super rotation. I don't know why that's such a big. It's obviously there's much less atmosphere on Earth than there is on the Sun or Venus, and so the super rotation you might be witnessing is going to be something based on the small amount of atmosphere, that would be up at 200 kilometers, which is not a lot to go off of. They do know that there's super rotation in the core of the Earth because of the two rotations of the Earth and the core. It's extremely small.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's what supposedly creates some of the charge in the magnetic field. So the flowing.
Oh yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. That would be expected.
Yeah, but it's so slow. I think it's like 1 arc second over like a year or something.
What? Yeah, that's
Yep.
nothing, man.
Let's do it.
1 arc second over a year, that's nothing.
Yeah, I gotta make sure it's correct. I have. Let me look it up.
Yeah. I just feel this is all damning proof towards the flat earth. I don't know.
Hold on, man. I'm still on this fucking Bumblebee thing. All right, relax for a second.
All right, bro.
Oh, no, sorry. It's point. It's not 1 arc second. It's 0.1 degree per year.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? That could be a hoax.
What's a hoax?
The Bumblebee thing. Hold on a second.
I think it is a hoax, man.
Yeah.
You have to describe why the frequency of the wings flapping would have to have would even what that would have to do with
Here we
the
go. This is,
frequency
you
of.
guys like live science? Is live
Yeah, go
science a
ahead, post.
reliable source?
Yeah, why not?
I'm just checking. I don't know.
I was gonna say Paul spoke up before in here a couple minutes ago. He's a pretty smart dude. So yeah, if
Trying to get me into trouble, Kosho.
no, I'm just saying.
Choke him out.
I'm just saying, just because a lot of
Choke
times
him
we talk
out.
about stuff that's outside of a lot of our grasps, but if Paul's saying something, I would listen to him because he more so knows what he's talking about when it comes to physics.
Well, I mean, the movement of the upper atmosphere would have been measured by satellites using side-firing Doppler radar.
Even up there, where it's there's very little of it.
Sure.
That's interesting.
And it's interesting that you're talking about the Schumann resonance. I mean, being a resonance means it has to resonate in a cavity, and that cavity has to be capable of supporting a resonance. A dome wouldn't do that.
That
Yeah,
is
but,
interesting.
yeah, but what's even crazier, Paul, is that Jeremy's postulating that bees vibrate in
The
lockstep with
frequency of
this.
the Schumann resonance is an extremely low frequency, like 6 or 7 hertz in the
Yeah.
electromagnetic spectrum. Bees flap their
Yeah.
wings a hell of a lot faster than that.
Exactly.
That's weird. Does like 7 times a second or whatever.
Yeah, that's not very fast for a bee's wing.
Yeah, bees flap their wings like 200 times a second or something. It's like real fast. Yeah. But I don't know. Apparently, Jeremy has some magical link that he's not able to find that says this.
Well, it says the bee's brain instructs the flight muscles in the wings to move. Bees rely on something called resonance frequency. That's from beemission.com.
Yeah, no, that we totally agree with. So their brain, like with birds, their brains send a signal to the wings each time the wings need to flap. What bees do is they send one initial signal. This sets their wings flapping, and then their wings resonate. So they flap consistently at the same rate, and they don't need to send a signal each time. And this saves energy, it's more efficient, because now they have this resonance set in. And what this resonance does is it keeps their wings flapping at about 200 times a second, and the flapping is what gives the bees lift. And because they've maintained this perfect resonance, and because of the way the bees' wings flap, they don't flap up and down, but they flap in a figure eight infinity sign type of motion. This apparently creates some sort of vortex around the bee, and this is
Yeah,
what
I'm looking at a
protects.
picture of it right now.
Yeah, and this is what protects bees when they're flying through winds and stuff. They don't get blown away by the winds, you know? And this is what helps them maneuver aerodynamically.
You know that if they can see like the wind. I don't know what kind of fluid this is around the bee, and they did some kind of special photography. But if you can actually, you can see the vortex and shit in it.
Yeah. So I don't know, Jeremy. That sounds like an L for you, bro. This whole resonating with
No,
the
well, they do
Schumann
resonate. They do
Yeah.
resonate for resonance
Uh-huh.
frequency.
But it's not with
So,
the Schumann, is it?
it
Damn.
could be. I don't know. I'm not sure what the.
They don't
Well, I'm
just
still
hum it.
looking. Hold on. I got to see what resonance frequency they use and see if it's the same one as Earth. That's all.
All right. All right.
Considering that bees flap their wings, I've just found about 230 times a second, and the Schumann resonance is about 7 hertz. They're nowhere near the same.
All right, it's off. It's a little off
Damn,
by a
Jeremy.
few hertz.
That's not a
It's off
good
by a
look.
few hertz.
That's not a good look, man.
7 hertz is 7 cycles a second, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's off by over
Okay.
350 something hertz.
230 divided by 7 is almost 33.
Jeez, Jeremy. That's a big L, bro.
That's Illuminati.
All right, you got me on the
Which is
fucking bumblebee bullshit.
237.
Another pawn.
It's 230 divided by 7, 237, and it's almost exactly 33. It's like 32.8, and then a bunch of other numbers behind it. But
The bumblebee's at 363. So
maybe not.
But yeah, Jeremy, that's another L, dog.
Pawns, bro, pawns. I got the queen last night. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above us, bro. That's your
literally
queen.
checkmate.
You should drop your king on that one.
Not even, bro. That's checkmate. It's either checkmate or I managed to get a pawn to the other side and I got 2 queens on you or something.
No,
Yeah.
that's not what it's like.
I mean, that was a power move. What just happened right now?
With the bumblebee?
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
What are you, bro? You was here talking with your chest about how bumblebees resonated the Schumann resonance. You know, you said it
Yeah, I
loud
thought
and
they
proud. And
resonated at the Schumann resonance. All right, you got
now
me.
all of a sudden, who gives a fuck? Come on, bro.
Bro, you got me on how many hertz a bumblebee fucking resonates at.
He's
Huge,
got the
that's
right
huge,
idea.
huge
That's
win,
the main thing.
huge loss for me. Yes, all right, I gotcha.
You're close enough, Jeremy. You're on the right track.
Yeah, you're only 2 orders of magnitude out.
It's close enough.
In the meantime, you don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above your head right now.
Well, you claim we
Alright.
don't know, but we actually do.
No, Nate claims you don't know. I was cool with us knowing, but Nate wanted to take that W so bad. Now we don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above us.
But we know what's going on.
We should have just took the L on the thing.
No,
Well, I would modify that and
rotating at
say there are
1.3
some things we don't know about 200 kilometres above us. But just to say we don't know what's going on is a blanket statement, and that's not true.
Exactly.
With the rotation of the atmosphere specifically, you don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above us.
Well, even then, that's a blanket statement, and that's not true. We know something about it. We know it rotates, right?
No, is it going at 1 to 1, or is it going at 1.3 to 1? Like, what's the ratio it's rotating at?
We are undecided on that.
They don't know. Yeah, you guys don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above our head. That's fine. I know it's okay.
Because you
It's okay,
said
Nate.
you knew what was going on, and I just tried to explain to you that it's undecided. So that's still a win
They
for
don't
me as
know.
well.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on 200 kilometers above our head. That's a win for you. Okay, if that's how you want to take it, it's fine.
What? Damn, bro.
I don't know how you can say we don't know what's going on with the rotation of the atmosphere at 200 kilometers above your head, and be like, that's fine. That's not a loss for me. That's a loss for you. Like, I don't know how you could think these things.
Why is it lost for me though? I wasn't the one making claims about you know, Earth's atmosphere super rotating this, that, and the third. That was you.
I
And
told you
I
it
just
was
showed
a,
you
it was a
that
trap, Nate. It was a trap. Either way, I couldn't lose. That was all set up. I set it up, bro.
word.
3 steps ahead of you at least, bro.
Oh, so here's a paper that tells us exactly how they measure it. They use it by measuring the orbital
Oh, there we
inclinations of
go.
satellites, and they measure it by observing vapor trails.
I told him about the satellites, Phil. He didn't listen to me.
No,
He
no,
says we
I
don't know.
totally agree with that. I mean, the way Paul's saying it now, you know, it makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
Yeah.
But the way you
fuck?
I don't know, man.
Fuck out of here! I gave you that exact article. That exact fucking article. What he's reading right now.
Wait,
Yeah, but
Don't
what?
even.
How do you know? Which article am I reading?
What the
Yeah,
fuck,
you don't
bro?
know what he's reading
You
though.
can't make this shit up. I swear to God.
You don't
wait,
even know what he's reading.
I think I'm hearing Professor Phil, but then somebody's calling him Paul. Who is this?
I'm not Professor Phil.
Right.
that's not.
That makes sense. Okay.
You're not
I,
Phil.
No,
no.
fuck no.
Fuck are you? Nate, what's your screen name?
The two sound nothing alike. What the hell?
Yeah.
Just like Phil. What's your name?
Fake Phil.
Fake Phil.
I thought Nate was calling you the wrong name. I'm like, why is Nate calling Phil Paul?
Oh shit.
What's your screen name though?
First with the highest IQ.
With a high IQ, not the highest.
Yeah.
I'm putting the video in the chat that Jeremy was talking about how the bee beats its wings back and forth to make this hollow cavity in the bee get the same resonance frequency as the Earth. So it appears this is
there we go.
what he's talking about.
Yeah, there we go. Might not have taken the L on the bumblebee thing, which is super important according to Nate. It's super important that I take that bumblebee at loss.
Well, basically, when you vibrate in resonance with another thing, energy is exchanged between the two things across time and space and separation. Once you're vibrating in sync with something, energy and other information can flow quite easily between you. You can levitate, communicate, exchange energy. A lot of interesting things happen.
So, Nate, do we know what's going on 200 kilometers above us now, or do we still not know, like, what's going on, bro?
We know what's going on. What
We
I'm
know,
saying is
okay.
what's causing it. We can detect, you know, the speed at which the atmosphere travels up there. We can detect that there are these prevailing westerly winds. We're just
Okay, so
undecided as to what's causing it. Is it the
No, it's
super
not this.
rotation, or is it something else?
No, this isn't about the cause. I'm sorry. This isn't about the cause. This is about if it's happening. They don't even know if it's happening or not. That was your argument. I said super rotation happens. You said no. I was like, yes, it's 1.3 times the speed that it should be going at. And you were like, no, they don't even know if it's happening or not. So it definitely is happening now, and I won that argument. And I taught you about super rotation of Earth. Or is that not what happened?
That's not what happened. And I feel you kind of just being mean
Save
now.
it, Nate. No, you can't. You want it both ways, bro. You can't have it both ways.
I mean, I said I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know what else to say, man.
You can't have it
But
both
all right,
ways, bro.
how about this? On the super rotation, we got a stalemate.
No.
But I totally
Nope.
like, you know, murder you on the whole bee thing, man. Lemon's video. I'm watching it and it's straight jokes, man. The shit ain't serious. Some old
Talking
dude
about
talking
the
about
resonance and how it allows levitation if you're in frequency with the Earth or in sync with the frequency of the Earth itself.
This is nonsense.
It's cutting edge science, the sort of woo that will actually take us where we want to go scientifically.
So if I resonate with the Earth's frequency, I'm gonna start levitating. Is that what you say, Lemon?
Pretty much. That's basically what this video appears to be saying.
Yeah,
I've had
that's
180
exactly what this old dude is saying. Sorry, Hum.
Well, we already have a vibration frequency that's well above the Earth's threshold electromagnetically. Ideally, we'd be in sync with the Earth with some sort of hollow cavity or, acoustics or something, vibrating enough to allow us to levitate or change the field of the Earth to lift us up and support us.
How would you was trying to say something? Man?
Oh yeah, we could levitate by humming, right?
We'd have to have a bunch of monks lined up with their didgeridoos, but potentially yes.
Is that true? How if we hum at the same frequency and we resonate, we all gonna start levitating?
I got a Hummer once. I thought I levitated, but I was mistaken.
Well, we know that sound is the organization principle that you see with salt on a Chladni plate. Once you get an object to start singing with a resonant tone, its song goes out into the universe and organizes the space around the object in subtle ways. Different structures come out, different forms, different things based off of this voice, this song that's coming out of the object at resonance. Sing a song, it might sing a song back in resonance with you, and interesting resonant things may happen.
Have you ever seen this though, Lemon? Like in a video or something where people hum together and they start levitating?
The closest I've seen is with a didgeridoo and some paper. You put that big tube of the didgeridoo over the paper and blow out the note, and the thing starts floating up. Each object has a different resonance frequency, so you need to tailor your frequencies to the object that you're dealing with. Otherwise, the song may have little to no effect.
What determines the resonant frequency of an object, Lemon?
I don't know. Each object's different. You got to try out some
Can you
notes
show me a list
before
of measurements
see
of
what
the
you
resonant
get.
frequencies of various objects, please?
No.
So
I'll
you're
see if I
just
can find the
making
video.
this is just making shit
didgeridoo.
up.
Just telling you the truth. Whether you're prepared for it or
But if
not
it's
is
the truth, it's
irrelevant.
been
It's still
measured,
true.
and we've got a mechanism for how they resonate,
You're
right?
begging the question.
I'm not. If it's
You're
the truth,
assuming
we've
it has
measured
to
it,
be
right?
measured by your science. That's not
If
necessarily
it's
the
the
case.
truth, you've got evidence for it, yeah?
Demonstration, a video showing the piece of paper floating when you use a little didgeridoo on it.
They measure the resonant frequency of the
Yeah.
didgeridoo.
No, they just demonstrate that it's possible. That's all I need to know.
Well, we know how closed and open-ended tubes work with sound and resonant
Blowing air.
frequencies, yeah.
You blow air. Yeah, it's just blowing air out of a tube.
I mean, the
That's
theory
causing
of resonant
something to
frequencies in
levitate.
closed and open-ended tubes is well understood. We do actually have physics for that, but what we don't have physics for is your so-called resonant frequency of various objects being different.
We will, once the blue pill left brain people like yourself get out of the way. Let me see if I can find the didgeridoo video.
you poor old blue pilled dude. Standing in the
Oh, by
way of
blue pill, I
progress.
mean I'm unwilling to think about things in new terms, new creative terms that'll give us an innovative new path forward. Going with the old forms, the old paradigms, and trying to bring down the other people that are trying to think in different ways, kind of like crab in a barrel.
So I'm watching this. I'm watching this funny video that Lemon posted about the resonance of the bees, and the poor dude in there. He doesn't really understand much about aerodynamics because he claims that aerodynamically the bumblebee can't fly. Well, that's just obviously false because the bumblebee does fly. If we use the aerodynamic formulas that we use to design aircraft, it might not be able to fly. But bumblebees don't fly like aircraft, do they? So we have to use other aerodynamic formulas that relate to the bumblebee. And when we use those, yes, it can fly.
I like Miles Mathis' explanation of why these things are flying. The charge field, as opposed to mechanically pushing air under the wing. It's more like running over the charge field with greater and greater speed, picking up charge, and being able to achieve lift by more contact with the charge field. Like having the plane go through the air faster and faster, faster, pick up a charge, and lift via the charge field as opposed to just mechanical wind.
But do you not understand, Lemon, that flapping wings produce lift, and the bee has wings which it flaps, creating lift, and that's why the bee flies.
I'd go with
it's
the
that
charge
simple.
field explanation.
So we should then be able to observe the different behaviour of bees as they approach high voltage power lines, right? Because we know the characteristics of the electromagnetic field around such power lines. Surely we would have done observational studies of bees around such power lines if we thought that they would have flown according to this theory, yeah?
Surely.
Can you point me to such a study, please?
Why not like something more controlled in a lab? Why use power line?
Well, because power lines are out there in nature, right? And so are bees.
No,
you know?
absolutely not. They are not out there in nature. Okay, they are
What?
absolutely
There aren't
man-made.
power lines out there in nature?
Well,
Yes, there
out
are.
there enough to do an
They
experiment.
are not out there in nature. They are out there constructed by human beings.
Well, that's
not
that's
natural.
in nature. Everything out there is natural, right?
Okay, if that's the way that you're using it, that's fine, but that makes it a worthless statement to make because literally everything's in nature then. So you've made a worthless
That's
statement.
correct.
Why would you do that?
Well, that's correct. Everything is out there in nature.
Why'd you make a
Yes.
worthless statement like that?
It's not a worthless
He's
statement.
basically saying we
It
should be
is.
able to
If everything's in
experiment with
nature, you're
it.
using it in the manner of everything is in nature, there was no reason for you to specify out there in nature because everything's there and we already know that, so we don't need to specify it. It was a worthless statement that you made. Why'd you do that?
But to
Or
be fair, I
you're just gonna
understood what he
speak
was
and you just don't
saying.
want to
He's
admit
saying
it.
that there are power lines out there that we could experiment with. Whether or not it's in nature or not is irrelevant because the main crux of the statement that we should be able to experiment with this with power lines or whatever, I still understood. Nature
Yes,
or not.
exactly.
Oh, I didn't make the argument that you didn't understand his incorrect statement.
I mean, if you would have said out there in reality, wouldn't that have been the same as what he said? They mean the same thing.
As long as I understand what he's saying, it's cool. I don't like to play too many semantic games like that.
We should be able to attract bees to various trees by setting up an electromagnetic field around them, or repel bees from other trees by setting up a reverse electromagnetic field around them. Yeah?
That would be very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think his point is that we don't see that, so it's kind of evidence that that's not the case.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
But that could just as easily go back to the same thing you were saying about the airplanes. Just because the bumblebees don't follow the rules of what we understand about the electromagnetism of the power lines, our man-made power lines, doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It could just be bumblebee specific, and we don't understand it yet. Just like with the
Well,
planes.
that's actually a proposal of why the bees are we're having problems with the honeybee population or the bumble, whatever they are. It's because of the electromagnetic, frequencies or waves or whatever we're putting out there.
It messes with the field, and the bee's like, "Oh, I can't fly anymore. I'm just gonna have to fall to the ground."
Yeah,
The
isn't that
field
like
that I normally fly.
isn't that like one of the mainstream reasons for why they think there's a problem with them?
If we already know one part of them works differently, obviously, it doesn't seem to make sense to assume that literally everything else about the bumblebee must match everything we know.
That bee's gonna have to work a little bit harder to be in resonance with the frazzled electromagnetic field around those power lines and stuff. I think they utilize a similar effect in what we call UFOs, which are probably just advanced, tech, making the craft spin with a spinning metal or something that's basically generating a field around the craft that allows it to levitate. Do 90-degree turns, travel at great speeds. I think we also see something similar with objects being easier to lift once they're spinning as opposed to when they're not.
But that's not true, is it?
Yes, it is. Somebody
No, it's
talks
not.
about how people were able to lift 70-pound weights over their head with great ease as long as they were spinning. Anti-gravity effects, if you will, making it easier to lift.
And
I've
yet
seen
no one's actually quantified or measured this, right?
They were talking about it on the Tesla Tech video that I saw. I'd have to find the specific video they were talking
Did
about
they
it in,
measure and
but
quantify it?
very fascinating. They had the weight. They had somebody lift it over their head, easier than they could if it wasn't in motion. That's all that I got from the video.
Well, I guess to actually verify that it was actually easier, they would have had to have measured the force that the person exerted on the object. Did they do that?
All I can say is what I heard in the video.
I'm gathering that they didn't do that, and so therefore they're just assuming that it was easier to lift by
So
watching the person.
you don't have any idea, right? You haven't seen the video. You're just assuming. Yeah. Thanks for playing.
Blue pill rejection may be justified up to a point, but I'd have to find the video and let you go from there.
Yeah, I'll happily watch the video, but I'm almost certain that in that video I won't find any measurements.
Until then, you're going to assume what you don't find.
Speaking over me, right?
Yeah.
Until then,
yeah.
I'm
Until
pretty
then,
certain.
you're just going to
I'm
assume
pretty
what you won't
certain that
find.
I won't find any measurements or quantifications of the effect, though, will I?
Listen to you, bro. You good. How the hell would you know what you would find if you hadn't seen it?
Well,
What
like I just pointed out, I'm more than happy to look at it. So Lemon's quite happy to.
Before you start
Lemon's
like an
quite
idiot,
happy
you
to point.
probably need
Lemon's
to
quite
see the
happy
video.
to provide me with the link, and I'll watch it. Right?
Hold on. All right.
I'll see if I
Yo,
can
but
find
that's
it.
all rock here.
Pull it back,
That was all rock here. What the hell?
Yeah. What the fuck,
I'm
Rock? Yeah.
directing it at everyone. Everyone just pull it back and have a conversation, please.
Quite happy to watch the video.
You seem quite happy to assume things and talk down to Lemon before you watched it, though.
I'm not talking down to him. You're assuming I'm talking down to him.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that something spinning will be heavier or lighter just because it's spinning.
No,
It
makes
would
no
make
sense.
sense
There's no
if it's
physical
gathering
mechanism for that
something
to happen.
It would make sense, though, if you think about it in a different way, if you change your paradigm. Namely, if you think about this object picking up something from the surroundings of the ether that gives it energy to power its movement that it doesn't normally gather unless it's in movement. Perhaps at
Ron,
high
did you-
spin, the ether surges into the object, giving it anti-gravity effects. But we'd have to think about this in new terms to even begin to try to explain this, unless we want to go back to the normie paradigm and try to do it that way.
Yeah,
Ron,
it's either a hoax.
Did you get?
Right.
Hold on. Did they say that if something spins faster or slower, it wouldn't affect weight.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
But you got weight
Basically,
change at different latitudes, which is the spinning at different rates causing different changes.
It's not the spinning of the weight causing it to be lighter, though. It's the spinning of the thing that the weight's on. That's quite different, isn't it, Jeremy?
Maybe we
got to there, Jeremy.
Yeah, but
Damn,
we still got people that can spin things and lift more weight than they'd normally be able to because they're spinning.
Yeah, the videos I've seen are either a hoax or it has something to do with the spinning because that's really the only thing that they change. They try and lift these.
Yeah, that ain't a hoax.
Whatever
You
it
can
is.
do that.
Yeah. I thought
whenever
that was
you
a
spin a
worldwide thing.
basketball, like when you go to spin it on your finger, doesn't it seem lighter than whenever you're just trying to hold it on your finger?
No, it doesn't. And I play basketball a lot. That it doesn't feel lighter at all.
It doesn't feel any lighter. Okay, maybe not.
It's just balance. If you spin it on your finger, because there's that rotational point of axis. If you can balance it on your finger right there, it's just balance. The ball just stays there spinning, but it doesn't feel lighter.
well, we also have gyroscope that spin on edge and slanted as long as you spin them fast enough. So that appears to be an anti-gravity moment that makes the gyroscope quote unquote light enough to balance without falling off even when it's cocked at an angle at high spin. It looks like we already see something similar to that too.
Well, quote unquote, it won't do that. Quote unquote, it will actually precess if it's at an angle. And it's well understood, gyroscopic precession and motion of gyroscopes spinning at high rates is something that's well understood. No, it's not anti-gravity.
So why doesn't it fall off when it's cocked at an angle off the edge of a table? If you spin it fast enough, it'll just spin there or kind of cocked in place without falling off. Why does that happen?
Well, it happens because of conservation of angular momentum, Lemon.
well,
That you
blue
have to apply quite a considerable force to change
we're
that
gonna
angular
listen to this
momentum,
guy.
right?
Yeah, I think
We are
that's
going to
why.
listen to him out of courtesy. Please continue.
Yeah,
Chris, with the
Rock
high
here,
IQ.
come on,
We're trying to
man.
be polite, but oh my gosh, it's
trying.
Blue Pill Blue.
My
Please,
patience is worth it.
please continue, Curse with a high IQ. Please continue.
Please tell us some more BS. So I'll get
He
in
was
trouble.
talking about the conservation of momentum or something.
I think he was. Of the
Conservation of
pendulum on the
angular
edge of the
momentum.
Conservation of angular momentum.
Sorry, good sir. Continue. When it's hanging over the edge of the table at an angle, how is it not falling down?
Because of the conservation of angular momentum.
That's just words. How? How?
You can help with explanation, but you can't help understand.
Exactly.
He didn't
Well, you can
explain
lead
anything.
You can lead a glober to flat water, but you can't make him think. I like the charge field as an explanation, like Miles Mathis was saying, because the charge field coming into the object and surging out of the object at some sort of angle at least offers the hope of a mechanical explanation. Mechanical being something touching something else and causing something else to happen, like the gyroscope not to fall off the table. I would go with that instead of just this wooey conservation of momentum, non-mechanical whatever.
I'd like to see a demonstration of that too, because I'm pretty sure that if you hang a gyroscope off the table at an angle like that, it won't just sit there and not move at all. It will actually precess.
Yeah, that's how a gyro compass works.
I mean, countless people have done this with a bike wheel, right? You spin a bike wheel really fast and you hang on to one end of the axle and it doesn't fall over, but it wants to sort of spin around you when you do that. That's exactly the same phenomenon.
Oh, I think that's what I was saying. It was like a bicycle wheel, but it was really heavy with a post in the middle, like on its axis. It's extending out, and he would hold that, and he couldn't lift it until they spun it really fast, and then he could just kind of lift it with one arm and do it above his head. And and all that. That might be using that conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah, there's like I get that. I've seen that video, that demonstration of the guy doing that, and there is an explanation for that. If you were to try to lift a weight out on the end of a stick with it not rotating, right, then what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to apply a torque to it. You've got to try to swivel that thing up into the air, right? But when the object is rotating, you have that conservation of angular momentum, and it's like you're lifting it right at the weight, because you can, even when you're lifting it from back further along the axis, you're lifting straight up. The whole thing will lift straight up because it wants to maintain that position and not rotate about that point that you're trying to lift it up at. That's the reason why it seems easier to lift up.
Are you the
So
same
when
guy like 3 minutes ago that said he hadn't seen the video?
So when it's spinning, it's lighter.
No, I'm assuming that it was a different video than what Lemon was talking about. I know the video you're talking about, the guy on the oval, right?
So when the thing's spinning, it's lighter, right?
Yeah, the thing that
No.
was spinning, you know, and appearing lighter. He couldn't lift it, and then when they spun it, he could lift it. You know what Lemon said. I didn't say
No.
anything new. You know, the video you said you hadn't seen, and now you seem to be an expert on.
Yeah, because you explained it a little bit more. You described what the video was about. Now I understand what the video is you're talking about, right?
So now we know when things
guess.
spin. The ultimate point is now that we know that things can be lighter when if you spin them up.
No, that's not what I said at all. That's not the reason why they don't become lighter. It's a different way that the forces act on the object when it's spinning. When you apply a force on the object when it's not spinning, you're applying a torque to it. And what'll happen is you're just trying to lift up the stick at the end, and it'll rotate about the heavy object. So to lift up the heavy object, you've got to apply a counter torque to that. And when you're applying a torque with an object that's weighty out a fair distance from a rod, you've got to apply a fairly large force, all right? But if you then go to, like, think of it, if you've got a 2 metre rod and you stick a 1 kilogram weight on the end of it, and you try and lift up that 1 kilogram weight by pivoting from the other end, right? And then you go to the weight and you lift it up, which is easier. Lifting it up from where the weight is obviously easier because you're using a different type of force rather than using a torque to lift it up, and you have to apply a much larger torque at the other end of the stick. You're lifting it up by a direct vertical force.
Yeah. So in other words, the thing was so heavy you couldn't lift it, and then when you spin it up, you can lift. Then when you spin it up, you can lift it.
No, he's
That's
saying
exactly
that
what
when it's
happened.
not spinning, you don't need to apply the same amount of
exactly
force.
what happened.
When it starts spinning, it's a little easier to lift. I guess we just have a different way of explaining it. You know, ether surging into the object or a charge field versus, I don't know, conservation of momentum or whatever.
It is easier to lift, but it's not because the object is lighter in any way. It's because you're applying a different kind of force.
Yeah, a force that's making it lighter. Yeah, we know.
No, that's not the reason at all.
Jesus, Jeremy.
I don't understand it. We're putting a force on it that's making it lighter. Now I could lift this thing that was so heavy before I couldn't lift it because it weighed too much.
No, you're just applying the force in a different way. That's why.
Yeah, a way to make it lighter. We know.
No, he grabs it from the end of the stick, tries to put torque on it, can't lift it, can barely move it, and they spin it and grabs it in the same exact position and can twirl it around his head.
Yeah, it's because the force he's applying is acting in a different way.
Yeah, that's great.
It's spinning.
What the fuck? You got to be kidding me.
I mean, when you open a gate, right, if you go to the gate, part of the gate where it's hinged, and you push on the gate 1 centimetre from where it's hinged, is it easier to open there than if you go to the other end of the gate and push it there?
Is the gate
Easier
spinning?
further.
Is the gate
That's
spinning?
a very good example.
Terrible analogy.
Right.
You guys
It's
have the worst
obviously
analogy
easier.
ever.
It's a perfect analogy.
Yeah, it's
It's
obviously
terrible
easier.
analogy.
It's obviously easier to open the gate from the other end because, but does that make the gate lighter? No, you haven't changed the weight of the gate at all.
Was the gate spinning?
You've just changed the way that you apply the force, and that's
Was
exactly
the
what's.
gate spinning?
No.
Is my mic working?
Yes, it is.
Was the gate spinning, sir?
No, the gate wasn't spinning, sir.
So try another analogy.
Yeah, we're also talking about the upward and downward force, weight, not like a left to right thing. Not analogous at all. Terrible analogy. Try again.
Well, also the door's on a hinge. These gyroscopes don't appear to be quite like that, although they do, I guess, binge, which I guess is a bit of a hinge, I guess, technically. But I don't know. That would be like, spinning the gyro once as opposed to lifting it over your head. It just doesn't appear to be the same. And the hinge would be what? Your joints or whatever? I mean, the hinge would be your joints if you're lifting it over your head or whatever. So I don't know if the analogy quite works, but I don't know.
You're too kind, Lemon. You're letting him off the hook too easy. He
Well,
laughed
sorry,
at
Chuck.
you when you said that
But
when you
I'm
spin
not.
something.
Yeah, you're cutting SE off. Don't worry about it, though.
But I'm not
SE?
on the hook, right? Because it's not me that doesn't understand the principles of physics involved here. It's you.
Yeah, see, he's talking down again. See, he did that earlier with Lemon.
He
I
did
got
it
on to
again,
him.
yeah.
He fussed at me, yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
say what I was gonna say then. Maybe you won't cut me off this time.
Yeah, he cut SE off to talk down to him. Right, left lane.
So can I go?
It's just
Can
like
I,
you're
can I-
talking down to me
Yeah.
right now, right?
Yeah, let's
Rakia?
not talk. Let's
Not
not
really.
talk down. Let's not cut
I
people
didn't
off.
say you
Okay.
were dumb. I didn't say you were stupid or sounded like an arrogant prick.
Neither
said
did
you were
I. I
talking.
didn't say any of that shit either, Rakia. So eat your own words.
Sure you did. Sure you
No,
did.
I didn't. When did I say he was dumb? I didn't say that
SE's
at all.
been awaiting patiently. Let's listen to SE. SE.
Thank you. I'm almost choking laughing here. So Lemon, he came in when you told him when you spin something and it makes it lighter, right? And I was gonna come in just for that, but Rakia beat me to it with the spinning wheel. So after he found out that it is true, then he became an expert all of a sudden on spinning wheels. I mean, come on, IQ man, humble yourself, bro.
What do you mean humble myself? I'm giving you an explanation for why it's easier to lift. That explanation doesn't involve conceding to it being lighter. It is not lighter in any way whatsoever. It's just that you're applying a force in a different way. And when you apply that force in a different way, it becomes easier to lift.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I
it
mean-
feels like it's lighter. Before he couldn't lift it with two hands. Now, after it spins, he can lift it with one hand. Now, why that happens is not the issue. The issue is you were even laughing merely at the suggestion of that. That is the issue, sir.
No, what I'm laughing at, sir, is your misconception that it being easier to lift means that the object is lighter. Why
I
do
never
you come
said
to-
it's
why
lighter.
do-
I
why
never
are you
said it's
interrupting
lighter.
me now? I haven't finished, hey? So,
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
yeah, exactly. You're bad, right? So you seem to be coming to the conclusion that because it's easier to lift, somehow the weight is lighter, and that's not true. It's just the different way that you're applying a force makes it easier to lift. It doesn't make the weight lighter in any way whatsoever.
I
But
don't
if it's
care
easier
any
to
which
lift,
way you
how is
say
it?
it. Before the spinning object, before it was spun, he couldn't lift it with two hands, he told you. After you spin it, and you laughed at that, you almost mocked him, talked down at him. And after you spin it, you can lift it with one hand now. Anything you say after that doesn't matter. You couldn't even believe that was true to begin with when Lemon told you, sir.
The bit that I couldn't believe was Lemon claiming that the spinning somehow had an anti-gravity effect and made the object lighter. That is the thing that I've tried to point out to you all along, that spinning it doesn't make it lighter. Spinning it in this situation makes the force that you apply act in a different way. right? So no, I don't retract anything of what I said. You seem to be misunderstanding what I say, right? It doesn't make it lighter. It makes it feel as if it's easier to lift, and it is easier to lift. I agree with that 100%. But the spinning doesn't act in any kind of anti-gravity way, and it doesn't make the object any lighter.
So
Yeah,
it seems
exactly
like
what I
you're,
said.
It
but
changes
it seems
the
like you're. It seems like you're basically avoiding the implications that I was trying to draw from this fact. You acknowledged the fact, but you didn't want to go with the interpretation of the implications that I was drawing from it, that spin makes it anti-gravity. So it looks like you were kind of rejecting it on those grounds, and that you didn't want to draw the same inference that I did off of the same thing, even though we're technically kind of talking about the same thing. So if
Okay,
that's
here we
what you
go.
want to do, that's fine. But it does appear that this thing, whether it's lighter or not, is easier to lift, although you say that it's not lighter for some reason.
How does he know
Here we
it's
go.
not lighter
You ready?
again? How
Let me
does
get
he
in
know
real
it's
quick,
not
guys.
lighter? Oh, sorry.
Guys, let me get in real quick. Does spinning make something lighter? This is from Quora. Never mind. My bad.
Okay, so how does he know it's not lighter when it's spinning? Has anybody ever measured that?
Funny you asked that, Rakia, because that's exactly the question I asked, and I didn't get an answer to it.
It's your claim now, like.
Go Rakia. Go Rakia.
Well, two people are claiming basically the same thing. Lemon's saying it makes it lighter, which, it makes it appear lighter. He's able to lift it. And you're saying that it doesn't make it lighter. It remains the same weight. Have you ever measured it? I would say you haven't. So I'm not sure how we know.
It seems like it changes the leverage properties of it, which it may appear.
Well, there would be a pretty simple experiment you could do, right? You could get a top, and you could put it on a scale and weigh it, and then you could spin that top and put it on the same scale and weigh it, couldn't you? Right? And if the spinning made it lighter, it should weigh differently. Yeah?
So is
I
this
was
like the
thinking the same
Coriolis
thing.
thing? Is this something that appears to be happening but isn't really happening? Are you saying it's easier to lift but it's not lighter? I mean, how can you be comfortable saying that? If it's easier to lift, one would assume that it's lighter.
No.
At least
He's
on some
not saying
level.
that. He's not saying that. He actually has a point here. We should be able to test this easily. He's not disagreeing that it makes it easier to lift. He's saying, does it actually weigh less or more? And that's a good question.
Yeah,
So
because I would
apparently this has already
imagine that
been-
if
this has
there's
already
a
been
simple
done.
mechanism like spinning something to make it lighter and easier to lift, then we'd see all kinds of devices that would be involved in lifting heavy objects that would first spin the object and then lift it, right? If this
Apparently
was a
it's already
well
been done.
understood and easily measured effect, that we
Yeah, unless
should
it's a
Apparently
China
already-
set or
do
something
that.
expensive, delicate.
It's apparently already done, boys. 2 Japanese scientists did this experiment with 2 different gyros, and apparently, when it's rotating in a certain position, it will appear to get lighter.
Measurably?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not looking at the actual measurable data here, like as far as numbers go. I'm just seeing storyline, no math. But apparently,
Yeah. We don't want writing. We want to see an actual experiment.
well, it's from newscientist.com, and it says, science, does a spinning mass really lose weight? And it says late last year, 2 Japanese researchers made the startling claim that when a gyroscope spins in one sense, it loses weight, but its weight remains unaltered when it spins in the opposite sense. So there you go. There's an anomaly discovered there.
That's very interesting. I'm trying to
We
think
have
of reasons why. As the wheel spins, it gives a downward torque or an upward torque, or is it dependent on the motion?
Dependent on direction, yeah.
Direction.
Can we have a
yeah,
link to that? Can we have a link to that article, please?
Just type in newscientist.com and then type in gyro.
Yeah, I
Wouldn't
have
it be
something
easier
here
if you
too.
know where the article is?
I'm
just
not
to
on my
post a
I'm
link
not
to
on my
it?
phone.
Well,
I'm not
just
on
a
phone
little
with my, like-
trust here. A little trust on the reading. Gyroscope spins in clockwise sense, looking down on it from above. It loses weight. The amount it loses is only. So Sorry. That was the beginning. The amount of weight it loses is about 0.005% of its resting weight. So when it's not
Oh,
spinning.
come on.
So
Yeah,
it's
so
not
this,
going to make it much easier to lift, is it?
It's one of those atomic clock bullshits.
well, we're only talking about a gyroscope though, so maybe the faster it goes, the heavier it is. I can tell you this, oh, that would be interesting. I wonder if I could see it in the gyros in the boat. Like
What's
it
the
would be.
weight again, Rakia? What's the difference again?
Well, let me get through my thought because I'll lose it. The gyro on a boat, when it's at rest, the boat would be sitting one level in the water. When it spins up, if it loses weight, it would rise up. We
Yeah, good point.
might could do a test with the boat gyro. Like there's a big concrete ball. I think it's like 600 or 800 pounds, something like that. It's a big, gigantic concrete sphere inside of a cylinder, and they spin it really fast, and they have a hydraulics hook to it, and it keeps the boat stable. And when you spin this thing up, it takes like 4 hours to spin back down. That's how fast it's going.
Well,
Hold on, that's to keep your boat stable? Really?
Yeah, you'd be amazed, dude. You can get on the side of a boat and like rock it back and forth and turn this thing on, and it'll become rock steady. Bam! You can't move it.
That's actually really smart because if you know about sailboats, they usually have this very deep keel and it's full of lead.
Yeah. Well, that's
Where
center
if
of
they have
gravity.
yeah, a deep, low center of gravity. So, or
We're
whatever.
talking
I'm
about
using the
spinning
wrong
a
word.
ball, though. Spinning a ball.
Exactly. That's what makes it smart.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's
this
crazy.
is ingenious, man, because a gyro, this is ingenious because it's designed, well, not designed, it keeps rigidity in space. That's what it does. So on a boat, that's freaking ingenious, man.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you can be in rough seas and have these things turned on depending on how many, like bigger boats require bigger gyros or multiple ones. But on like a smaller boat, you put one in there. They had a demo at a boat show, and you could get on one side and hang on to the top bimini part and like rock it back and forth. And the guy would turn it on, and it would just like, bam, like all of a sudden become steady as a rock. You couldn't rock it.
Yeah.
Well,
The
first
energy
time I
to
hear
spin
about
that
this.
bit.
Way to go, man.
Spinning is crazy. Oh, I'm smarter than I look.
Yeah, smarter than you sound, too.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
Well, we're humble laymen, gentlemen, which is good because we can integrate from many different fields and take a little bit here, a little bit there. Sainted experts like Blessed with a high IQ may miss the flat forest for the trees because they're only focusing and zeroing in on one professional area of expertise. So we are blessed, gentlemen, in that we get to be generalists as opposed to specialists who are, possibly missing the flat forest for the trees.
His name is, I thought you were calling him something. Oh, cursed. Cursed with a high IQ, not blessed.
In the other chat, yes, blessed with a high IQ, except when it comes to the flat, motionless Earth.
Okay, I got you. He puts IQ in his name. That's cute.
He's a smart dude.
I hear that.
I just Googled that. Does spinning a mass make it lose weight? And it says the amount it loses is only by 0.005 of 1% of its resting weight.
I heard a smart guy at one time say that exact thing.
But
Really
the
smart.
resting weight is immaterial since space around the object is restructuring because of the way that the object is spinning and moving. It doesn't matter. It's like space can now support the object and lift it up no matter what's being registered on the scale. So everything is like going in sync now with this object that's moving differently. And it's like space itself around the object is generating a field which is now able to lift the object easier. I think Miles Mathis talks about this with his charge field. It's very interesting. He basically talks about movement allowing an object to move across the field and accumulate charge that it can't do at rest. I guess the way that he roughly thinks about it is you have 10 people in a line and they're eating these charge berries. They have this habit of eating 9 charge berries and spitting out 1. 9 charge berries and spitting out 1 charge berry. But if you go and play tag with the 10 people in the line or something like that, you can be like, hey, give me a berry, give me a berry, give me a berry. And you're going to accumulate a berry from each, thing in the line or in this analogy in the field. you're going to accumulate a barrier from each thing in the field of charge by moving across the line or moving across the field and accumulating charge that way. And it allows you to get lift, allows you to get anti-gravity effects and stuff like that. I think it's a very interesting prospect, this charge field that is allowing things to levitate and go slightly anti-gravitic.
Lemon doesn't necessarily speak for this whole channel, and let it be known. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Miles Mathis talks about the charge field. And this is basically the analogy that he uses when you're tagging a bunch of people in the line and picking up a little bit of charge from each of them and accumulating the ability to lift.
I'm messing with you, boy, Lemon. No, definitely this spinning thing has remarkable properties. There's no doubt about it. Just the fact that it stays rigid. Somebody said on a rope, you can put it like slanted and it'll stay that way. That's some pretty remarkable properties.
At high degrees of spin, you can go anti-gravity.
That
I
is
wouldn't
always
say
interesting.
anti-gravity, but it appears like it's weird. Yeah.
Anti-gravity in that you can levitate, at the very least, to be more specific.
When I was a kid, I was always interested in like alien shit, and I was young when the internet just came about, so I was searching weird stuff. And every single time that you come across some drawing of an alleged alien, UFO, they always had this thing that spun or something that was spinning or going in a circle. You know what I mean? So like the whole theory was, well, if it goes the speed of light or whatever you want to call it, then this 0.005 of 1% would be drastically increased.
Yeah, there's something to the spinning, that's for sure. Like
Maybe.
And it's true, come to think of it, now that you mention in the old cartoons, they were always spinning the UFOs, eh? It's true. With the lights.
Yeah.
At least the centers of them were. Any anti-gravitic cartoon ship had some type of spinning. Like the outside ring or the inside, however you looked at it. Truth in the cartoons. Speaking of cartoon, where's that IQ guy?
Well, that's high IQ probably went back to get some more blue pill normie science.
He did do it.
I didn't.
He's here. Hey, man. You ever seen those sea
Hey,
keepers?
man. Hey, man.
Yeah, calm down. We're just having a little fun, man. It's Saturday night. You ever
Yeah,
seen those
sure.
sea keepers?
Seen what?
Sea keepers.
You're saying beekeepers or sea keepers?
Sea, as in ocean, sea, water, sea keepers. In
No.
boats.
Is it a
I
device?
posted a video. Yeah, I posted
Yeah.
a video for you. Pretty cool. I don't have one on my boat, but some of the boats in the marina have them. They're amazing.
Yeah, they just work on the principle of conservation of angular momentum, that you need an incredible force to change that angular momentum if it's spinning really fast. Yeah.
Torque.
Exactly.
Yep.
It does make you wonder what is so rigid about space that lets a gyroscope maintain rigidity of space. Kind of like space is a solid, soupy medium, like an ether or something.
Or super solid.
Yeah.
What's funny about this gyro is you still couldn't lift it, right? So I think it has to do with the direction of spin and maybe the shape of the object that's spinning. Because this really heavy round sphere ball that's spinning inside of that's hard to say, in a vacuum with hydraulics hooked to it, even though it's spinning at a rapid rate, you couldn't lift it. But these people with these wheels that are spinning in a certain direction can lift it. That's pretty cool.
It's a complete sphere that's spinning it, that boat mechanism, or a ring?
No, it's a solid concrete ball as far as I remember. Inside of a vacuum, like a round case that's hooked to hydraulics. So as it's spinning and the boat rolls one way, it counter rotates the other way with hydraulics, like it's just whatever it does. So there's a computer hooked to it, you know.
That's freaked out.
Yeah, like I said, I went to a boat show and got on a boat just like what's in that video, center console. We got on one side and just rocked it back and forth as hard as we could. That was part of the demonstration. And he turned it on and it just almost like startled us, like hurt us, because it stopped so quickly and was so solid. It wouldn't rock anymore.
It is a sales gimmick though, because I've been on very rough seas and where they tested that in the video, it was very subtle waves.
Yeah, no,
there wasn't even waves, man. There wasn't even like any waves breaking. So
no,
it's
he got 90% in that. The sales claim is like 70%. So it does depend on how rough the seas are, but taking 70% of the roll out of your boat is a lot. But yeah, the sales gimmick too at the boat show was that it was an oversized gyro and a small, center console that you could rock back and forth, and when he turned it on, it would steady, just to show you that it works. You know what I'm saying?
well, I understand, but I also know how sales gimmicks
Well,
are.
I can tell you this: I've been on boats with them, and amazing, like, is the only word for it.
Oh no, I get it. If it drastically reduces, that would get people that ordinarily get seasick on a boat.
Right. That's the big selling point.
Yes.
And you don't tear things up. Like if you're not rolling 90 degrees or 30 degrees or 40 degrees, then you're not slinging things off the shelves and breaking TVs like I've done before. TVs are mounted in the cabinet, but you're rocking and hitting so hard you're busting stuff up. That helps that. But I've also heard the horror stories of people putting these things in older boats, and the framing, they're not manufactured for it. So when they just kind of install them, they actually tear the boat apart.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Because there's so much force involved.
Also imagine screaming across the ocean out like in the Florida Keys, right? And the waves are coming in, you're bouncing, crashing against the waves going out to the reef. And if you're not going out, you're going in, but you're always bashing against the waves. I mean, now imagine that force and your bow rising. The stress it would put on the boat.
Some of the roughest seas I've ever been in. Or we left Florida Key. We were there for a month for Christmas, and we were going up the coast of Florida, and we left the Key. We had to go because our slip there was no slips available, so we had to leave in rough weather after a month, and it was not fun. But no one really thinks I have that boat. Ask Blue if I own a boat; he'll say no. No way. I asked Doofus today if he thought I was dumb, and he said, yeah, of course.
My father used to own a catamaran platform boat with what's that called? Not an outboard, but an inboard engine. And we went out to the reef, Molasses Reef to be specific. And there was a small craft warning that day. And we learned exactly why you do not go out when there's a small craft warning. The waves crashed over the bow, flooded the whole fucking boat. We didn't have enough water letter outers, so to speak, to evacuate the water.
Stop there. Don't ever say that again. Bilge pumps.
No. It's hard to
Letter
explain.
outers. Oh, I
Yeah,
got you. You
well,
had a deck. You had a deck that had like slots in it where the water would escape.
yes,
I got you.
they were
Okay,
nowhere near.
water letter outers.
I know. I was making a joke. Not enough water letter outers, dude. We were freaking. The entire hall, though, thank God, was filled with closed cell foam. The entire hall, and that is, we were like a floating cork that was submerging. And it just could not let enough water out. It was retarded.
Yeah, my back deck is self-bailing, and that's one.
Self-bailing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we're making both our outlets bigger as it's in the yard right now getting painted. But that was one of the things we did. We made those outlets bigger.
Exactly. That's my joke. Water letter outers.
We back down on a fish and we have waves crashing over the beam, and it just fills the cockpit up. Wow, Terry found and posted a link. Dynamic boat.
Yeah, it shows them side by side, same boats.
Huh.
And when it goes out, when what do they call it, the wake goes through the boats. Yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Oh, that's showing how it's not rocking. I was talking about if you're in the marina and you're just sitting there and the water line is at one position and then you turn your gyro on, the theory is if it gets lighter or takes some of the weight off, for however it does, then the boat would float higher. You see what I'm saying? That's not
Yeah.
what that video is showing. That's just showing how it doesn't rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, they definitely work. I mean, I wanted one on my boat, but it's not possible. We'd lose so much fuel space that it's not worth it, and then it adds so much weight.
Get a bigger boat.
Yeah, well,
Get a bigger boat.
there's limits to that. I got a 53 foot, and that's all I want. I'll show you the paint. They painted some today. Getting
Still,
close.
Terry, those waves are weak. Those waves, that wake is weak.
You know where I can see those things? On cruise ships.
They usually have big bow fins that stick out and stabilize.
Yeah, that I know. But imagine that as well. Wow.
I'm sure they have. I'm actually sure that some of the newer ones have them. I would be willing to bet.
Yeah, you would think, huh? Yeah, for sure. So the boat's coming along, huh?
Yeah, dude, we're here this weekend. I just
Things
got
you
back
can
up to the
say in
room.
a boat conversation, but not at a funeral. That wake was weak.
That wake was weak.
No, I mean, in comparison to like waves, like in Florida, man, on a rough day, man, and you're trying to go out, it's bam, bam, your bow just slams. It just slam every single wave. It's just so common. It just makes me wonder what something like that would provide in that kind of environment, like which is normal. I could see how it would provide some comfort, like at a marina.
it loses 0.005% of its weight. How the hell do you measure that? The gyroscope thing I was just reading.
With an extremely accurate pair of scales.
No
Yeah.
way. Yeah, that's pretty tough to believe. Seems like the vibration alone would throw the scales off.
Oh, I see you're here.
I'm here.
You know, Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy told me to make that video that I showed to you. You know, because based on that argument, that Bob and Alice argument. I don't know. That's why I didn't bother with what you said about the water, but I think there's a different point that's missed here. Then, if you say the water is not being addressed, you're saying that the water should be flowing downwards from each place.
No, I'm saying because we were talking in your model, right? In your sphere model, right?
Yeah.
We're arguing reality. In reality, we know it's ridiculous. That doesn't happen. But I was trying to tell them that even in your model, in your sphere model, it doesn't it still doesn't make sense. The water doesn't behave the way that your model says it should.
I know. So that's what I'm asking. Is like, what is that discrepancy there? Like, well, how should the water behave in our model?
Well, in your model, doesn't the water drop? Let's say you have two boats in a canal, right? Doesn't the water drop from each boat? Well, let's start off with one.
Yeah, but that drop that you're talking about is a drop from horizontal. That drop from horizontal doesn't translate anything to, like say water in a canal or water that's level. Like the elevation is something different than than that drop. The drop is not referring to elevation drop, and the elevation is what's going to dictate whether the water flows.
The key there is that the horizontal at each boat is not the same horizontal.
Yes.
The horizontal of each boat is not the same?
Exactly.
In
It's
the
in a different
canal?
direction. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, if you understand our model, you'll realize that the horizontal at each boat is not the same. So
And why is
it's
that?
quite easy. It's quite easy for the drop to be from each boat.
So there's a drop from each boat, you're saying?
Yeah.
And as the boats
That
go
was a
apart, let's say the canal is like 6-8 miles, let's say you start going backwards. Does the drop become larger between the two boats?
What do you mean between the two boats? You can only measure the drop from one of the boats. That's what drop is. A drop is measured from the horizontal of one of the boats. You can't measure a drop between two boats.
Oh, really? Well,
No.
are you starting to see the
If you
paradox
understand
now,
our model,
right?
you'd realize that that's a ridiculous concept.
Well, you know how many
Yeah,
of
that
your
was-
brethren say exactly that?
No, dude, that was addressed in the video that I showed to you. That they have two different horizontals, two different drops from two different horizontals.
Okay, let's explore this thing that you're talking about. So you have two boats now, right? You're in the canal, right, IQ? We're in a canal with locks on it. We have level water. Now the boats, now the boats start going backwards, right?
Yeah.
They're small boats. We're like 6 foot off the water. We're standing up and we start going backwards, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, do we lose our sight?
Yep.
Now, what causes us to lose our sight?
Because there's a curve that gets in the way.
Of water.
Your
right?
level water isn't flat, it's curved.
So there's a hump of water between you and the other boat.
I wouldn't call it a hump of water. I would just say that the level water has a curved surface.
See, I addressed all this in the 1 minute video that I sent, man.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Do you find this difficult to understand? That
No, I
the
find this hilarious,
circumference of a circle is the same distance from the center all the way around isn't it? And yet it's curved, right?
Jeremy, you listening to this? Gio, you listening to this? Bandy, how about you, bro?
Well, it's a pity you aren't seem to be listening
You see
to
what
it,
these guys
Rakia.
believe? That somehow the level water in the canal humps and makes a hump in between
No,
them.
that's not what we said at all. That's what you're saying. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that
said
it's
that.
level.
You said
no,
that,
I
sir.
didn't.
You said the
no, I
water
didn't
blocks
say
your
it.
view.
You put those words into my mouth, Rakia. Be honest here, dude. I didn't say that. You put those words into my mouth. Because that's what
SC.
you believe it happens.
That's SC,
It's not what we're
That's
saying.
SC. That's
Yeah.
not Rakia.
Sorry, yeah. But that's you that put those words into my mouth, not me.
Yeah, we didn't say level water either.
So what is it then? What causes the obstruction?
The
The
curve.
curvature of the water.
The curvature.
Yeah, the curve. Yeah, it's the curvature.
Our model is a circle, so it has to be a curve on a circle.
Yeah, that's what our model says. If you don't understand our model, well, then no wonder you're getting it wrong.
I'm not getting it wrong. I'm having a good time laughing here. So you're saying there's a curve of water blocking you, but it's level, a level curve.
No, we're not saying it's level.
Yeah. Well, I am. I'm saying it's level, right? If he
Okay.
specifically said that he's got locks that make it the same level, right? So what that means, of course, in our model, right? You must do it in reference to our model, because what level means in our model is equidistant from the center.
Yeah. It doesn't mean it's horizontal.
Yeah, because if you're claiming that horizontal, then you're not using our model, are you?
No, I am, because your model says there's a hump of water, but you're calling it a curve.
No, our model doesn't say there's a hump of water. Our model says that the water is level, i.e. equidistant from the center. It doesn't say anything about there being a hump of water at all.
So you're always the same distance from the water, right?
Yeah, and if you're level,
So
you're always
then
the
how
same
come-
I'm still answering, right? So you can wait, right? So it means that we're always the same distance from the center, from the reference point, the center of the Earth.
So where's the curve blocking you then? If you're of the same height of the water, how did the water rise up to block your vision? And
Well,
between the two boats?
try this for an activity, SE. Try taking a piece of string, attach one end of the piece of string with a pin to a piece of paper, attach a pencil to the other end, pull the string tight and draw a line. What kind of a line will you get? Will you get a curved line or a straight line? Because that line, being equidistant from the center as determined by the length of the string, will require you to draw a curved line. This is our model. Why is that not so easy to understand?
I understand it perfectly, and I'm getting a pleasure every time you explain it, because you're saying the water in the canal is level, is flat, obviously, right? Everybody's been in a canal and seen
No,
it,
I'm
right?
not saying it's flat at all. So don't try and
So
pin
it's
that
not
straw
flat.
man onto
So
me.
the water is not flat. Okay.
No,
Is
the
it
water's
level?
not flat. It's level, yes.
It's level. Okay. So you're saying that the water in the canal is level. You also said that from the person observing on the boat to the water, it's the same height, right? You said that?
Yeah. If they're at
Okay.
the same elevation, they're the same height above the water, that's what you
Right.
specified, didn't you?
Right. And as they move apart, that height from the water does not change, right? As they move
Correct.
apart from each other?
That's right.
So what's causing the obstruction? If the water is in the same height from the observer's eye, what's causing the obstruction between them?
Well, a similar analogy, SE, might be a simple one, like if I've got a circular building and I have two people that stand next to each other, they can see each other. As they walk around that building, what gets in the way of them seeing each other, SE?
We don't have a circular building. We
No,
have
but we have
level
a
water.
circular, we have a
Like we
spherical
just
Earth,
agreed,
though,
and we're
don't
the
we?
same height above. We're the same height above the water. Now, are you saying
Exactly.
if we observe this canal from the side, are you saying there's a hump of water? If
No,
we
I'm
look
not
at it from
saying.
the
You
side?
keep on trying to pin that on me. Why are you trying to make me say that
I'm
there's a hump of
asking. I
water?
didn't insinuate.
Well,
I'm
I've
just
already
asking.
answered that same question about 500 times to you. And I might be exaggerating a little bit, but it seems like it, right? You keep on trying to get me to agree that there's a hump of water there. And I keep on pointing out to you that there's not a hump of water there.
And that's why I
It's
keep
level.
laughing and asking you, then what is causing the obstruction between you and the other boat?
It's the water.
Yeah, you know, I wish you would have watched the video, SC, because
I
in the
watched
video,
your video,
even though,
bro. I watched
hold
your
on, SC,
video.
no, hold on, because even though we don't call it a hump, in the video, I said the obstruction, for your sake, you can call the obstruction that is intersecting the line of sight. So there's two lines. The line of sight between the two observers, you know, if they shared one, it would make a chord that would intersect the Earth. And the thing that you're talking about, the obstruction, the hump you're talking about, is the Earth that is intersecting that line. But the horizontal line from her position is a different line, and there's a drop from that one. So when you talk about something being obstructed, you're talking about between a straight line between the two, observers or whatever, and the drop is strictly from referencing a line that's horizontal from one of those observers.
You can draw as many lines as you want, bro. You had to come in and rescue your boy, right? Because you saw he was
No,
sick.
I made this for you.
He was saying
yesterday.
ridiculous things, right?
Didn't need rescuing, and I wasn't saying anything ridiculous.
Disagrees with what he's saying. What he says about not using the hump, that's why I put it in quotations, because you use the term the hump. So I'm saying that the obstruction that's there,
Yeah, if
call
you're
it the hump
looking at
if
it
you like.
orthographically.
So
Yeah,
what's
and is that
obstructing the view, Kosho? What's obstructing the view between the two boats?
well, we know the thing that's being obstructed in the first place is the chord line that would be connecting those 2 points.
What's obstructing the view, Kosho?
Well, the Earth,
Between the two
would be,
boats. Sorry?
the Earth would be in between them, or the water, whatever the
water. But how could the
whatever you
water
want.
be obstructed?
We call it the planet.
Yeah, because what you're talking about being obstructed is a line that connects the two positions, and that line is known as a chord. That line would be a chord that would be connecting those two positions.
Right, and above that cord, there would be a water blocking your view, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but how can there be a cord? How can there be water blocking your view if you're the same height above the water and you're level to the water?
Level doesn't mean flat.
How can that water block your view? If your distance above the water doesn't change, as you change distance, as you go back, how could that water obstruct your view?
That's a totally different line. That's a line that
That's the
Paul's
whole
talking
thing.
about.
That's the whole thing.
That's one.
the
No,
twin
he's
boat
talking about,
paradox, bro.
No, but what he said was take a string and wrap it around a ball.
Not talking
That
about
string-
strings. I'm talking about boats on water.
Can you let Kosho explain
talking-
his point?
That is what you're talking about, dude. When you say, why is it that the line of sight is being obstructed, however, the water is level the whole way around it. That level water all the way around it would be like the string. It'd be on the outside of on the ball. It's not going to be a straight line. It's going to be a curved line wrapping around it.
Sure. Take strings, take balls, wrap them around, do whatever you want. Back to the canal. If you're the same height above the water, you move back between the two boats and you both move back. What is blocking the sight between you? What is blocking the view?
This has been addressed already. The thing about that
No,
canal.
it's not been addressed. It's either the
Yes,
water or
I heard and I'm trying to answer
nothing.
it.
Which is
the
it?
canal the canal you're describing, right, is analogous to the string that we described. So that canal would be a string.
Don't talk to me about strings. I don't want to hear about strings. We're talking about water.
SE, you should be courteous enough to let him explain it in his own way.
He can talk about strings all day long.
It's not up to you. It's not up to you, SE. It's not up to you, SE, to specify how he should explain
Who are you,
himself.
first of all, to interrupt me and Kosho? Who are you?
I don't want to interrupt you. I'm just trying to tell you that the reason why we brought up the string, which we don't have to bring up anymore, but the canal is doing the same thing the string was doing. The canal is actually wrapped, is curved around the ball. So it's not a straight line, but connecting the two. The canal doesn't represent a straight line connecting the two. It represents the curve of the outside of that ball. And if you have two positions on either end of that canal, the line that connects those two positions, the straight line, would would intersect that water, or the water, the earth or whatever in between them would intersect that line. So there'd be a hump, as you say. But it's not a real.
So, so it's a hump of water, but not a real hump of water.
No, it's not a hump of water in reference to the earth. It's only in reference to this conceptual line that we've just described that connects these 2
In an
points.
orthographic view, looking on the side of a circle. In geometry, that's what it would look like.
So your eyeball is getting your eyesight is getting blocked by water, yes or no?
We just the straight line, the way I worded it was perfectly fine about the in my video about the line of sight that they share. So they share line of sight to one another. So a line that would connect one to the other, that is being obstructed by this part of the earth.
Dude, you can believe whatever you want. Just don't try to convince me, bro. You can't have it both ways. It's either you're on level water, and as you move back, your water humps, and there's a hump of water between you, causing obstruction. If that doesn't happen, there can be no obstruction. It's as simple as that. There's nothing that you can say, no lines that you can draw anywhere that's going to change that in reality. Sorry.
Well, then, sorry, but you're not actually using our model. You're using a straw man of our model, because on our model, level means around the curve. It means at the same distance from the center. That's what our model specifies. So when we talk about something being at the same elevation or the same level on our model, we mean at the same distance from the center of the Earth. And clearly, if that's the case, then the line between two observers joins a chord, as Kosho was trying to say, a chord between the curved surface, that is the level line on our model.
Right. I'm in your model. I'm always using your model. I use the examples in your model. I got you to agree in your model how high you were off the water and all that. In your model. In your model, if the water does not rise above your eyes, it cannot obstruct your vision. And you told me that the height above water always remains the same. It's game over in your model.
All right, SC. In our model, is the water that's exactly halfway between the two observers at the same level as the water at the position of the two observers. Is that true?
Oh, so it changes?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question.
No, you tell me. First of all, you told me it's the same level. Yes.
I'm asking you a question. Is the water halfway between the two observers at the same level as the water at the two observers? Is it?
In your model, right, it has to rise without elevation. That is your fantasy model. Go ahead. Tell me that now. Please, I want to hear it from you. Go ahead.
Right. What I'm trying to get through to you is that the water halfway in between them is at the same level. It's at the same elevation. It's not at a different elevation, and that's the reason why
it's blocking your view, right?
That's the reason, and that's the reason why we don't call it
so beautiful.
That's the
to
reason,
hear it.
and that's the reason why we don't call it a hump, because it's
exactly
because it's at the same elevation. So, at the same elevation, however, doesn't mean that they're all in a straight line. It means that they're on a curve in our model.
I knew you were going to say that, bro. Thank you. It's just unbelievable to hear you guys.
This is geometry that a 6-year-old can understand, you see?
Yeah. It's beautiful.
This is literally geometry that a 6-year-old can understand. Why are you having difficulty with it?
The water humps. The water humps. It blocks your view, but it doesn't go above your eye. It doesn't rise in elevation.
how
It's
curved surfaces work.
beautiful.
That's how curved surfaces work.
Yeah, we're in a canal.
Yeah.
We're in a
What's the
nice,
problem?
beautiful
What's the
canal.
problem with that, SE? That is exactly how it works. So why is that an issue?
I'll let you figure it out, dude. I'll let you
We,
figure
but
it
we
out.
have we have already figured it out. We don't have a
You're
problem with it.
delusional. You're delusional. You
How are
think
we
water
delusional?
curves in a canal. You are You are the height of delusion, bro.
We've already figured it out. You're the one that's delusional, thinking that that's not what happens on curved surfaces.
Yeah, sure.
So can I ask you a question? Do you see the picture? The picture I just posted just now while I'm speaking. So now it's posted. You see the observer and the two lines that are there.
Go ahead and show
One
me
of
how
those.
water curves.
Oh no, I'm just letting you know that the thing you're talking about, making sure you understand. There's no contradiction or paradox. There's no impossibility. There's two different lines, and you're conflating them. Well, one of those lines is the line that we're referencing the drop from, and the other line is a imaginary line again that connects the 2 points together. And that
I don't
line
care
in
what you
between the
draw,
points
bro.
is the curve of the Earth.
Listen to me, bro. Your fantasy model states that the water drops right from your boat, right? Yes
Why
or
aren't you
no?
addressing what I'm? Why,
Is
I'm
it? Is
saying?
that your model? Yes or no?
Are you
Why aren't
looking
you?
at the
Is that
diagram?
your model? Yes or no? Does the
I
water
said yes.
drop
Yes.
immediate from the bow of your boat? Yes or no?
I said yes, SC. Did you hear?
Okay,
Did you see the
now in your
SC? Did you see
picture
the
here, in your picture here, where that stick is vertical, right? See that stick there? It's vertical. Where is the drop?
Okay, exactly. Great question, SC. What we just talked about. You just said you understood about the drop
Where's the drop?
the drop that exists everywhere from the point of the observation is in reference to that horizontal line. That's
Don't
where the
tell me
drop is.
about lines. I don't
That's
give a shit about lines. Don't
yeah.
talk to me about
SC,
lines that you drew anywhere. The
SC, stop
drop where the
interrupting.
pink is, that's your
Stop,
water, right?
stop
That's your water?
interrupting. Stop interrupting. Because I'm trying to tell you something. That drop, that drop doesn't exist everywhere. It only exists from this position, in reference to that horizontal. If it's not referencing that horizontal, then it'd be wrong to even call it drop. It's only dropping
Look,
in reference to that horizontal.
say all the words you want. I don't care. Where that green thing hits the pink, right? That's your water, right or wrong?
Oh, when the green thing hits it, that's the line that represents the connecting the two positions.
Where's your water in that picture then?
You imagine the whole thing is covered in water. It doesn't matter.
No, don't imagine. Just point to me. Where is your water? Where's your
The
water?
whole, covering the whole thing covers
The
the
whole
entire
thing.
ball.
Okay. So where that pink thing is on top of the sphere right there, right? That's where your drop starts?
In reference to that line. That drop doesn't exist unless
I
you're
don't
referencing
care about lines, bro. We're talking about reality. That's water, right? If that's a water ball, forget lines. Don't draw lines. We're not in kindergarten. We don't have crayons out now. Forget your lines. Okay? On that sphere where that green thing is, that's your water. Yes?
Yeah, the entire ball is covered in water.
Okay, where's the drop starting from that freaking thing there, that line there, the green line? Where's your drop starting from?
I'll
you're talking
draw
about the
here so SE can understand. Give me a second.
No, stop talking. I'm talking to the other guy. You don't talk.
so
Where's your line? Where does your drop start? Kosho?
if you're
Anybody
talking
can
about
talk.
drop in reference to that position, then it's everything below that position.
Okay,
this picture.
now that's point A, right? That's point A on your sphere. You have a drop there, right? Now let's go where let's say 1, 2, let's go 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock there. Put another pole there.
There is one.
Where's the drop from that pole?
It's a great question. I'll show you in about 2 seconds because I
Yeah,
put
because you're
one
gonna
there.
turn the ball around now, right? Is that what you're gonna do? Right?
I put there's only
don't
one
change
from
anything
that.
here, man. Don't change anything. There's another peg at 3 o'clock there on the side. Where's your down from that peg?
Oh, that's why he doesn't understand which way down is. That's why he doesn't.
Yeah. You're gonna start double, triple speaking right now.
Down is not to the bottom of the ball.
Yeah, that's right.
This is how
Where's down again?
This is the globe model for SE. This is which way down is for him.
All of you now come in and save Kosho and think about the
Why
ridiculous
would you
garbage
save me?
that you're trying to sell here.
Kosho doesn't need saving. You do.
Oh yeah.
I've addressed that in the video. They're both.
I don't care about your video, bro. You're gonna tell me down is up now, right, Kosho? Down
You
is up.
wonder why we think you're ridiculous.
No, I wonder why you're ridiculous. You're in a canal, and you're gonna tell me up is down and down is up. You're gonna draw lines, but you know what? You're never gonna change the water, my friend. The water is always gonna be level between boat A and boat B. There's gonna be no humps. There's gonna be no drops, and you're gonna squirm. You're gonna think about this all day and all night. You know why? Because there's nothing that you can say or do to change it.
Down. Which way is down in the globe model?
Level water in a canal. Where's the down? Where's the down, B-ball?
In our model, which way is down?
Where's the down in the canal, B-ball?
Towards the center of the earth, man.
You got two boats in the canal. Which one has down and which one has up, B-ball?
Answer for him. Which way is down in the globe model?
Which down is in the canal, B-ball? You got two boats.
They have two different downs.
Yeah, they have two different downs. You see that? You hear that?
He can't answer. He won't answer.
You won't answer. We're talking about canals. You came in to talk about the canal? Talk about the canal, B-ball.
It's hilarious.
It's very funny. It's very funny.
SE, which way is down in the globe model?
Which way is in the canal, B-ball? Which way? When we're in the canal, we have two boats. When they separate, what blocks the vision? That's what we're talking about. You want to talk about that?
Somebody answer for him. Which way is down in the globe
Go
model?
ahead. Tell us, B-ball. What happens to the observers? How do they see the water, B-ball? What blocks the vision between the boats? You came into White Knight. How many guys did I put down now? How many of you? Is that 5?
0.
Who's next? Who's? Is that how your little girl laughs?
Doofus posted it for you.
Which way is down in the canal, B-ball? You have two boats. They separate apart. What blocks the vision, B-ball? What blocks the vision between the two boats, B-ball?
I don't understand why you can't understand this.
I can't understand why you came into the conversation with nothing once again, B-ball. Do you have anything to say about the twin boat paradox, which we were talking about, which you rudely interrupted, B-ball?
Understand which way down is on the globe
What
model.
happened? We're not talking about down. We were talking about obstruction between two boats.
We are
actually
talking about down because the direction of down determines
Number
which
6. Hey, doofus.
Thanks again. But if we're going to talk about drop relative to each observer, we are in fact talking about down. If you want to tell us that we're not talking about down, you're just making stuff up.
I don't care what you say. The topic of
I know
the
you don't.
conversation is two boats in the canal. There's an obstruction.
Someone even
Now,
made a video.
you guys are saying that the water obstructs without lifting, without a hump. There's a hump, but there's not a hump. And I'm here ridiculing you. Now you're going to tell me which way is down? No. You're going to answer that question. Anyone that comes in here tries to White Knight, that's what's on the table. What
and as I
obstructs the
explained
two
to you-
boats between the canal?
And as I
Go ahead,
explained to
Doofus,
you,
you were the next batter up. Go ahead.
to you several times. This is how spheres
You're talking to me, Gio? The way I'm talking?
Yeah, you just said you're here to ridicule people, and I was just letting you know that won't be permitted.
No, I didn't say I'm here to ridicule people. They're ridiculing me, Gio. You got wax in your ears?
Yeah, I'll just go on. Go on.
No, I'm not going on. They're
You
trying
have
to
been rude
ridicule
and
me,
ridiculing. I
Gio.
don't have wax in my ears. Go ahead, guys.
All right. So this is, as has been explained to you in great detail, this is how spheres actually work. If you put two objects on any sphere such that they can't see the bottoms of each other, from each other. There's some part of the sphere that's in the way. And in addition, each spot on that sphere that those two objects reside on falls away from that object's perspective. This is not new information. This is how spheres work, and you still don't get it.
Once again, I'm going to explain it to you once again. In your model, the water drops all the way around every object.
Right,
So
and
now,
I explained that.
don't interrupt me. So now, I don't care if you like it or not. If you have two boats, the water has to drop in between them equally all around. That kills your model. Now, if you don't understand that, that's just too bad for you.
Well, what's interesting about this entire topic is that you've had flat earthers correct you on the fact that this isn't actually a paradox in the globe model. And you're still persisting in saying that the globe model, this is a paradox. You should
I don't
probably
care.
evaluate
100 people could come.
you should probably evaluate the fact that flat earthers have called you out as this is a stupid discussion.
Good. Let more of them come out, because I'm not a flat earther and I don't care what flat earthers say. Do you understand that? You're not going to change how water behaves. Not on a flat earth and not on your globe model. There's
But you're
no way
actually a
that
flat
you can
earther, though.
change how water behaves. I don't care who says it. In your model, don't interrupt me. In your model, there's a double drop between the boats that makes a hump. You don't have to like it. That's just the way it is.
See, Earth. Is it a sphere?
Do you have drop right away on your model, on the boat? Immediately at your feet, yes or no?
Oh, he's scared to answer.
What? That's your model, man.
Is our model a spherical Earth?
Yes.
Okay, can you put two objects on a sphere and see that this paradox is stupid?
No, because I explained you why. There's also drop. There's a paradox because there's drop right away at each
Go
boat.
get a sphere. I can't believe I'm going out to get an exercise ball because SE's so incompetent.
I wouldn't even waste your time, man. I really wouldn't.
Say whatever you want. Did you hear that, Gio? Did you hear how they were ridiculing me, Gio? How come you didn't say nothing about that?
Yeah, we'll moderate the server. Thanks, SE. We don't need your help.
We're just.
You know what? Screw
Yeah,
the lot
screw
of you.
y'all.
I had enough of you guys. Why
Wow,
don't you kiss
Gio,
each
man.
other?
You must have just got here too, but I'll give you that. They were just ridiculing all three of them, laughing, giggling.
That's right. You know why? Because Gio and the boys agree with them on this. That's why.
There's a difference between, like, if we look at their model and say, okay, the Earth is a sphere and water's all around it. If we want to just say for a second, like, you know, call it a fantasy, call it whatever you want to call it. If that's what we're going to say for a moment, you can have a drop and you can have a hump, depending on what reference point you use to measure it.
But they won't admit it's a hump.
They won't.
Horizontal.
All right, hold on, Brian. If you're measuring from a horizontal, you can call it a drop. If you measure it from a chord line, you can call it a hump. There's nothing paradoxical about that. Now, if we want to then take another topic and say, how does that correlate with reality? That's a whole nother topic. That, SE, I could get with you on, because we could get into why the Earth isn't a sphere. But in terms of if it was a sphere, the fact that you could have two ants on a basketball and you could measure a chord line as a hump and you can measure horizontals as a drop, there's no paradox in that.
Let me white knight real quick for SE. That's what he did. He brought them to a canal. Hold on, he brought them to a canal in reality. And here's the paradox, man. Well, for starters, yeah, like you just said, like we all call it a hump, but they won't call it a hump, even though they'll draw a hump in the middle. Oh, it's water, but it ain't a hump. Well, I understand their model, as he does too. Here's the paradox, though. The paradox is if you go to that canal in reality, if you go to that canal and I'm standing 2 miles back, and Kosho and the other guys in boats 6 miles away, I can see them level with each other. But in their model, there's a hump in between them. But I'm off to the side, and there's no hump at all. So to me, that is a paradox.
Brian, can I respond to that really quick? The reason why we don't say hump, right? A hump would basically be a change in elevation. And on a sphere, a perfect sphere, there would be no change in elevation on water. That's why we don't call it a hump.
Why would a hump be a change in elevation on a sphere?
Because a hump is like a bubble.
A hill.
Yeah, like I killed. That's not
You know,
how we think.
Well, it's but you're drawing a hump. I mean, for lack of
I
other
know.
terms, it's a fucking hump of water. I mean, a rise
Yeah, but
of
that's
water,
exactly
a blockage of water.
That's why I referenced it like that in my video. That's why I referenced it specifically in reference to the horizontal line. There's something that we call drop, reference to that, and in reference to the line that connects the two positions, in reference to that chord, that's what you're calling a hump. And because there is
Why do y'all always take it away from the canal, Coach? You're like, well, when he was trying to get you on the canal, like nobody ever responded. Nobody ever said one word about the canal.
Brian, keep it on the canal then. It doesn't matter where this place is. The point is on the canal. If you have 2 points along the surface and you connected them with a cord, the cord connecting those 2 points on the surface on a globe, the part in the middle that's higher than that cord, that what you're calling a hump and what it would look like orthographically as a hump is only in reference to that line. So that's why when they're saying the hump being described, it would be a hill. Yeah, in reference to the curvature of the Earth and in reference to the level of the Earth, like the same elevation, there'd be a hill.
You
And if you're
can't stay on
referencing
a
that
globe.
chord
Wait,
line,
you can't just stay on a globe though. You have to say in your model. You can't stay on a globe because on a globe, I drop it, it's still gonna fall straight to the ground like everything else. So you got to specify your model because your model has special circumstances where everywhere around it. We understand your model, man. SC understands it too. I just don't understand why he asked like 3 specific questions about the canal. And y'all started talking about drawing lines in our head and shit. You know, look, if he asks you a question about the canal, then reference the canal. You know, answer the question. And I don't think B-ball
now,
or not
the
B-ball, but the other
canal is
guy was doing that.
Now is
now
no
the
different.
canal is on a ball.
Misunderstanding which way down is, or he's purposely not understanding or not wanting to agree, like which way is down on our model.
Right,
Who said
Brian.
anything about down, you putz?
Right, drop is related to what direction down is. Brian, when you say SE understands our model, and when we say in our model, this is not a paradox, how do you reconcile those two statements?
Dude, I understand exactly what you're talking about, but we deal with this all the time. I'll answer your question, but we deal with this all the time where y'all won't give an inch, not even anything at all. And I'm not saying you're like that, but like Kool-Aid or whatever and eggshells. Like I talk to them and they won't even acknowledge anything. They won't even acknowledge how dude, I just had a conversation for a split second on Blues where the guy is telling me that there wouldn't even be a horizon on a flat Earth. I'm like, well, would the sky fill up the whole picture if you took a picture, or would the ground? Because that's what would have to happen for the horizon. Like, so believe me, what you're saying about SE, we get that all the time. But and it's yeah, he's he's maintaining to his model, and
all right. Well, Brian,
I think he does understand though.
Brian, do you think within the globe model, within that spherical concept, do you think there's a paradox between a drop and a hump?
No, but in reality there is with their model.
So Brian agrees with the rest of us. There's not a paradox within their model, but SE keeps saying that there is. That's kind of where the tension is. Now, in terms of what we all agree on SE about is that their model is not what reality is. So that part.
Yeah, their model is in other words, within their model, but yeah, there is absolutely a paradox because reality doesn't match their model, right? That's the
Yes, and I think we would all agree that there's a paradox with that, but that's not what he's saying. SE keeps seeming to say that in the globe model there's a paradox.
I don't think he ever said that, Gio. I think he might be putting words in his mouth.
No, Gio is right about this. The original paradox is in reality. But one day we were discussing, and I said that even in their model, I can prove them wrong. This is where all this started. We all know in reality, but they won't even agree with
exactly
it.
why it's not a paradox in our model.
Yeah, how about in reality? How about in reality? Is it a paradox in reality?
It depends on how you measure realities. And
Let's go back to the canal now in reality, right?
Wait, the paradox
it depends on how you're measuring reality, because apparently you have a different set of measurements than everybody else.
No, we all been to the beach. We all grew up on the beach.
You were right.
Sorry, Brian?
No, I was apologizing to Gio, because he was right. He was right that but I thought you was talking about in reality, it's a fucking paradox. In their model, no, it's crazy.
Even
And
in their
there's
model, but
fantasy, but
it seems that you guys just don't get the way I'm explaining it. So I'm gonna drop it for now. Let's go back to, I don't want to argue with you guys. Let's go back to reality. Doofus, you disagree in reality of the twin boat paradox?
In reality, okay, so if you're trying to imagine it from a side-on view of the two boats, the problem is that you think that there is no side-to-side curvature at all.
What do you mean you think?
Right, that's why you think it's a paradox in reality, is because you don't recall ever seeing any side-to-side curvature.
in reality, man, we should share this video. The islands between two islands in Hawaii, like 12 miles apart, and two boats. Or no, the one I'm thinking of in particular is in California. It's 11 between 11 and 12 miles apart, and you see them on the same plane, heading toward each other, but to each other, they're disappearing, and it's because of optics. But SE, real quick, in their model, when they're going away from each other, they're changing angles, bud.
Yeah, but Brian, in their model, let's see if you can get this. I'll try it one more time. I hope this doesn't start a war again. In their model, Brian, where does the water start to drop? Let's say you're on a canal, right? It's eight.
Yeah,
it's
immediately.
It's 8 miles, right? I'm on one side, you're on the other, right? Where does the water start to drop in their model?
Immediately.
Okay, that's on side. Now the guy on the other side, where does the water drop for him?
Immediately. How far apart are they?
They're 8 miles apart.
Okay. Yeah, immediately.
Now the second question is, in which direction does the water drop? In their model now, we're in their model.
So in your mind, so in your mind, it's like making like a M, like a McDonald's sign in your mind. I had to, I thought like that. You know, when you
see, you got it right. McDonald's sign. That's a nice one.
Yeah, but they describe it different. The way they describe it, man, it's kind of cheating, bro. But they do make it work with their explanations of everywhere is down in the horizontal. But in reality, in reality, the fucking horizontals.
Oh, no, not in reality. Try to play the baller and explain to me how that works. In their model.
In their model, if we're 8 miles apart, then I'm actually looking like about 1/9 or 1/8 of a degree higher. You're not horizontal to me in their model. You're below me because my horizontal is pointing above your head. If you're 8 miles from me. Yeah, I know, and it's funny, but it's their model. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
And I posted my most recent post to you was what I posted to SE before. That's how the description of this is actually occurring. Like you would say that above that chord, that blue arrow that I drew on that picture, that's where the quote hump is.
Oh, I see. You know my buddy who drew this, huh?
Did you get a chance to see it, Brian?
Oh,
what?
I would like to request when we get done with the hump
tag.
drop. Can I have a minute with Doofus when y'all get through with this?
I'm pretty much through. I understand exactly what y'all are saying, man. I think it's a paradox in reality, but within the model, you know, if you're gonna have if you're looking at something, this is what baffles me though. You know, in reality, like at least understand where we're coming from, because when we look at something, it's flat and level. If we're looking orthogonal, and in that same view, if you're watching somebody, I could watch SE disappear in a boat on some days, 10 miles away, when and he could watch me disappear 10 miles away because of optics, because you could be 5 miles back looking at both of us and watching us travel on the same plane away from each other. I mean, to me, that's the reality, man.
Right. As I was getting to it, I was mentioning to SE that what he's imagining is because from a side view, he's never seen side to side curvature. And that's why in his mind, it doesn't seem to make sense.
No, I never seen curvature anywhere. Whenever I was on water, I never seen curvature, humps, everything. I looked. Trust me, I looked. It's not there. just simply not there, bro.
I'm not
Yeah, I mean,
quite
that,
sure.
see, I can agree with you in terms of there being humps and drops in reality. Yeah, that's not the case because water is
Yeah.
level. So
I don't understand, even on their model, the Earth is so big, why you would expect to see curvature anyway. But that's one thing I want to get with Doofus about and clarify a couple things, because I really don't want to misrepresent him, but I would like some more information if you don't mind, Doofus.
Okay.
So the picture I just posted, 1042, it's outside of an airplane window, you said. Did you take that picture? It
Yeah.
doesn't really. Okay, cool. So you know. About how high were you?
34,000 feet.
Okay, and about how far do you think that white hazy stuff is?
I didn't actually measure how far away that is.
No, just it doesn't really. It's not going to come in like the exact measurement and come into play. I'm just wondering how far you think it is.
I don't know. I'd probably guess around 150, 200 miles.
Okay, I would be along that same. I might be even a little further, because we're estimating when we're flying at 9,000 feet, we can see things about 200 miles. But anyway, so that's fair enough. I agree that it's at least that, right? So
Okay.
to you, that's left to right curvature, right?
That's how it appears to us. I mean, the horizon is a circle that is centered at a point below our feet. So it's the plane of that circle resides in is horizontal on an idealized horizon. So it's weird to say left to right curvature. It's really the circle that's underneath of you, and that's why it looks the way it does.
Okay, maybe clarify a little more. Is that left to right curvature? Because it's a left to right view.
Right, and I explained why it's weird to say it's left to right curvature, because it's a circle that lies in a plane that's below your feet.
Not many ballers are honest like you.
Hang on, Brian, if you would. I won't take long. It really won't take long if no one interrupts. But so it's not. It's weird to say it's left or right. So what would you say a better explanation would be? I know you might have said it, but say it one more time without it being the weird left to right. Just say what you think the curvature is showing there.
Right, the horizon, yeah, because I already said this. The horizon is a circle, an idealized horizon. I should be very specific. An idealized horizon is a circle that lies in a plane that's below your feet.
Okay. So is that the horizon that we're seeing? Is that land, or is that sky or clouds, or what is that?
That's the ocean in that direction.
That white part is the ocean?
All right, that is the ocean mitigated by a small amount of haze, because the ocean has, this is Florida, so there's some particulates in the air.
I got you. So what are those white puffy things? Like there's land, it looks like, and then blue, which I would assume that would be the ocean. And what's the white? That's clouds. You're above. Is that clouds?
Not clouds per se. Haze. That's particulates. That's not exactly water condensate.
So what is that in between the blue and then that really white haze before the blue starts again? Okay, let's start from the top down. That would be easier. So the blue where the yellow of the plane wing is, that's sky, right?
Uh-huh.
So that's blue, and then it gets a little lighter blue, and then there's a white haze. What is that?
Particulates.
So just hazy white stuff.
Right. Not clouds, not
Okay,
fog.
fair enough. So we'll call it a haze. Is that fair?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
a very light haze, but it is a haze.
and come down a little lower. There's some white puffy things. What's that?
Those are low altitude clouds, yeah.
Okay, so those are clouds, and then there's water, and then there's land, and then water, then land, then water, and then land. Is that kind of the order? And then there's some clouds
Yeah, pretty
over the
much.
land.
There's all sorts of interesting land formations out there in
I
in
didn't even
Florida.
notice that was clouds before. I just saw the white haze, but fair enough. So you're saying that's Earth curve, right?
I've only ever said that is the horizon being curved.
So not the Earth.
I mean, the horizon is made up of the area where we last see the surface of the Earth and then the sky.
So would you say that's the sky curving or the Earth?
I would say the horizon is curving for sure. If we want to get to exactly how much curvature we see and how much we should expect from each, either a flat planar Earth or a spherical Earth,
Well,
then I would say that the spherical Earth is what matches this photo best.
no, let's stay on the sphere real quick. But I don't see the water at the horizon. I see a haze and clouds. Are you saying the water there is curving or the sky? Because I only see sky at the horizon. Just being honest. So if I was being honest with myself, I would say that's the sky curving, not the Earth curving.
The sky is over the Earth. In
I
addition,
agree. It's above it.
the haze is in uniform conditions from left to right on the photo. If the haze is above the surface of the Earth in uniform conditions, then it follows that the horizon where the Earth is also curving.
I got you. So now you're claiming not only is so you're claiming that the top of the clouds and the haze that forms at the horizon in this picture is what's curving.
Because the horizon is curving, yes.
Well, that is the horizon, the haze. The top of the haze and the top of the clouds is what's making up the horizon. You can't see the water or the Earth.
Yeah, there's a line that I
Now,
can see.
hang on, Left Lane, if you don't mind. Correct, Doofus? You're not seeing Earth there. You're seeing tops of haze, tops of clouds, and the blue sky above it. I don't think
And
you see Earth.
well, as I've already mentioned, that haze is formed in uniform conditions from left to right on the photograph. So if the surface of the Earth is meeting that point in a straight line, the haze would be a straight line as well, which it isn't.
I got you. So you're saying the top of the haze, which I just want to agree. See if what I say is what you agree with. The tops of the clouds and the haze is what we're seeing, and that is following the curvature of the Earth, so it appears curved, the top of it.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay, so what I said earlier, the top, and again, I'm not trying to misrepresent you. That's why I'm asking over and over again. The top of the haze and the clouds is what you say is curving.
As well as the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do you're not seeing the surface of the Earth here?
And as I've already mentioned quite a few times, the haze is forming in uniform conditions from left to right in that photograph. If the haze is curved, the surface of the Earth is also curved.
Okay, so you're saying that the tops of clouds and the tops of haze follows the form of the Earth.
Right. I can't state it any differently.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm fine with that. So let's just finalize here. We're seeing the haze and the tops of clouds from an airplane from around 30,000 feet. We're viewing out 200, 300, 400 miles, whatever it is. That really doesn't matter. And we're seeing the tops of this curve appear to curve, and it's curving that way left to right in this picture because it's following the left to right curvature of the Earth.
Right, as I mentioned earlier, the left to right part is a little bit odd because the horizon is in a plane that is below your feet.
Okay, do you see the second picture I just posted? I'm almost done too. I know this is.
A bunch of people posted things.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's the last post, I think.
Yeah.
So look at where the haze is now, right? And look at that blue, and then it gets like a light blue line and then dark blue. What would you say that line is?
Where it's a light blue line, then dark blue.
I'll give you a reference. See the H on the wing, the yellow part with the H at the bottom where the gray meets the yellow and there's an H there, the letter H.
Oh, you're talking about the gradient your phone put on the picture.
Okay, is that what that is?
Yeah. So when it put those UI elements on there, that X, that download icon, and that share icon, in order for it to do that, your phone put a dark gradient so it can be sure that if there was a white photo behind those elements, you'd still be able to see them. So your phone added that.
If we're talking about the same thing. because there's no X or anything when I go to the, like, let me take another one and show you, but this is just I just actually saw this. So, because I would say this is actually the horizon, and you can see the water more, it appears. But it might not be. I'm just speculating. Does that help? You think that's where because the X, all that stuff is at the top of the wing now.
Yeah, which you can see changed the appearance of the sky because it was previously over top of the sky and it was causing it to look a little different.
Okay, fair enough. So, last thing, and let's use your original picture because I think that's the best one. Like it's the most clear because it hasn't been snapshot or whatever. On a flat plane, you had mentioned that the tops of the haze and the clouds would still appear to follow the flat plane and appear curved.
Right. No, when I mentioned this quite a while ago in this conversation, the amount that the horizon is curved would differ between a flat planar Earth and a spherical Earth. And what's interesting about that is there's a healthy chunk of flat earthers that think the horizon would not be curved at all.
No,
on
let's
a
stick
flat Earth.
between what you think and I think.
Okay.
So you told me, and I'm just trying to go over it again so I don't, get it wrong. You told me that on a flat plane, that haze, the top of the clouds and haze that form the horizon there, would also appear curved to the, in the picture or to the viewer. Is that correct?
Right. To a lesser degree than photographed.
So it would just be less.
Yep.
You're saying
what I
this
photographed.
matches. You're saying this matches the curved Earth model.
Yep.
But if it was a plane, because we see in a circle, this hazy horizon would still appear curved to some degree.
Yeah, to a lesser degree than photographed. Yep.
Okay, just the degree would be lesser, and then you say we would see further in these
See,
conditions.
that's the part that's really iffy because nobody wants to commit to exactly how to relate altitude and how far you would see.
Well,
on
I'm
the
just
flat Earth
asking what
side.
you said. I'm not asking if it's fact or not. I'm asking if you told. I think you told me that on a flat plane, now you would see less of a curved horizon, but you would see further than what you would on a sphere the size that it is. Is that representing you correctly?
Well, I would think that you could see thousands of miles, so much, much further on a flat Earth. However, if you take the position of how far we see is how far we see in reality, and you want to apply that to a flat Earth model, then if we have those same distances for altitude, the elevation above that flat surface would cause you to have that circle of a horizon that would appear to have less of a curve than what we have in that photograph.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it's hazy, so I think it would depend on the conditions. On a bluebird day, I think we would see further than this, right? You agree with that?
I'm not so sure in Florida because, I mean, it's Florida.
What do you mean? I mean, they have bluebird days in Florida. I've been there. I flew right out of that same. It looks like you flew out of
Today was crystal clear.
yeah, is that New Smyrna that you're flying over there? I mean, I've been we spent a
I'm
year
not
up and down
exactly
that
sure of the
coast.
exact geographic location that photo was taken at.
Looks like you're
Inlet.
Yeah, it looks like you're headed south towards Key West there to me. You're on the
No,
west coast of.
That's heading north, and I'm facing east.
Oh, so you're on the East Coast. Okay, you're headed north. I got you. So you're headed towards South Carolina, basically.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah,
North
I
on the
spent a
east
year
side.
going up and down that both coasts. So but it is hard to tell from the air, like even when you know where you're headed. But I see an inlet right there. Yeah, that's an inlet. Right there, it looks like a marina.
Yeah,
But
Sebastian
anyway,
Inlet.
yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I've been all in there. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Doofus. So, in conclusion, on a sphere Earth, it would curve because that's the way we see in a circle, but it would curve more than on a flat plane. But on a flat plane, it would still appear curved, the horizon.
Right.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Would you also say that it can appear curved on a flat plane, but wouldn't always? But it depends on the conditions and the lighting.
They would mainly depend on the altitude. Like I was trying to get to earlier, if we assume that how far we see is how far we see, and we apply that to a flat Earth model, that distance is a fixed distance on that surface. So geometrically, if you're elevated above that amount of a flat surface that you can see, then that circle would still reside in a plane below your feet. It just wouldn't be as far below your feet as it would be on a spherical Earth.
Only issues I have with what you're saying is I've never heard anyone. I've heard people say that the bottoms of the cloud do certain things, but the tops of the clouds are way like they're different heights, and it would form like it would make things appear way different. And with that haze line right there, it's really tough. I mean, to say that's Earth curve is really tough. To even say that's a false horizon to me. Definitely not the true horizon, because the haze is built up, blocking your view into the distance.
On this
Anyway.
particular day, all of these clouds are all low altitude clouds.
Uh-huh.
There are no medium or high altitude clouds on that day.
Right, but you're looking down at the tops of clouds and haze. It's not exactly Earth curve. But if you're saying that's forming, I mean, your statement was that top of that haze and clouds is forming basically the shape of the Earth below it. I've never heard that before. I mean, just being honest.
Well, you have to think about what the conditions are that cause the haze to be there in the first place. The haze can only be at lower altitudes because it's particulates. It's solid matter that is only suspended in the air by Brownian motion. So it can only be so far above the surface. And that's uniform all across that surface.
Haze, the top of haze is uniform according to the surface. That's a tough one, man. I'm just being honest. Yeah, I would maybe, if I was you, maybe rethink that and just let me know if it changes.
No, I thought about it.
Okay, so you're definitely top of haze is conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Yep, as far as particulate driven haze, yeah, definitely.
All righty then.
By what mechanism, Doofus, is the particulates taking the shape of the Earth?
Well, as I mentioned, it's only suspended by Brownian motion, and that can only happen for solid matter at low enough altitudes for it to continue to be suspended. So, I mean, that's it, really.
Brownian motion at 34,000 feet is causing it to conform to the curvature of the Earth, is what you're saying?
No, I didn't say 34,000 feet.
Well, isn't that the height in question here?
Yeah, the height of the haze, though.
That's where
Yeah.
I'm at, but the height of
Yeah.
the haze is something different.
What do you think the height of the haze is? Do you have an
okay.
estimate?
Well, I mean, it's not going to have a maximum height exactly, but it will have a maximum reasonable, like the amount of matter drops off precipitously as you gain altitude. It's a what is it? It's not exponential. It's a geometric. What is it? Well, I mean, okay, yeah, it is geometric.
Yeah, you're saying it's.
At
I mean,
a
I don't
geometric
know.
rate, it decreases as you gain altitude.
Where do we find this? Like, this is the first I've heard of it. You're the first one that's ever told me that the top of haze conforms to the shape of the Earth. And if I think you
Well, I mean,
gave
how
the
does it get there?
reason. Okay, I'm not going to answer questions about it. I'm asking where I can go research it.
Well, I mean, the UK has better resources on this, I guess, than the US, unfortunately. But If you look at the
Okay,
Met
well,
Office,
hey, they're hooked to Google.
yeah, if you look at the Met Office, I believe they have some instruction, some
Okay, well,
instructionary
maybe let's
materials
rephrase
on
it.
it.
Where did you get your information?
College and further, just looking on the web. Basically, a lot of the stuff I've learned is from the Met Office, if I remember correctly.
Just whenever you get a moment. I know you're probably going to be here a while. If you find something, post it and just drop a dime. If not, I understand. I mean, I just don't think this is. It's definitely not a popular thing because I've never heard it before. Surely it would have come up. And when you said it, it really startled me. And I really didn't even think those are clouds. Like when I first talked to you about it the other day, and you were saying how over a flat plane it would still appear curved because we see in a circle. And I've heard that before, and that makes sense to me. I understand that. But you're saying it would be a less circle. This matches the Earth curve model perfect. And a flat plane would be a less, it would appear less to be a less curve. But even that's kind of tough. But the top of the haze conforming to the curvature of the Earth is something new to me. So I am interested in it. So, like I said, if you're here for a while and you find something, let me know. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to have an ice cream sandwich and hit the bed, actually.
I had butter pecan and chocolate. Way ahead of you. And I'm in bed. I'm waiting for
Oh,
my
no. The
sandwich
kids
to
made
come.
me buy strawberry ice cream today. I'm actually going to have that instead.
It is kind of rare, Doofus, that you are like most globe earthers will not say that on a flat plane that you would see a curve like that. I mean, I've stated there's several reasons why a curve can be observed at high altitude on a flat plane. So I mean, I've talked about that for years, but it's rare to hear. And some, of course, some people will say absolutely there will be no curvature and so on. But it's somewhat rare that you're actually, I don't know if it's a concession or whether it's just whatever it is, but you actually, saying that on a flat plane that would be observed. Because
You would
as you
have
know,
to
that's one of
assume.
the just sorry to go on a little bit more, but as you know, I mean, there's a lot of people, sort of mainstream people that will say, "Oh yeah, I've been in an airplane, I've seen the curve, the Earth's a sphere," So I mean, you realize that's one of those kind of mainstream little memes.
Right, but you would have to
Specifically agree
assume.
with Doofus that you would see a curve, but one of the characteristics of that curve that you would see on a flat Earth, one of the characteristics that would always be present would be it wouldn't be a distinct horizon. It would always be a fuzzy horizon. You would never get a sharp horizon.
And to further back up what I was saying, it would have to assume that on a flat Earth that there would be some limit, some hard limit to the distance that you can see in order to actually make out that it's a circle. Like if you have the standard view of optics, which is the one that I actually use to get work done, if you have that view of optics over a flat plane, there's no reason for the horizon to have some sort of fixed maximum distance.
Excuse me,
On
I
a
was
flat
just
plane.
watching the live stream. And did someone just say that Globers are not able to admit that on a flat surface you can still see curvature if you're high enough up or something like that?
Yeah, there were literally two of us that said that.
Okay, nice. Because I wanted, I was just clicked on randomly on YouTube on the live stream, and I heard that I immediately had to jump in because, that statement is contradictory. If it is a flat curve, then you shouldn't be able to see curvature. Then it's not a
All
flat
right.
plane.
Well, let me
It's
explain it, I guess, as succinctly as possible. If you have a flat Earth, a planar Earth, or something like that, and
Yeah, flat
you
surface.
assume, what's that?
Yeah, flat surface. You mean?
Right? Okay.
Yep.
And if you have that, and you have a maximum distance that you can observe of that surface, for whatever reason, we'll not get into the reason specifically yet, but there's some maximum distance of that surface that we can see, then the horizon forms a circle that lies in a plane that's below your feet. It doesn't lie as far below your feet
Circle
as
is
it
not the
does on
same
a
as curve.
spherical Earth. What's that?
Depending on your viewpoint, a circle and a sphere is not necessarily the same thing.
Me and
Right.
Brandon
It's just
actually
this
showed
is a
this.
circle.
Me
Right, but
and
it,
Brandon actually showed this one night. We
The
did a
definition
couple
of
demonstrations. We did a couple
defini-
demonstrations and showed. Go ahead.
The definition of flat means there is no curvature, or
Right, but on
like strict,
a flat
like if you're
surface
gonna
that
be
you have a maximum distance that you can observe, and on a spherical Earth, which has the same kind of property, the horizon would form a circle in both cases. It's just that the circle is further below your feet on a spherical
Yeah.
Earth than it is on a flat
It's
surface.
only
He's saying
only
we see
appearing
in
to
a
curve. It's
circle.
not actually,
Yeah. Right.
it's not actually curving, but it
Um,
appears to
I
curve.
couldn't hear
On
what
both models.
two people were talking, so I couldn't really hear what any of you were saying. But
On
to
both
answer what you
models,
guys,
it just appears to curve.
but
It's not.
to answer what the first guy was saying, I think it was Doofus. If the Earth was flat, you should be able to see the edge because there's no obstruction, So even strictly speaking, whether the Earth is round or flat,
I didn't hear his assumptions then.
it's
Right.
like
I
neither
specifically said
statement.
there's a maximum distance, and we can ignore exactly what physical
No, because
reason
we got
there is.
telescopes. We got
Right.
binoculars.
I
We got
understand. I
telescopes.
understand that from the standard optics perspective, there should be no reason for the horizon to have a limited distance on a flat surface. However, if we assume that on a flat surface, we can only see as much of that flat surface as we see, then the horizon would form a circle.
Just for funsies, I want to come correct and say that the Earth, whether you consider it flat or round, it is not strictly flat or round. There is a curve. There is like hills. There is mountains. We know this, right?
You're
So
completely missing the point, man.
It's not completely flat. It's not completely round. So I think we have to agree with that at least, if nothing else.
Listen, if Earth was flat and there was some mechanism that was causing us to only see so far, and we had a circle of vision around us, if we turned our heads,
Mechanism.
and we could pretty much see
What
in the
kind of
same
mechanism would that be?
distance, and we can see in
kind
the
of-
same distance, and we can
kind of
see in the same distance.
What kind of
I don't
mechanism
know.
would that be?
Dude,
Yeah,
why are you
He's
talking over
He's
people?
trying.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Come on, Jeremy.
Jeremy, new guy, maybe put yourself on mute and
I
let
don't know.
Jeremy
My whole
make-
family's sleeping. I can't.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. But this on a flat plane, we should be able to see so-called forever, or see the edge, or
Yeah.
that's not true, man. You have
Yes, it
atmosphere
is
that's
true. It is true. It's
yeah.
very much true.
No,
if we can see
that's
to
not
Mars,
true.
Yeah, that's
if
not
we
true.
can see to Mars, we should be able to see the edge
That's
of
why you
Dude,
think you can see for.
He's
That's why you
trolling.
think you can
Stop
see
trolling,
forever.
yo. Stop
I'm not
Yeah.
trolling. Just because you don't like
You
my opinions doesn't mean I'm trolling.
no.
You're
Moderator.
insecure and ignorant
No.
here.
No, to
Well,
say
let
that
me
we
break
would
it
see
down.
forever is just ridiculous.
I didn't
Joe.
say
You
see
know that.
forever. I didn't. One of
Let
you
me
guys
let me
said
break
see
it down.
forever. I said
Even
see
I
the
agree
edge.
with you on that.
Everybody
Bandy.
calm down.
I didn't say see forever. I said see
All
the
right,
edge.
calm down. Calm down.
Yeah,
Let,
what
let me
edge,
break,
dude?
let me break it down. The reason why you think that
That
you can,
wasn't me.
the reason why you think you should be able to see across, like China, for example, right, from the United States, is because your misconceived notion through mainstream sites thinking that stars and all these planets are so far away, therefore you must be able to see across the flat plane.
But you're not even looking at a
It's
star. Like
simple,
looking at a
it's simple
star is not the
logic.
same as looking at China. Hang on, dude. You've cut off everybody, and I'm getting a bad rap here because everybody thinks that when everybody talks, it's me. But
Well,
anyway,
you are talking over people.
No, that wasn't me, dude.
You talked over Jeremy just a
You
second
caught
ago.
no, that wasn't me, dude. You said Rakia, and I was on mute. But anyway, looking at a star at that angle and looking towards the horizon, towards China or whatever, are two different things, man. If you can't understand that.
Even I agree with Rakia there.
That's true.
Come
there.
on, man. Yeah, this see forever thing is silly. But anyway,
Well,
all right.
it gets interesting because if the sun can be seen at sunset and it has an altitude which I guess you guys don't want to really commit to, maybe it's 4,000 miles, maybe it's some other figure. At the very least, when it is at sunset, it is 6,200 miles in some direction. So you can at least see that far.
Yeah, but it's a huge freaking light, and it does
Yeah.
project it. So it can be projecting
Dude,
too. Like
you're not the same eye level with the sun too. You're not the same elevation or altitude, if you will.
Right.
I mean, I actually agree with what
It does
Doofus
cross
said.
your horizontal, so yeah, you're kind of at the same altitude.
In a way, I agree. I agree with that. I mean, how far we
Oh.
can see in the sky is unknown because we can't measure the distance to the sky. But what Doofus just said, like when the sun is setting, however the number of miles it is about the furthest we can see. At least on the terrestrial horizontal, I would agree.
Yep.
Okay, well, okay, I'm fine with that. But go get a little tiny flashlight, go out in the field and shine it at somebody, and walk away till it disappears, and then get a Q beam and shine it from where that light disappeared. You're gonna be able to see that Q beam again. Come on, man. That light is bright. It's breaking through more atmosphere than anything else, especially reflected light. This is
Right, but
direct.
the interesting thing about that geometrically, right? The interesting thing about that geometrically is if the sun is 6,200-ish miles away while it's setting, then it should be able to silhouette something like we saw from those Canigou observations.
Yeah.
It is silhouetting the Canigou observations.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to do that from Indiana to the Rockies, for example.
Because the conditions are different, right?
The Rockies are definitely big enough to be able to observe, just like
No, I'm talking
Canigou
about
is.
I'm talking about the atmospheric conditions are different. It only does Canigou certain times of the year, and not even that time of the year if the conditions aren't right.
Well,
I mean,
that time of the year happens to be where the sun is in that particular azimuth.
Oh man,
because
I
it
just
moves
don't.
from tropic to tropic, as you guys say.
I think y'all think that you're looking through a vacuum every time you make these statements, because the atmosphere definitely affects how far we see light. Just
Yeah,
go
but
do
you
it
said
in
the sun can
fog.
silhouette things.
Yeah, but it can't. It can move. I just gave you the light example. You can do this. So imagine the sun being. You don't even have to imagine the sun being the biggest light you've ever seen. It is the biggest light you've ever seen. So get down smaller lights and smaller lights and smaller lights, and you can show yourself how those lights disappear at a certain distance. And when you get a bigger light through the same atmosphere, you can see that light. And then go to where you can't see that light in the same atmosphere and get a bigger light, and then you can see the bigger light. There's a limit to every light.
Yeah, that's demonstrating that it's not the atmosphere that's blocking it, it's the amount of photons that's causing the problem. That when you add more photons, you can see it again. Because at the same distance, when you add more photons, if it was the atmosphere blocking it, it would block those photons as well.
Okay, so the sun has a lot more photons than any other light. Like a light from China, let's say, the lights that are lighting up China City, you would say the sun has more photons than that, or puts off more photons than that? I would. Yeah, so you can see it further, right? All right. Nice. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, but I still agree with Doofus's point that it would still silhouette things that are in front of it.
It does. Sometimes, when the conditions are right.
Why only sometimes?
Because the conditions aren't right all the time.
What conditions does that have to be?
I have no idea. Whatever conditions are when it is silhouetting, those conditions. Because
What kind
it
of
is behind
conditions
that.
could do that?
Sometimes it drowns them out. Like sometimes when it sets in front of the bridge, Grand Isle, you can't see the bridge. The sun is behind the bridge, but you can't see the bridge because of the conditions of the day. Whatever, usually like foggy conditions. It like it like projects in front of the bridge. And on other days when it's really, and then on other days when it's really clear, the sun appears way further off, and you can see the bridge clear and the buildings behind it and trees and power lines and all that.
What does that mean, light projects in front of the bridge?
It just appears to be in front of the bridge. It's drowning out the bridge. The most extreme case I can say is like during fog. Foggy conditions, the sun appears white and small. And it appears really, really close.
I don't think that changes how big the sun is.
I didn't
How
say
big
it
the sun
changes
looks.
the size of the
I mean,
sun. I said it
looks.
Yeah, it changes the appearance of the sun. Changes the
Yeah,
color, the size. Yeah.
I think if you look through a filter, it's gonna be the same size.
I didn't say anything about that. I said
Right, yeah, so
it appears because of the fog, not because of anything else.
Yeah, I wonder why you've got to add that wording that it appears closer when I don't think it actually does. I don't think it looks any closer. Sure, it changes size. Sometimes it's got a big halo around it. Sometimes it does look smaller because you're not seeing the glare. But in none of those situations does it look any closer or further away.
Well, it does in my area, so maybe our areas are different conditions. But I get that appearing close sun in my area, and then sometimes it appears, way far away. I've taken video at sea level of the sun being obstructed bottom up like it normally is at sunset, and then all of a sudden the top of it doesn't go down, it just fades out. And people told me that would never happen at sea level, but I have it. I'm on a pier on the bay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll post it. I love that video. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Sitting by the dock of the bay, wasting time.
Zanuck, you should do like a music performance night.
All right.
Build back a little street cred.
Street cred?
Yeah.
Hey, and let me know
Use
which
my
night
music
and
as a
what
weapon.
time it's going to be, so I make sure not to be here.
Well, I had 37. We had 30 people at a wine bar last
Rocky,
night.
though, for real. One night we were all just chilling, and all of a sudden Zanuck's mic is open, and we're like, oh, we kind of said to him, your mic's open, and he couldn't hear us. And all of a sudden he starts playing guitar, he's singing, he's playing guitar. We're all going like, oh my God, is this Zanuck? And we listened to him for a minute, but then we muted him just out of respect for him since he didn't know he was, unmuted.
I'd love to party with Zanuck.
But then later he came back on, and we were all like, "Zanuck, was that you?" And then he ended up playing a bunch of songs, and he's a good singer and a good guitar player.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, like he
Too
seems
kind.
really
Yeah.
cool. He gets on roids and he can't control himself.
Hey, shrimp boat captain, what about that boat scene? Looked like you're a little over your head there.
Which one? Shit, I've been over my head a couple times.
That water is splashing on your freaking windshield. That your captain's perch is a little high, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way off the wall. We had one night that we were taking waves over the helm, and then on the upside of the wave, it was coming over the stern, like over the back deck. It was bad. But I try not to do that. Like, we're real careful on weather. But that one time coming out of Key West, we had to leave because the marina was booked and our slip was gone. So we left that morning, and it was probably 8 or 9 foot seas. The video
What do you got
doesn't
to worry
do it
most
justice.
about? The engine compartment flooding? I mean, or stopping the engines, or what do you got to worry about? Sinking?
No, yeah, you really don't have any trouble unless you get into malfunctions. Like if your engines go out and you don't have control, then you got to worry. You want to get help quick. But I have 6 bilge on my boat, so
They can
we
fire
can.
a lot of water out of that thing. if you have to.
Yeah, and I have extra like if emergency bilges, so we can keep water contained unless we just have a seacock that opens up and we can't get it capped. But we have like rubber stopper. We have all types of ways to stop water. That's water and fire is the killer, right? So
The key thing is just not getting yourself in that situation to begin with, right?
yeah, don't.
It's that choppy. I guess unless you have to get home, then you got to go, right?
Well, we had to leave, but we only had a 2-hour boat ride up the west coast of Florida from Key West to, I think it was New Smyrna. I don't know why that's sticking in my head. I'm terrible with all that, but we stopped there. It was about 2 hours away, and getting in that inlet right there was freaking treacherous, but we made it. My daughter's a captain, and I was a captain, and then I had my 2 boys on there with me, and my wife was driving the truck, so around on land.
Right. What's
We
that thing?
took a
What
year.
do you cruise at?
I
20,
cruised
30
about
knots?
30 knots. Yeah.
And do you have a sextant on board just in case?
No. Just in case of what? I need an anchor.
You know those big anchors like the Popeye? Like he has a tattoo of an anchor on his arm.
Yeah. I need a paperweight.
Yeah, one of
Nah,
those little Navy
respect.
ship anchors
Dude, it's
with the
amazing.
chain.
Our phones, we use our phone and GPS more than we use a lot of stuff. Like, I have all my screens and stuff, but like we're in the cabin, I can either hook Bluetooth to my Simrad or I can just play like They have different apps on our phone and on the iPad that are really, really accurate. Navionics is super accurate. I think they update that more. Like my Simrad system, I have to literally download it on a computer and then stick in a card and update it. But the Navionics, I think, on your phone updates automatically. So if they have like new sandbars or whatever, they'll
They
mark.
pop up.
Yeah, they'll show.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
You have your Nintendo triangulation device.
Yeah. We pretty much. I mean, in the area that I'm in all the time, I mean, I know almost every rig. We have so many oil rigs you can reference.
Right.
Your direction. I know I got to go in between them, to get home. And then we
Right.
have huge, in bad weather, of course, electronics are key. But shoot, we went into Mobile Bay 3 months ago now, in fog that you couldn't even see the bow of the boat. So I was 100%
Stand on the screen.
IFR,
VFR. I mean,
VFR,
IFR
yeah.
flying.
I was definitely IFR.
Yeah. IFR,
Yeah,
the
it
boat
was
equivalent.
just go slow, take your time. But I stay out of most weather. I mean, I don't. We tournament fish sometimes, and if the weather's bad, I won't even fish. I'll just forfeit the money because it's not worth it. You see those fish we caught the other day?
No, I don't think I did. The mahi-mahi?
No, we caught marlin and tuna.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we fought one 22 hours.
Of marlin?
Yeah, and then got it. 2 hours later, we hooked another one, fought it for 6 hours.
6 hours. A tuna or both marlin?
No, both marlin.
So then you get them in board. They're not really good eating, are they?
No, this was tournament.
What do you throw them back after they beat the shit out of them and get them all tired?
The 22-hour one we brought in because it wasn't those old fish like that. They fight them that long, they're gonna die anyway. And then the one that we fought for 6 hours, we backed down on him pretty hard. He was
guy.
fresh. We released him.
The tuna, though, I didn't know they went that far north.
Yeah, the other boat that my daughter was fishing on caught a tuna. They caught second place tuna. It was 100 and something pounds. Not a real tremendous. It was yellowfin. It wasn't like huge, but they got second place because everybody was fishing marlin. And they got discouraged. They caught 2 out of 4 marlin. They fought one for like I think 8 hours, and the film crew, the CBS film crew, was on board with them. And the sucker almost jumped into the line, and it got underneath the boat and cut off in the prop. And the film crew, yeah, it happens. But the film crew was like, "Oh man, good catch, good catch, good catch," and the crew is like pissed because they didn't touch the leader, so it wasn't a catch.
I bet you can't have like a wire instead of a,
we got wire
line.
leader. Yeah, we got wire leaders.
Then too bad you can't send a current down and electrocute them. They bite the hook.
Yeah.
Zap them.
Yeah, that leader they had was probably like 12 or 15 foot wire leader. And all you got to do is touch the leader for it to be a qualified landing.
Right.
You got to get a good video of the length and that it's, it has to be over a certain length, but you can tell by video. And then you have to, a crew member has to touch the leader. The leaderman has to touch the leader. And then in this tournament, you had to have once somebody sat on the rod, they couldn't give it up. They had to reel it in. So some tournaments they let 2, like you can switch off once. This tournament, you had the same guy who got handed the rod to fight had to reel it all the way in. So the dude that fought it for 22 hours, you talk about his arms were dead. But you're hooked in. You're using your back and legs a lot. But this fish went about 1,000 foot deep and was going up current, upwind, and it knew what it was doing. But we still got it.
Right.
22 hours, man. That's a long time. Yeah. My boat, I'm actually here at the boat this weekend. It's about another 2 weeks. I'll be fully painted and have a brand new. I've never had a brand new like painted boat, so it'll be new for us.
Oh, cool. Should look
Yeah,
nice.
exciting.
That's awesome. What kind of engines does it have? Is it inboard or?
No, yeah, they're inboard. Mine has a twin turbo
600
AB92.
horsepower, twin, two of them.
Yeah, Detroit diesels. They're
Nice.
880 horsepower.
That's awesome. What's the top speed?
I do about 33 knots top when I'm not fully loaded. Like if you load down with bait and ice, you're not gonna do that. But like my normal cruise is 28 knots. Like good fuel, good. I burn about 60 gallons an hour at 28 knots.
Hmm.
We don't do that a
that's
whole lot.
That's pretty fast for on the water though too.
Yeah, shoot, my friend has a boat that's 80, I think 86 foot, and it'll do 70 miles an hour.
How many foot is it?
86.
What? 70 miles an hour.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah, they're stupid, man. But it's burning
What
200.
kind of boat is it? Like a cigarette boat or something? Like a real super long cigarette boat?
No, it's a sport fish. It's like mine.
And it goes 70 miles an hour?
Yep, a Viking, and it's got big mans in it. You can't even wear a hat. Like it's obnoxious.
Well, yeah, no, 70 miles an hour is like that's major speed.
Nah, it's stupid. And they're burning like 240 gallons an hour when they're doing it.
Huh.
They come screaming past us.
240 gallons an hour?
Yep.
do the math on
Wow.
that. $1,000 an hour for just gas.
For real. Oh my gosh.
You got to understand though, like yeah. Fuel is, if you're worried about the fuel costs, you're in the wrong boat.
Exactly.
Like this last tournament we had, like I personally had 50 grand in wagers, like in, we call them Calcuttas. So first blue, biggest blue, most blue is basically.
So my friend's got a Riva, and I think it's 76 footer, and he can do 40 knots. And I'm trying to get the guy to let me barefoot ski behind the boat on the bay.
Yeah.
Because I can do that.
Is fast. Yeah.
What?
I can barefoot.
But I want to do it behind a yacht, a 76 foot yacht.
That would be fun.
And they have a video of that or a picture that would be underneath the Golden Gate Bridge.
How do you take off?
In those balmy days where it's just perfectly mirrored. I could do that.
You can start off wet, like in the water, or I use a kneeboard.
No, I just drop I got a crappy like an old Mastercraft throwaway ski that just has half of front boot just to keep the front foot from sliding forward.
Yeah.
It just gets you up, and then I just kick that thing off at 40.
I sit down on a kneeboard with, just straddling it, and then I get kind of tight, get it in gear, and lift my front feet out of the water, and that's when they know to take off. And then I immediately just lean outside the wake, and then they take off, and like my ski boat does about 50, and that's what I can barefoot at that.
Yeah. Yeah, the ski makes
40 knots, that's about right. 50 miles an hour.
On calm enough water?
Yeah, it'd have
if you're
to
on a
be
kneeboard,
calm.
it's hard to it's hard to do that on a kneeboard if you got some waves in there. Skis, you can kind of wait it out, fine for that one little spot where it's perfectly, near flat, where you can just dig a
You ain't barefooting when it's wavy anyway. So.
Well, you can, but it's just hard.
So cut through it. It's just harder.
Rakia, do you account for the curvature when you?
No. No.
When you're,
I do see buildings disappear as we go away from them, though, and then oil rigs, look really small in the distance, and you can't see them, and then all of a sudden, because the running joke is, there'll be an oil rig that you can barely see it right on the horizon. I'm like, see that oil rig right there? And they'll go, yeah, all the new people. I'm like, that's not it. We're going past that. But another thing we did, people will be fishing and we'll pick them up on radar, and they'll be over the horizon a little bit, or, in the haze or waves, the waves out there, you're going down, they're going down. You might not see them like at 10 miles, right? but I can get my camera out and zoom in. I'm like, y'all catching anything? We did this bottom dropping, and we were both anchored, and we were, you know, a couple miles apart or whatever. And they were like, nah, we ain't catching nothing. I said, bullshit with your red Adidas shirt on. He's like, how do you know I got a red Adidas shirt on? I said, I'm looking at you right now. He goes, no way, dude. I said, yeah, I got a zoom camera. That was a fun trip. We actually water ballooned them later on. We have fun. I mean, it's, you know, my family's with me every time, so that's cool. Speaking of, I came up after dinner, and I had to do some work, and I was on, you know, listening to y'all and doing my work, and they're supposed to be coming. I don't know what they're doing. You know, tell them we're at a casino, but they don't gamble, so I don't know what they're doing. It's funny is I used to play poker for a living. True story. Went to Vegas, me and my wife, for a big poker tournament, and at the Bellagio, suite, Fountain View, helicopter rides. She was taking limos to the salon to get her hair done and all this, and wouldn't put a nickel in the slot. Like, I'm walking around with 40 grand playing blackjack before dinner, and she won't put a nickel in the slot. That's how my wife is. And like, none of my kids gamble either. It's weird. My daughter did play blackjack with me last 2 weekends ago, and we actually won. But we were going to dinner here. It was Easter weekend, matter of fact. But good times. My daughter's actually out on a boat tonight. They're fishing. They're fishing overnight tonight. So they're always doing something. But water and fishing is a big part. We love it. Hey, did y'all watch that video? The sunset, boat ride into the sunset?
Yeah, I definitely did. I noticed a lot of things actually.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah,
Now
the best
that's
part is,
at sea level.
you know, the best part is when I noticed the boat. You caught the boat going into the sun in front of the just in the right time, and it shows the waves pop. Well, what's his name? Travis. He used to call it the ether band. Well, it's like a miraging index, like heat waves or whatever you want to call it. But you can see the waves coming out of that, like you're floating in air. It's so crazy.
I got a better. I'll post a better video if you like that. I got a better video of a boat going away from me into that band, and the boat just kind of morphs like the sun did, but you can still see the waves splashing off because that reflects light more. You understand what I'm saying? So you can see the splash, the way you can't see the boat anymore, but you can see the waves going off to the side because you know it's bouncing and hitting. You know, waves are going off to the side, so it looks like it's gone over or into the horizon, which I say it's gone into the horizon, but you can still see the waves because it's reflecting more. Boat ride. I'll find it. Oh, here it is. Ghost boat. Now it's 9 minutes long, but you can see if it'll post. You can fast forward or play it at different speed or whatever. And my third favorite video is the rock video where it pans over the rock. I'll post that one too. You'll like it. And these are videos like when you're out videoing, you don't know that you captured this. Does that make sense?
Yup. Until you go back, dude. I noticed something already. And I just
Yeah.
screenshot it. I can see the horizon. I'm trying to get. That's crazy. That's awesome. This is great evidence. I don't know why this is not everywhere.
Yeah.
I can see it clearly that there's a mirroring going on there.
Yeah, it's just a mirage. I'm trying to find the rock. I have that rock video. It's cool as shit. It's one of my favorites. And I had no idea it did it until I got home and watched all my videos. Like while I was out there filming, I couldn't tell that was happening.
Yeah, it usually happens like that. You go back and you see something you might have missed.
Yeah, watch that rock video. That's cool.
Yeah.
That oil rig right there, Don, is that the oil rig in front of is that my picture from my video?
Yep,
Looks,
yep. As soon as you zoomed in,
yeah,
I noticed it right away.
yeah.
That's
That
that.
oil
Yeah, go ahead.
that oil rig is like close, right? Like 3, 4, or
Yeah.
5 miles. Like it's close. And
Yeah, but that's a great. Go ahead.
the shrimp boat that I posted
Uh-huh.
is in between the shore and the oil rig. So we know it was closer than 4 miles. And look at that, how that shrimp boat looked like it's underwater. That's just an optical effect. It's
Yep.
not a wave. It was smooth that day. I have a
Yep.
I had a video. Most of my stuff is on my computer, and I keep some of it on my phone. But I'm pretty sure I had a video of this, but I can't find it. I found some cool videos earlier when I was going through some stuff of Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. And it's flat, like you can't see no hump in it. The only humps you see are the humps that are actually in the bridge.
You see where I drew that line right there? Underneath it is what I've noticed to be the reflection. As soon as I seen it right away, I don't know if that's because I don't see it. Seen it in
No,
person,
that's that under that line is the actual oil rig. See those? See where
but
it
it
gets?
is okay.
Yeah, see where it gets thick on the right? That's where the crew boats back up. Those are
Okay, so
posts.
maybe I went too high.
Mm-hmm.
It just looked like reflection right away. I'm gonna watch it and watch it again.
That's pretty much. See how the water's rippling?
Yeah.
You can tell that's not actual waves. That's however the video does it. And what's weird too is no matter which way the current is going, when you video, it looks like the waves are going right to left. In my like the current can be going left to right, but in a video it makes it look like it's going right to left.
Interesting.
But that boat ride, that ghost boat, you can really see the water just kind of shimmering, or it looks fake, like it doesn't look
right.
real. But the shrimp boat underwater, it's not an earth curve and it's not a wave. It's not shoaling, you know what I'm saying? Like, because on other days from the same thing, you can see shrimp boats even further away. Like, I can't tell you how many. I
Yeah.
have
Okay, I see it now. Yeah, that is.
thousands. I can show you 3 different pictures of this bridge on different days, and the conditions just change it. The first picture, the top one of the bridge, that's reality. That's what it looks like when you drive over it, when you look at it on a clear day, and then the other pictures are mirage and whatever, refraction, whatever you want to call it, earth curve. They call it earth curve. Look, the bridge is underwater. It must be earth curve. That indoctrination stuff is real, right? Because no matter how many times you show someone reality, like this can't be water bulging up. It's just the conditions. It's just how you're seeing it that day because of the conditions.
Right.
Because look, on this day you see it, and they're like, oh no, that on the day you can see it, it's loomed up. And come on, man, you're not thinking this through, right? That's indoctrination to me, or deception, one or the other.
Well, I mean, I go the Bible's route. I mean,
No, those are Reki. Those are actually mirage. That's an inferior mirage, and we've already done the center lines on those bridges. And if
Yeah,
you
I
actually
agree.
measured, hold on, let me finish. If you measured the angle in your field of view of the water there, that water where you see it, where it's not being obstructed by the mirage, because that is obstructing the mirage. That's not curvature. If you compared it with your upper picture, you would see the angular position would be way in the foreground of where the bridge or the base of the bridge is.
Oh shoot, Xanax said it's not curvature. Ah.
That's not curvature. No, that's actually
Nah,
mirage.
Xanax always said this is mirage. But Xanax, what we're saying is like 90% of the people that look at these and post pictures just like this go.
Oh, they say it's Earth curve.
Yeah. It makes y'all look silly. Man.
Wrong answer.
Wah, wah, wah. Hey, what about my shrimp boat picture, Xanax? What's your thoughts on that?
I'm having a problem with my computer right now. My cursor is not working.
And you know I would never lie to you, right?
About what?
The picture. B-Ball says I'm lying. Like about the distances there. Anyway.
Oh, I can't. God, of course when I need the computer. Brand new computer. Bought this to fix my audio, and now this cursor sticks itself in the middle of the screen, and I can't move it. I guess I can get an external mouse and try to force it.
You got a hammer?
Is it
That's
a
what I'm ready.
Bluetooth?
I'm ready. No, it's on my notebook. I have like a Dell notebook. Why would the cursor freeze?
You talking about the trackpad?
Yeah, the ones on the computer itself, the trackpad. Move it finger in.
Some of them you can turn the trackpad on and off. There's a little light in the upper corner, and you double tap it.
Yeah, that's bad advice, man. What you need is a hammer and a tiny.
Yeah, I'm ready. I
could be the
waited
connection.
so many years to get a brand new computer because I want to just keep it clean. Don't go to any bad sites. Just all do my business and the Discord server, and it's all I want to do with it. And then this freaking thing. It's 2022, and I have a computer I can't just turn on and use without some kind of freaking problem. I'm so sick of technology.
Yeah, science sucks, man.
Is it Bluetooth mouse?
Is that the Globe Earth Science that brought you that, Xanax?
Yeah, Globe. I bet there were Globers that made.
Yeah, whatever science did it.
Is this the Globe Earth fucking empire here that brought you this?
Unbelievable.
They took Coriolis into effect, so now your mouse doesn't.
So where would that little button be that gets rid of your mouse? It disables it?
Different models have different things.
What I want to ask though, real quick, Xanax, is it a Bluetooth mouse?
No, I could probably hook up a external mouse and maybe I can overcome this, but it should be working on the computer. From an airplane,
it might be your
on a
mouse,
trip.
dude. It might be the Bluetooth, the connection. Sometimes
No, I'm not using a Bluetooth. I'm just using.
Oh, okay.
I'm using
Are you
just the mouse
facing
from the
magnetic
computer.
north
The
or
trackpad.
true north?
Magnetism is affecting it.
Yeah, are you? Which way is your computer facing, Xanax? And
It's facing, west?
Did you calculate the Coriolis when you set the computer up?
Due west.
Because that could be your issue.
That's funny.
No Coriolis going west.
Did you get your damn mouse working or not? I got a shrimp boat picture.
I can't.
Oh, whatever.
Sometimes in the upper right corner of the trackpad itself, there's a little light. And if you double tap it, it turns it on and off. That's one option. Otherwise, you might just do a Control-Alt-Delete, reboot the thing. That might fix it.
Yeah, I did that this morning. Oh, now it's working a little bit. So while it's working, go up in the pictures.
Xanax, you're it's very boomer right now.
No, it's not. No. It's not working. I got my cursor to the little arrow that I can push up on it. Let's see what happens.
Control-Alt-Delete twice, and it'll reboot your. That's what I suggest. Do Control-Alt-Delete, Control-Alt-Delete.
That's old. That's old school. That's old school. It just.
What if you do it twice? It should still reboot it.
No, it doesn't reboot it. You have to go to a.
Oh, that's true. I kind of haven't done that in a million years. Actually,
yeah, that's why I got this new computer. It's all new technology. None of these old things work.
How's that working out for you, Xanax?
I don't like. I should like my old computer. That sucks better. The sucky computer that I've had for 10 years.
Better.
I like that better because it works. This thing is laggy. It doesn't. I don't understand. I don't understand this modern age, 2022, where these things should be like TVs. You turn them on and kink. It should be no thinking. It should be no delays. I know
you're stalling.
Non-spinning disk memory. Come on, man. And this thing can't have a cursor that works.
Kills your worldview, man.
Oh, I want to show. Okay. Oh, I got it. I can use the arrow to make it go up and down. So where am I going now? Oh, the rock. Yeah, the rock thing. That's a focal length thing. The rock thing. Looking past the rock. That one.
No, shrimp boat.
Right Ghost boat?
Yeah. No.
You said shrimp boat.
Shrimp boat.
Which
the one with the big nets, right above the bridge, in between the rock and the bridge. The only one.
Oh, those boats. They look like looks like Australia. Looks like the Opera House.
No.
That's between the shrimp and the bridge.
Stop.
That's between the rock and the bridge.
Okay, I'm gonna post it again so there's no Xanakin.
No, you told me between the rock, and looking past the rock, and the bridge. In between
Yeah,
there,
but
you
on
said it
your
looks like the Opera
on
House
your
in Sydney.
You don't
computer.
see those nets? There's nets on the boat.
Oh,
I
you're
said it
calling
looks
the
like the
net.
Opera House in Sydney. You guys freaking
Yeah.
living under
Oh,
a
I got
rock? Of course, it looks like the Opera House in Sydney.
it. Okay,
What?
so
That's what.
Zan,
You
let
ever
me
been to
give you the
Sydney?
lowdown.
You ever seen pictures of Sydney?
Concentrate. You ready?
Focus.
Yeah, focus, because this kills you, demolishes you. No, really, what we're
Yeah, that's
discussing
the
is
picture. It looks like the Opera House in Sydney.
yeah. Okay, so it's water and a boat is floating on it. So let me give you the lowdown. That's a boat about 50 foot long, maybe a little longer, 70 foot long, huge shrimp boat, right? I'm at about 8 to 12 foot viewing height. It's less than 4 miles away. Why is that water appearing to be higher than the boat, or the boat appears to be sinking in the distance? Give me your best.
Is that those white posts that are angled together like a triangle with a cross member? How high is that off the deck?
Let's say where the two come together or the crossbar, it looks like there's lights on it.
It
That's
almost looks like a
probably
ski boat with the
yeah,
speaker
with the
mounts for the
speakers,
people
yeah.
that want to wakeboard. You know, and
Where the
I don't know how many.
speakers
I don't have
are,
anything to scale to measure it against. I have no idea.
where the speakers are, that's probably 30 feet off the water.
I mean, there's two little black rectangles that look like you can barely see them.
Those yeah, those are
Lights.
yeah, whatever that is. I think it's lights, yeah, deck lights, because it's shining back towards the work area. But they're not on. So they look like that. That's about 30. Just guessing that would be 30 feet off the water.
Yeah, we don't have. I mean, he had some numbers for me. I can't go off your estimation of 4 miles because that's a long way.
Well, it's less
There's
than
no
4
reference
miles. Well,
points. You
why
said
would
you're
you
8 feet
think
off
the
the ground. You're on
water
your
would?
boat. You're on your boat looking at this.
No, I'm on the beach.
We're on the beach. And how high off the beach, off the water are you?
That's about 8 to 12 foot. I'm
Well, I
saying that
can't tell
because
you.
I've
See, but if you had like a video, I mean, it's interesting, but really can't do anything with it because I have no reference
I'm not
points.
asking you to scale it. I'm just saying that there's water that looks
Yeah,
like it over
I
the
see the
boat.
chop.
Okay.
I know water. I know how the oceans and big,
Right.
rough lakes work. You're missing
So
about. So I'm missing about 10 feet of boat. Is that what you're missing?
no, more than that.
Well, I mean, so we don't know. Nobody
Yeah, you
knows.
can't even see the wheelhouse. Okay, let me give you a picture of a boat.
That's a
Same
wild
size.
observation right
It's
there.
a
That's wild.
but no matter how much we're missing, why do you think the foreground is ramping up and the boat is beyond the mirage line, so it appears low? Like that's the only way I explain it. I don't know how else to explain it, to be honest.
Well, I'm trying to see where the mirage. I don't know the boat, so I know what I'm looking at. But if I look for some reflectiveness, if there a mirage line, yeah, that's I see that. That seems like it's close to the water though. But
So
isn't
you
it
think
between the
my
two?
explanation?
There's two. Hold on. There's two boxes on the left on one of those posts that are angled inward. Is that's where I see the mirage line is? Is that true or no? I don't see the symmetry. I just don't see. You give me a picture. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't have anything to base it
You're
off
looking
of.
at water over
No,
a huge
you're
boat.
missing the point. I don't have anything. Don.
I understand. I understand.
I need like the bridges. I know the bridges, so I know what should be. What they look like and what's miraging.
You heard my explanation though. You think the foreground is ramping up and the mirage line
Well, the
starts
foreground's always going to ramp
right.
up.
So it's doing that, and then the mirage starts at about the same point. So then it makes the boat in the background appear lower.
I need a picture of that without being blocked. If you had a picture of this,
Yeah,
even
I
a
posted
reference
one.
picture, so I could see what I'm looking at
1151.
here.
1151. That's the same exact. Matter of fact, that is the boat. I think it's either the boat or its sister boat. It's the same.
Oh, okay.
What, Rakia? So I got some diagrams right there. Is that kind of what you're thinking? If you want to look at them.
Yeah.
Yep.
The foreground is ramping up. and it's
Yep.
obstructing
Optical.
things in the distance. Yeah, it's definitely an optical. Well, we know it's optics because the boat is so close. And on
The
this
problem is,
day,
Don, those ships would be the buildings would be far below where they are being seen.
but see the other boat
It'd
I
be a
posted
straight
at
line.
11:51, its sister boat. One's red and one's blue. Well, this boat is actually further, but I'm zoomed in more, but on a clearer day, so there's no obstruction. Or the only obstruction is a few little waves. Oh, you know what? I have a video that shows this boat and the boat in further background is obstructed, like it's beyond the mirage line. Let me try and find it. Like these two boats are less than a half a mile apart, and one boat is totally obstructed almost halfway. And this may be a picture from that video. It's
Remember, I
so
also told
wide.
you that you're not going to change the angular position of that boat, so it should be true to where it should be for the distance and for curvature either way.
But you understand what
So
I'm saying? It can't be curvature. It's not curvature, 100%.
well, this I don't know. I still don't know what I'm looking at here, so I can't say either way.
Where you're looking at a boat on
I
water
get
that
it.
can't be
I
curvature.
get it.
It's so close.
I get it right. I got it right away.
Yeah, it's not curvature. It has to be some type of effect. And I would say a big wave or shoaling would do the same thing, but on these days it wasn't that. I mean,
Shoaling is something you heard from Elijah, and that's not a real thing that you can
I know
actually
what
look at.
shoaling is, dude. Shoaling is a real thing. I don't care what you say. I have shoaling in front of my beach because it goes from 30 feet to 9 feet in a very sharp angle, and then it goes back down to 20 feet. So we get shoaling when the wind is a certain direction.
It's almost like a localized wave.
Dude, it kind of
Yeah.
reminds me of August, that quote from August Bakar. You know, it looked like it's a disc with upturned edges, or optical.
Yeah, but he was just a scientist. You can't trust him. He was just a scientist.
I'm gonna throw his computer in the street and run over with my car.
Hey, don't throw it away. I'll come get it.
What's that big thing hanging off the beam on the left?
Oh no, I'm not answering any more of your questions. You don't have enough detail.
I don't have detail.
Yeah, you gave up.
Next time, get more detail. Okay.
Yeah, water in front of the boat. How much more detail you got? How much more you need?
Yeah, it looks like 10 miles away, and you're looking right down the water
It's
line.
not 10 miles away.
So I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
That's what it looks like to me. So I don't know.
Right. I'm telling you what it is, though. Like, you just have to trust me, Sam.
I'll trust you. Actually, I will. I mean, but I just think it's. I've
Yeah,
never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything
I
like
haven't
that.
either.
I've never seen anything like that at 4 miles away.
I hadn't either. But I'd never seen the punch train bridge, like, curved down either. Like, I've seen a lot of things these days that I have never seen. But, you know, whatever you want to call it, the ether band or the, you know, I call it the atmosphere, the, you know, the mist and whatever's coming off the water, heat, haze causing that.
That's curvature. There's enough in this picture.
It's not curvature, dude.
Hold on. There's enough in this picture because, like I said, the top of the boat, that boom or whatever it is that holds the nets, that's not going to change in your field of view for the miraging that happens below it, the inferior mirage. So angularly, with proportions kept intact, the boat would have to be underwater for it to fill out and show me where the boat is. Whereas the bridges, I can show you where the water would be. This isn't below the miraging. This is at the boat pretty much. So it's
I hate to
I'm just saying
curved.
this is nothing like your bridge thing.
I'm being honest. I'm like,
see if I could show you, like,
more than
see, look at the bridge. Just hear me out for a second. So your bridge is like the middle one where there's like a little blue, almost like a blue flashing light in one, like a black box. I drew lines on this one when you and I were talking about it a year ago or something. If you were to draw that line, that would be where the water line could be, not where the mirage is hiding the water. It's a different effect. So it's a whole different set of situations. However, the top of the bridge would never change regardless of the conditions. You'd always see it in that same spot in your field of view.
You just said it was Earth curve, man. Then I stopped listening.
No.
Sorry.
It's okay.
He's
That's
telling you.
definitely not Earth curve.
Yeah,
That's
it's definitely not Earth curve. So let's move
Nope.
on from that.
No.
On the boat, it is.
It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it. I give you that. I mean, if Earth was curving and water was curving, it would look just like that. But this
Yeah,
isn't
because where
Earth.
did the boat go? You can see water. You can see the boat should be where the water is, and the boat's not there.
Boat didn't go anywhere. It's floating on the water. Why is
No,
the
no, but
water?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the boat, the top of the boat is where it should be because it's not going to be affected by any kind of refractive miraging effects. And the boat's bottom is underneath where you can clearly see the water. You can clearly see the waves. Nothing's been cut off. It's under there, and it's under there substantially. So that's my
So
final
are you
assessment.
saying that's Earth curve?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm done talking to you. It's a huge boat. Half of it's being obstructed
Yeah,
by
and
water.
you just don't know exactly how far it is away. You didn't go out and
No,
measure
I
it on the
know.
shore.
I know it's less. It's closer
You
to
should
3
show me
miles than 4 miles.
you should give me any. All I need, Rocky, is one reference point. Even a bridge in the background, some like an angular size.
There's no bridge. There's oil rigs
Calculate.
out.
But
There's
I got
oil rigs.
nothing. I got nothing. You gave me a nothing burger. I got nothing
Yeah.
there, so we shouldn't even talk about it.
Listen to me. You listening?
I'm
The
listening. I was listening.
the captain of that boat right there. His name is Mr. Thibodeau. I was on the phone with him when I was doing this. This is one of the tests, not tests, but this is one of the days where I was asking him if I could get bait from him. And I was filming him as I was doing it. I didn't know I was capturing this, right? I wasn't doing it for anything other than, hey man, I'm filming you right now. You got bait, blah, 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 right? We had dinner that night. His other boat was to the east of him right there. And I think this one's blue and the other one's red. Whatever. But they're the same boats. I mean, I know how far he is, dude. There's oil rigs right there. The closest one is 4 miles, and he's nowhere near it. Like he's closer. And then I'm asking him on his radar how far is the beach, and he's telling me 2 point something miles, 3 miles, because the beach kind of curves right there. He goes, "Where are you at?" So I'm right in front of the marina. So I'm about 3 miles out. That's where they shrimp. That's where they always are. In that area. I'm not in question of that. That's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm not like fooling around with Earth curve. I'm trying to figure out what it is. And my only explanation is, and you agree with me, the foreground ramps up, and then if there's a mirage, some type of mirage line that starts right there, then it would kind of give this a, gray sky effect type thing that we see. And on a different day, like at 11:51, the same shrimp boat isn't obstructed at all. The day is different. The conditions are different. We always get the funky humidity.
Are you
It's
saying
terrible.
You saying the same distance? It doesn't look like you can see the whole boat.
11:47, the boat is hidden on that day, and at the picture at 11:51, it's the same exact boat. And actually, the one at 11:51 is further away. He's further to the east. He's probably he's probably a mile further, but I'm zoomed in more.
It sure it's not like it could be a big swell.
It's
over
not a
long.
big swell, because I know I videoed it, and the video didn't show any swell. It just showed this. It showed that rippling.
Post the video.
I can't find it. That's what I'm saying. It must be on my
Okay,
computer.
go track it down.
Yeah,
I've been looking. I've
I
been
wanna see
looking.
it.
But in the video, it's showing that how we talked a while ago, that ripple wave effect right at the mirage line that doesn't look real. That's what is showing in that video where the boat is hidden. Like it's that, fake looking, like you draw waves on a cartoon. That's what it looks like in the video. Anyway, I have videos that I just went through today. I was looking at other stuff and found videos of Lake Pontchartrain. I forgot I had freaking bridges. I'm at water's edge, basically behind that rock again, where I was at the rock, and I'm panning the whole bridge almost. Not possible. But my stuff is more or less to show miraging and how things change day to day, not, you know. But if you're going to tell me there's a 90-foot hump of water, like, well, the bridge hump is 60 foot above the water. So now we're talking about at the midpoint, which is one of those spans is at 8 miles. So at 12 miles, there's a 90-foot, water is 90 foot above my feet. And then the bridge hump is basically 60 feet higher than that. You're saying that from my feet to that 12-mile mark, humping the top of the hump of the bridge is 150 above my feet. Yeah, that dog don't hunt. You with me?
Come on now, Rakia. Stop thinking logically, man.
You heard me, LC. I mean, it's not even 90 feet. If you add the 60-foot hump above the water, that's 150 foot, man, above my toes in the water at the shoreline. Getting pretty up there.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's getting worse, right? And now I got my anti-gravity liquid that climbs walls, superfluid, and I got my Rakia super solid form of helium that acts like a superfluid, frictionless, that things will be put in motion in.
Crystal-like.
Crystal-like, right? Blue. Blue at that. Yikes.
Yeah.
Like sky to me.
I don't know if you've seen, now I don't know how true this is, so don't anybody start tripping out now. But I remember I saw something about, was it Alaska or Antarctica? They dug down and they got to a point where they found this blue, weird looking ice.
And blue ice.
I know what you're talking about. Sky ice.
Sky ice or something like
Yeah, yeah, some weird kind of. Now, maybe I was dreaming when I saw this, but somehow when they drilled it, it like the hole closed again.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The
that. Oh,
drill got.
really?
Yup, it got
Yeah.
stuck in there.
Oh, there was something like it would just dissolve in your hand too, but it wouldn't turn into a liquid. It just was that
Yup.
blue ice too?
Yeah, I think that's what they call it, the blue ice. Yup. It doesn't like you get. I think you have to use gloves or something like that because it's so cold.
So cold, but didn't act like a liquid dissolving.
Yup.
Well, that could turn into a gas that you can't see or something. I mean, I don't know. But they were talking about how weird it was, like unlike anything else.
Yeah, isn't it? Doesn't they say it's like 70% oxygen or something like that? I don't know, and other unknown elements.
Yeah, I remember vaguely, but that could be the super solid that they're reproducing, right? Nature produces it, and now they're reproducing it in the lab. They're saying, like, imagine an ice cube that water can flow through frictionless. That's what a super solid is.
Right.
So think about that. You could, build a structure like an igloo out of ice, right? But you could put an object in motion in it, and it would go around it forever. Once you started in motion, it would go in that medium, the super solid that you built an igloo out of. That light or that object, whatever you put in there would go through that frictionless medium
Interesting.
forever. Yeah, it's getting good. I knew that superfluid was a big thing.
Yes. Yep.
When I first saw that years ago, this was before I looked into flat Earth. I looked in, discovered that and saw a lecture on it. It was the neatest shit I'd ever seen. I was like, holy crap.
I bet it was.
Yeah, everybody was freaking out.
You know, it's funny how they always say there's something going on at 62 miles, 320 something feet, 1,000 feet. There's something always going on in that area. Salt, some people say salt. I don't know. There's like a denser medium. I heard radar gets bounced off of it around in that area. When he says
I just thought about some.
super
What's
fluid.
what's the satellites that are stationary, like they don't orbit? Geostationary is what they call them.
Yep.
How high are they? Because that means that the atmosphere is spinning the same speed, right?
25,000 feet, they say.
24. No, it's gonna be more than that.
No, that's it.
24.
Oh, did I
No.
say feet? Sorry.
Oh, miles. Okay.
Miles. My bad. Yeah, my
Okay, I
bad.
was going to say, yeah. So 25 miles up, the atmosphere is still rotating with the Earth. Those things are they're looking down on the Earth and keeping their position. So if they had a video camera on those, they wouldn't show the Earth's rotation. It would just show that one spot on Earth, right?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Well, that means that that atmosphere is spinning with the Earth at 25 miles up.
25,000.
Interesting.
But I think I'm tired. I think I was right the first time.
No way, it's 25. That's where airplanes fly, man. I think you're just a dumb Canadian.
I'm just a dumb Canadian tonight. I'm getting my facts. Scratch the last comment. It's past my bedtime.
You had Mr. IQ. Dude, I lit into that guy in the beginning because I knew he was just like.
Oh, that guy was good, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was down talking Lemon. So I did my thing, and someone got on to me on the left lane or somebody, but they never told him anything.
I was trying hard to keep my cool, but these guys got the best of me tonight.
Yeah. He was talking down to everybody. They were like, dude, you're talking down to people. Nah, I was never talking down to y'all dumb people. I'm like, you just talk down to them. That's not talking down.
No, he definitely was, but I kind of think that's like how he talks too, though. Because it's kind of, but he does do that, yeah.
He does have a natural tone to his voice. Paul's actually a pretty cool guy. I've actually met him in real life.
It wasn't his voice though. It wasn't his tone got to me, but some of the things he said, like, you'll never understand. And when they say it's, I could explain it to a sixth grader easier. Come on, man. It's taking a pretty big dig. But sometimes we're doing an act, like not an act, but like see how how quickly they get riled up, like just a test. But I'd never heard him before. But he did talk down to Lemon pretty bad. Lemon just let it go. You know how Lemon is.
Well, it's like water off a duck's back with Lemon. He's been in the trenches for years, hasn't he? So
yeah, I can take a lot too. You got to give it back to him a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, you see how me and Doofus, we go at each other all the time. But like tonight, I can talk all day for hours and treat people with respect if they're doing the same thing to me. Doofus was cool tonight.
Yeah, it was actually remarkable hearing you two guys talk tonight. I'm thinking, am I listening to the same two guys talking at the moment? Like,
I was saying the same thing.
Sound like Rakia and Zanuck were having a beer.
It's like, what is going
I
on
love
here?
Zanuck, dude. I'll be honest. I love Zanuck. I love him, bro. I would hang with Zanuck more than I'd hang with some of y'all other guys. I think Zanuck's cool. He's just misled. I think he's a shill. I think he's an agent. I think he's doing it on like he knows. Nah, Zanuck's cool. Either way, some of my best friends are Glovers, man. I mean, like, the shape doesn't matter.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Zanuck. I don't think I've ever had a real beef with Zanuck ever. Okay,
You
we
know I'm lying,
disagree,
right,
but
SC?
yeah, we
That's it. I'm
vehemently
lying, dude.
disagree.
I don't like him at all. Like, I think he's shithead. No, I'm just kidding. I really do like him.
No, he's a likable guy. He's a gentleman,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, he's cool. He just gets I mean, he's really hyper. Like,
Now, he's wrong about everything. Don't get me wrong now. I'm not putting him up too high.
Right. Oh,
he
SC, real
just
quick
said that
before.
boat was Earth curve.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Just
The
real quick.
bridge is a mirage, but the boat is Earth curve. The bridge is actually further away and at a lower viewer height. He says that's a mirage, but the boat, which has a taller viewer height and a shorter distance to the boat,
Yeah,
is
it's
Earth
funny.
curve.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that dog don't hunt either.
And
Got a lot of dogs not hunting.
just real quick. So Fight the Flat Earth got a hold of me, right? And he wants to debate you, SE. So what do you think about
No
that?
way. No
Yeah,
way.
yeah, he got a hold of me, and he wanted me to host it or mediate it, if you will. But I don't know. That's up to you.
I already
Yeah.
debated him on the Coriolis.
Oh, he just got a hold of me and just said, "Hey, you want to set up a debate with SE?"
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So I don't know.
Avoid that, Essie.
Yeah, that dude's a scam.
Yeah, I already did it with him, and I'm not particularly fond with him. And I agree with you, Left Lane. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I kind of eased the weight out because I knew it was gonna be a poop show, if you will. I just didn't really respond like that. I'm like,
That's a strange guy, man. No kidding. Like,
Yeah, and I
something.
mean his goal every time is to turn it into a dumpster fire. It seems like that's always where it goes. So
yeah,
it's like
Yeah,
what
agreed.
about?
Yeah.
he's just a troll in that way.
You
What
know, the
about?
thing is, though, man, the only reason why I looked at it in a bigger perspective is that it kind of showcased. I mean, no offense, Left Lane. I think you're all right. But it shows that there's Globers out there that they behave this way, and it's going to get people that are curious about the shape of the earth, maybe be like, wow, these guys are on a whole nother level. Maybe these flat earthers or Euclidean 3D plane, how you guys would say, maybe. I want to look at this now. I want to look at it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying? They exposed themselves.
Hold on, Don. Wasn't it on your channel that I had a talk with him?
Yep.
Yeah. So what is he on about?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, SC, it sounds like Don said that he contacted Don recently and said that he specifically wants to have a debate with you.
Yep.
Like in the future, like in something planned. It sounds like.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
If that's what I heard from Don.
All he's trying to do is create content for his channel.
Imagine how desperate you got to be to want to debate a freaking Canadian.
Imagine that, a low-life Canadian. Damn, you gotta be really bad.
How about Doofus saying the top of the haze followed the curvature of the Earth, and that on a flat plane it would appear curved also?
That
was something, bro.
Really?
I was tempted to come in and say like water, like the bottom of water, like what's on the bottom of the water, the top of the water is gonna take the shape. Like that's like saying that,
That's
bro.
not how fluid dynamics works, right? Like,
Yeah.
to my knowledge, even on a globe Earth, that's not how it works. But I didn't want to argue. I just wanted him to say the stuff that I thought I heard him say. Like, I thought maybe I was dreaming the first time. That's why I wanted to go through it with him again. You said what? And I didn't even realize those were clouds the first time I talked to him. Tonight was the first time I kind of zoomed in and was like, holy shit, that's clouds. I thought it was land the first time I saw it. He's above the clouds, saying the top of clouds and haze form a horizon that curves and would do the same thing on a flat plane. It just wouldn't curve as much.
Yeah, less curve.
That's a tough one, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was like, "You sure you don't want to take that one back, there, dude?" I mean, I'm not laughing at him. I'm just saying that is a claim and a half right there.
Yeah, that was
Whatever.
something. And he said, "No, I'll
Yeah,
say it now."
I thought
Yeah.
about it.
I thought
I was
about
like,
it. Yeah.
all righty then. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
this
guess
this is what their model dictates. They have to say this stuff, you know?
Right.
I haven't heard anyone say that though. He's the first that I've ever heard. But we are hearing a lot of strange things lately.
Well, I already know what his comeback is going to be when they have a meeting with the Globe Council. But I'm not going to say it, though. I'm not going to give him any ideas. But I know what I would say if I was a baller.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
My buddy Blue.
Yep.
Well, we went and picked up my son's diploma, right, when we were in Tennessee. And beautiful campus, but no one knew where Blue's balls were. And to be honest, I don't know how I missed it, but in his DM to me, he had told me what building. I don't know how I missed it. So I know what building it's in now. And I have to fly up there next week. Hopefully, we're closing on a condo, but I'm gonna go back over there and see if I can see it. But he won't tell me. They said they had to take it down because the building was being remodeled, and I keep asking if it's in the same building or whatever. And he said, yeah, that doesn't make sense. But maybe they're remodeling the part it was in and they moved it to a different part of the building. That's the only thing I can think of. But I don't know why he won't post, like, be proud of it. Where is it? You know, if anybody wants to go see it, contact this person, right? I mean, I think they truly think we're going to go in there and, like, cause a problem or destroy it or something. I think they think that little of it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't, on.
I think they think that, man.
I'm pretty sure he was there yesterday supervising the moving of it.
Oh, they were moving it yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. Well, they're either moving it out of the way or moving it back. One of the two. I'm pretty sure that he was
Putting it
going
back
back
together.
yesterday. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Yeah, he had posted a video of him putting it together one time, and that was pretty cool. I mean, it's a neat, you know, it's cool looking. But then they put it right next to a wall, and I was thinking, wouldn't that mass affect? Whatever. Maybe I just don't know enough about it. I would think it'd need to be in the center of the room, you know, away from all the other masses as much as possible.
That would kind of make logical sense, but
It was right up, you know, backed up to a wall. Anyway, maybe that doesn't apply.
I asked him if they got like a little plaque on it, you know, commemorating him, you know, for the donation and all that sort of stuff. Because you know, usually if someone donates something to a school or a university, you get like a little plaque, and he goes, "Oh no, he has to supply his own." And I laughed. Got to supply your own plaque.
Well, I can be honest. I'm not laughing at all at the handiwork and
Oh, it's
you know what I'm saying?
gorgeous.
Yeah, it's
It's
amazing.
gorgeous woodwork. Yeah, definitely.
And if he replicated like he said he did, and it gets all the measurements the same as what it's supposed to, that's unbelievable, right? That's crazy. I just don't think, you know, that's showing.
I actually told him yesterday, Rucky. I think it was yesterday. He was in the channel. He dropped in for a bit, and I said, "Blue," I said, "Man," I said, "that is some amazing woodwork that you've done that on that piece. It's just a shame that it was wasted on pseudoscience, mate."
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a gorgeous bit of kit that he's done. Nice joiner.
Ban you? Did he ban you from his channel, Bandy?
No, that was here. No, he saw the lighter side of it. Blue and I get on
I'm
pretty well.
kidding.
Yeah.
It is a shame because it is a work of art, you know? To be honest with you, I couldn't do that. I don't have the skills to do that. It takes skills to do that.
I've seen some of his other woodwork that he's done, and it's absolutely gorgeous. SE would have been maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I was on a call with him. It was some hangout. Anyway, the hangout ended. Anyway, we were still chatting. Anyway, we're talking about woodwork and comparing woodwork and all that sort of stuff. And he turns on his camera and whatnot, and takes me into his garage and shows me around and whatnot. Yeah, how everything's set up, all his tools and everything.
He's got a full
Yeah.
set. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, he's well organized, clean, neat. I mean, I can say so many good things about him. Yeah.
Yeah, a place for everything and everything in its place. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It's just a shame that he built it for nothing.
Exactly. Anyway.
No, not for nothing, but for the gravity thing.
Yeah. What did he say yesterday? He said it's his little bit to help with the indoctrination of future children.
Shoot.
They
boy.
were his words.
Somebody said that?
Yeah, that's what he said yesterday.
No way.
It was funny. It was funny. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I don't know if you heard, and was it here? It was here. I was asking him about how the sideways motion of gravity works.
Oh yeah. He said it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Has to work always, doesn't it? Technically speaking.
Yeah, and how do you eliminate the downward force, right? And the mother of all things, how do you test that it's gravity to begin with? Because that magic word, you can't vary or manipulate it, right? So there's really no way. Yeah.
It's so convenient. It's so convenient that you can't really test for it. Like the common response is, well, pick something up and drop it. There's your gravity.
How do you reckon he built that apparatus to make his balls rotate in a horizontal plane?
Yeah.
What don't they say they ground it? I have heard them say that too, which is quite funny because that would give you a circuit. And aren't they?
Yeah,
lead,
good one.
That's a circuit. That's a full circuit. You ground it, and these lead balls hold static clean, and they're highly diamagnetic. They will be affected by a magnetic field. 100%.
He reckons he's accounted for all those different variables.
Yeah. Listen to the ridiculousness of the statement, right? And I asked him this. I said, Blue, is there anywhere else in nature, anywhere that we look around that we see two things attract each other? Or is this the only arrangement that we can put them in that we can show this? And he said, yeah. Well, he had to say yeah, right? I mean,
right.
Now think about that. Of all the arrangements that matter could be to attract itself, this is the only way that it can attract itself. Like two cherries hanging, two apples hanging, nothing ever in the history of mankind has ever attracted itself. I mean, come on.
Well, apart from Cavendish, they do point towards the what is it? The Mount Shahalian plumb bob.
Oh, the mountain, the magic mountain.
Yeah, the magic mountain. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What'd you reckon he did to build his apparatus to make those balls rotate like they did?
Good question, Buster. What do you think?
I know what I think.
Yeah, I want to hear it. What do you think, Buster?
I mean, if I was gonna If I was going to build an apparatus to make two balls rotate in a certain orientation, I would probably level it pretty good.
Right.
At the very least, that right? Level it. Start with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got to rotate right in the same orientation.
Well, he claims he had 4 balls. We think it's 2, but it's actually.
I mean, but think about it though. He's building that apparatus. What do you reckon he did when he built it? I mean, I know what I would do, like as far as like 3, 4, 5, all of the corners.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he figured that out.
I mean, do you reckon he uses Euclidean geometry to build it?
I do reckon, yes.
Yeah, I would think so. But this is the same guy that says there's 3, 4, and 5-sided squares. But yet he built that amazing apparatus.
Wait, he says there's 3, 4, 5-sided squares?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear that? None? Yeah.
No, what?
Yes.
Oh, come on, guys. Where you been?
Oh, come on. Don't be dropping stuff like this. What the
He
hell?
said it. Blue said it. Blue.
This is old news, bro. Buster, tell him.
Blue, quote unquote, said there's 3, 4, and 5-sided squares.
Oh, wow. That's tough.
Hold on. No.
Yeah.
Sorry to bust the bubble, but I mean, Blue said it. That Blue said it.
There's no bubble to bust. You're obviously misrepresenting something Blue said.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's on tape, bro. Left lane, it's on tape.
5-sided square. I got to Google this.
There's no
5-sided
way.
square.
No, it doesn't work that way.
I've heard Kosho say that too, that there's 3, 4, and 5-sided squares.
What? Squares are
No,
2D.
it's not a 5.
A square?
Isn't
How would that be? What? It wouldn't be a square.
It's not a square. What are they talking about?
They're talking about something else.
There's no such thing as a 5-sided square.
You guys are so yesterday. Have a look in the chat.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Blue said it. Essie, am I wrong? I know I heard Blue say 3, 4, and 5-sided squares.
What the hell is that, SC? What the hell is that?
That's the 5-sided one.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
The first time I heard of this was from Bullet Bill and Ranty, Mr. Flurf.
Ranty?
Ranty. Remember Ranty, Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, those two were that's the first time I heard it from them.
Is this like a spherical square or something? Like a spherical triangle? SC.
Well, no, this is more weirder than that, I think.
Well, you'd be as confused as Blue was, but he did say there were 3, 4, and 5-sided squares.
I might bring it up with Blue next time he pops.
Yeah.
Because it's It makes
It's
my
not. He's
brain
gonna be
hurt.
mad at me, but yeah.
That's tough, dude.
The only thing I can associate something being square is using the Pythagorean theorem on a 3, 4, and 5-sided triangle.
I would agree.
Square.
You get your right angle, right?
Yeah.
I would agree 100%. I would think Blue, when he built his apparatus, would have used that. I mean, 100% agree.
Yeah, but being square and a square are two entirely different things.
Bro, that's just the irregular pentagon.
Really?
That's all that is. Yeah, what did you say? Oh, man, something bad.
I said being square and a square are two different things.
So are you just like saying like colloquially?
Yeah, well, if something is square, it's 3, 4, and 5. You square it up, 90 degrees, blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. But
But
a
that's but
square is a four-sided equal 4 sides.
yeah, but it would still fall within the 3, 4, 5
Yeah,
because it would have a right
yeah.
angle.
But a square is square by nature.
Yeah, it would have 4 90-degree angles.
Are you thinking about a cube, Bandsaw?
No, I'm not thinking of a cube. I'm just thinking about a two-dimensional square.
Okay, cool.
Right, so a square, a four-sided object, is square. It's got 4 90-degree angles in it, so it is square by nature.
Yep.
Dude, those lines are not even straight in that. That bottom one for
Why
sure.
that's why I asked if it's a spherical square, Tom.
Right, yeah.
What they do, they put it on a saddle kind of a figure.
It's
What do they
it's
call it?
hyperbolic.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
He called it a square. That's funny.
That's Kosho's infinite surface finite volume.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Hey, Buster, you remember the one that Brenda brought it? What was it? A circle? What kind of a circle was it?
I don't know. I've heard
You
so
remember?
many. I've heard so many comical things. I don't.
Oh man, if I find this one, oh man, you guys are gonna laugh. I can't remember now.
Was it it's called a squircle? It's got like rounded corners.
What?
Oh,
it
the
looks
radius.
like a torpedo.
I don't know if it was Brenda, but somebody said the radius of a square at one point.
Oh, this thing looks like a cone. It's supposed to be a circle, but it looks like a cone. If I find it, I'll post it.
Did you say, Buster, the radius of a square?
Yeah, we've heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, lordy,
I think that was Hoymar, maybe. I don't want to
Could have
put a
been
name to
Hoymar.
it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What do you mean, like a radius? You talking like the diameter? Like
No.
I don't. We've just heard
Diameter.
radius of a square. That was brought up at one point in a conversation. So I don't know.
Yeah, this is for real. I was there when the person, I just can't remember who it was.
Yeah, I don't want to put a name to it. I take back any name I said.
I don't.
Fun times on Discord. Fun times.
I can't remember who it was, so I don't want to like
Oh,
pinpoint
that
someone.
part. Yeah. That's a no-show. Yeah, that.
I've just heard so many crazy things.
Is Brenda still around doing her thing?
She made an appearance. When was it, Buster? Next Level. Was it a few nights ago?
Maybe. I think I came in right after she left, so I didn't hear much of it.
And Brenda was very cordial. I was shocked.
It was the Logic night. They were talking about the Trivium, and Bebby was there, and Brenda showed up. But I missed Brenda. I just heard the Betty, whatever he calls himself.
Yeah, that was a good show. Everybody was civil. What was going on? I don't get it.
They were talking about Logic, and Bebby. He was passionate about Logic, Aristotelian Logic.
Yeah, that was good. I like that. That was good.
Logic is the way to go.
Think you can logic a 5-sided square?
Oh man, that's I don't get it.
I wouldn't want to be on that side of the argument. No way.
No way.
I had been trolling. Were they Well, people do
No,
that.
no, they're
They
serious.
yeah, they were the ones that brought it up. We didn't even really troll them about it at all. They were the ones that brought that in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, sometimes people troll and say the dumbest things. Right? I don't know.
No, you can hear it for yourself. It was on. Was it on Speak Truth, Seek Truth, Speak Truth?
Mm-hmm.
Buster, I think it was.
Yeah, speak truth, seek truth. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on his live stream a few months ago.
That's funny.
Is he still out there? Is he doing his ranty thing?
I wouldn't know. I really lost interest a
I don't
while
follow
ago.
any of them. I don't follow any of them at all.
Yeah. Last time I saw him and I said, "Oh man, he had Limey over. He had Limey over. He was staying over at his house for a few weeks, I think it was. I don't know if you guys know Limey.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's okay. Don't worry. You're not missing anything.
What time is it over there, SC? Must be early in the morning for you.
Yeah, I can't believe how late I stayed up today. It's 1:40 in the morning over here. How
What are
about
you
you
doing?
guys?
Oh, it's only about 2:30 in the afternoon here.
It's
Ah,
1:40 where I'm at too. SC, we're in the same time. You're Eastern.
Yeah.
What do you know? What your latitude is, roughly?
Not really, bro.
Do you know your longitude? Oh, you're.
Negative.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to fucking whatever you call that when you fucking. But obviously, you're in Canada, like so Montreal, right?
Yeah. You can Google it.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it. Hey, I was listening earlier about the sun and all that, and I mean, am I mistaken? I thought this was like common knowledge that on a real clear day, especially lack of clouds, it stays sunnier longer. The sun sets, 5, even, 10, maybe 20 minutes tops later. We get longer daylight. I mean,
That's physical sun or just
extreme
daylight?
opposition. An extreme opposition to that would be like if it's rainy or cloudy and overcast, it's going to get darker sooner. But I mean, I can't really see the sun from a house completely set.
Oh, same here. There's no way. There's houses, trees everywhere there.
And no matter
Nah.
how far away it is, let's just say it's 1,000 miles away, there's going to be things in between you and the sun as it goes down due to perspective that it's going to make it obstruct bottom up. Just the trees in the distance would do that.
Yeah.
That's funny because whoever was asking, he's like, so shouldn't you get shouldn't we see obstruction like we do in Canagoo? Do you ever see that? And I was like, he just gave an example of something hella far away. He just gave a great example of how only reason we see it is because the sun's backlighting it hundreds of miles away, like 170 or 100 and whatever miles away, and we can see it them 2 days when the sun line up with it perfect at sunset. And then he asked you like there's a problem you're not seeing that. If he just described something fucking 100 plus miles away.
It is so strange, some of the stuff that's seeing forever on a flat earth or seeing the edge type stuff is that is a complete misunderstanding of
man. People, I hear that all the time. Sometimes I don't.
That was Yo. Yeah, that was Yo coming in saying you should be able to see the edge.
Yeah, but
we need to pull up that. I was going to say we need to pull up that document Gleam presented from the NASA document where the I guess past about 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, there's no real horizon. It's fucking optical, depending on how clear it is for that day. Once you get not even a mile up, there is no defined horizon. To me, the horizon is a function of distance. Where the horizon is going to be is how clear of a day that is.
You got that document? I definitely would like to get a hold of that. I've been trying to do things with this circle of light, and that definitely would be useful.
What gets me is they all day long they know everything about everything. They're the smartest people I've ever been around. And then they post a picture of tops of hazy clouds from an airplane going, "Yep, that's Earth curve." Something doesn't add up, man. They're reading from a script or just Googling every subject, right? Like when Kosho is the world's best or worst, I don't know what to say. Like, no matter what subject you talk about, he knows everything about it after he goes and Googles it. Like,
yeah, but even worse than that is Zanuck, because Zanuck will just make shit up, and he will he'll go to extremes. Back in whatever claim he made, he'll go to any extreme necessary to back that claim. It's
I'll take Zanuck on my engineering team over Kosho any day.
Any day. Yeah, he knows his stuff.
Yeah, Zanuck's smarter than anything.
Yeah, but that comment, you should be able to see forever and whatnot. I can accept that comment if it's a new person on the scene and they're just jumping into the debate for the first time. But if you've been in it for a while and you're saying stuff like that, all you're doing is trolling. At the end of the day, that is all you are doing. You are just trolling.
Yeah, he sounded like he was trolling, but a lot of them say it, right? B-ball, and what's the guy that thinks toilet bowls flush?
That's my buddy.
No name.
No name. That's right. No name. Yeah. Coriolis toilet flush, man. Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks that he went to Rock City, which I just went to last week or week before, and you can see 7 states from Rock City, and he was like, "How could you do that on a flat plane?" I'm like, "Dude, you're not even you're at 8,000 feet elevation. You're not even 10 miles away from the 7 borders. It's like Tennessee, Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, whatever, West Virginia, and they're all right there. Like
Georgia, right?
Yeah, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, West Virginia, and Kentucky. I mean, you're at the borders of all those states right there at Rock City, and then he's going, "Well, why can't I see New York? If the Earth is flat, why can't I see New York?" And I'm like, Are you serious, dude? Like, you're not serious, right? Just tell me you're trolling. I'll respect that more. They really think that way, though.
That Coriolis thing, aren't there people
Oh.
that are on the equator that do that tourist attraction scam with
Dude,
the
yeah, it's a
Coriolis?
scam. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
basin, the shape of the basin. They have it.
When,
Yeah.
Oh,
when
that's
I
what makes
first
it do
came
that.
into this argument, that was posted all the time as
It
Coriolis.
was. They don't do it no more though, because they know it
No,
doesn't
they
work.
don't do it no more. They use stuff you can't prove.
There's people out there, average people out there, and like you can just show them right away in your sink, have 2 sinks, and it's spinning depending on the entry of the water and which direction you have it or whatever, and how you spin it and how the shape of the basin is. You show them and they're like, "Whoa, wait, wow, I didn't know that." Like, dude, you've probably seen this through your whole life, you just didn't notice it.
I'll tell you the other one they still use is the hurricanes.
Oh, the hurricanes,
Yeah, that's crazy.
exactly. Yeah.
Oh my God, that is. I mean, you have thermal energy for one thing at the equator with the sun, but also you have weather patterns that introduce. That's why the hurricanes start in the same spots at the certain times of year, like because of weather, not because of the rotation of Earth. They still use that.
Yeah, that's
That's a tough one, man.
Yeah, it's a common one, the hurricanes.
But you look at where they start, and that's north and south of the equator. Like as the sun comes through there, it's creating vortexes. It has to, just like you do with your hand in water, or jet planes do in the air with their wingtips, and those vortices go in different directions. Just
Check this out.
imagine, yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna say I just did the no good. Finish what you were saying. I'm good. With the
Well, I was
vortex.
saying you have to see the fuselage of an airplane as the equator, and each wingtip as the north and south hemisphere. And as they go through the medium of the air, those spin in different directions, like it rotates in different directions.
I just did the math, man. If a cloud is just, let's say, a 1 mile high cloud, we could stretch it, we could shrink it, but just 1 mile at 300 miles distance, that puts the angular size of it at 0.191. So the cloud is already going to be right close to the ground if it's a mile high with our even limits. That's 0.191, dude. That's fucking
Yeah,
that's tiny, bro. That's not even 1 degree of our vision, right? That's
yeah.
So even if the Earth is, I mean, that's pretty much what it seems like we see, but there's still a little gap. It depends on how far we could see that day, and like extreme. So on my channel, way back, a few years back, I just did a 1 mile horizon where it was a foggy day at the beach, and it looks like a circle. Even though the horizon's like maybe half a mile, 1 mile away. So we should explain it like a hula hoop. Like
Yes.
the hula hoop is our fucking limit of vision. And if we go up above that hula hoop, and we're a speck, it represents our vision. It's going to appear as a circle. And when that guy was saying about it should be smaller than what we see on a globe, no, it should be the size of it would dictate on how clear of a day it is, how hazy, and the distance. It's all a function of distance, man. So that was
Right.
my 2 cents.
Dude, the hula hoop argument, dude, I think it's the best, dude. I call it circumference of light, but yeah, hula hoop, the parent, like 360. Dude, I've been trying to push that so hard. Even with Arma, when he's using Blender, he's been kind of slowly trying to get away from it, I can tell. Because when he first seen it and we were doing it together, he actually admitted as like, wow, that really looks like rocket footage. Like he was like, oh shoot. And then he backed away from it. He's kind of like, it seems like he's avoiding it. I don't know. I'll see. I really would like to figure out Blender though. If I can figure that out, I want to demonstrate it sometime here.
Hey, am I the only one who's seen this, man? Or maybe all y'all have seen it, but nobody really ever speaks up on this. But when we see an airplane way off in the distance, like when it first comes into vision up above the horizon, and it looks like it's going straight up, like a fucking shuttle, like a space shuttle way off in the distance. I mean, has
it's
anybody
tilted like
seen
2
that?
degrees. Yeah, when planes fly, they usually tilt like 1 to 2 degrees nose up for
No, bro. Listen, you need to pay it. I mean, not pay attention. That sounds sarcastic. I mean, really study planes, like take an hour or so. When next time you have an hour and you're in a spot with plane traffic, and get a spot where you can see lower on the horizon, and when you first see the sun coming the plane coming into sight way the fuck off in the distance. I don't know exactly how far. I ain't really figured that out yet, but it looks like it's going straight up, like literally straight the fuck up. Yeah, and I've said this to bars, and I tell them to go do it. Nobody fucking does it, dude. But it's the same thing when it gets far away. It looks like it's going straight down. That's at the limits of our sight.
Because you can only see a plane so far away because it's angular size and it's not a bright light. It's at a short distance away compared to like the sun. So the angle that it's going to go up.
Shuttle,
yeah, but the angle that it's going to go up, it's going to be more severe than like the sun, because the sun you're seeing more far away.
And that pretty much is what a quote unquote space shuttle or rocket is. It's just basically a glorified airplane.
But I'm just saying, it kind of mimics the sun. When the sun gets like,
look at.
Yeah, okay.
Right there. Watch that, and it shows too how the weather blocks out the tire. Those are like 70 feet tall. Those tires. Then it looks like it's hovering. If that's what you're talking about.
Doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Like it's just coming down. It's not really coming at you. Is that what you're stating? Like that? Do you see how that band right there blocks the tires too? Though that's amazing.
Hey, where is this at?
I don't know. I just found it online and I seen the observation. It would be nice to know. Right?
Oh, where's it posted at?
Oh, it's in a live stream text one.
Here we go.
Dude, look at that tires too as well. Those tires right there, that's a 747, and they're about 70 feet tall. And you can see that band, or what Travis calls the ether band, or the miraging going on there. It's blocking those tires before it lands. It's amazing. But this is what the plane hovering is. What I'm asking you.
Howard wants to defend hurricanes by the looks of things.
That's crazy, man.
Isn't it?
But but what I'm talking about is I literally, honestly, like I said, I live pretty close to Canaveral. I see the shit launching, and I thought they were space shuttles. I just every now and then, I just happen to see a plane. It had to be a fairly clear day to see one that far away and that low on the horizon, but it literally appears like it's going straight up. My whole life, I thought it was occasional space shuttles. I swear to God, I'm like, damn, look, a space shuttle. Maybe a couple years later, I just happen to be looking and see one, and look, a fucking space shuttle. I thought my whole life, I thought they were space shuttles, and I learned about perspective when I entered this debate, and realized, dude, it's fucking airplanes the whole fucking time, dude, and they're coming toward me. And that's at the limit of our vision. That's right when we first start seeing the thing. We're not seeing it down at the horizon. We're seeing it up above a little bit. It's low, but it ain't at the horizon. But and that's on a good, a decent clear day. It ain't got to be a crystal clear day, but just a fairly uncloudy where you have the line of sight. But that's the same thing with the sun. Whenever it reaches its limits, it appears to start on some days, most days I'd say. When it reaches its limit, it starts to look like it goes down, just like the fucking airplane does.
Yep. Just going
But
away from your.
I can't believe nobody else noticed this shit, dude. I can't believe it. It's so different, man. It's crazy.
Have you brung that up on the show?
I brought it up a few times and nobody's really responded on it. I mean, but to be honest with you, I brought it up like on Jose's, and when I'm trying to describe to them the way we see in a it's like a dome, like Jaron describes it, personal atmospheric dome. That's a perfect description because it's the limits of our vision.
I'm with that personal dome. I'm with that 100%, dude. I think it's light though. It's the light that would be the cause of it. It's just the way.
So I'm gonna get a picture. I'm gonna get a picture and ask. If I get a picture, I could ask 50 people what this is, and I guarantee it, all 50 of them will say it's a space shuttle from fucking 100 miles away. I
That's
bet
great.
fucking, I bet at least 45 of them. If all 50 of them, if I asked somebody, if they knew I was in Florida or whatever, they wouldn't have to know that. They'd say it's a rocket. It's a rocket, fucking from a distance. I guarantee you, 50 out of 50 people not in this debate, and even in this debate, I guarantee you 40 or 45 out of 50, I'd bet money, will say it's a rocket from a distance, and it's a fucking
Yeah.
airplane coming right at you.
I think you should do it. I think you should use it then. Heck yeah. I mean, that explains how the sun. I mean, it's just perspective is how our vision works.
It really surprised me, man, when I tried. I mean, I recorded all this, but it was just like, it'd be the longest, stupidest video, man. And then I had to take a couple turns, so I lost sight of it and had to, but I found a cloud, and I happened to be going on a fairly straight road that was going south and miles long. And I, so I just was like, I want to see how far these clouds are away that I'm seeing, just over the trees. And so I I filmed the odometer. It wound up taking me, I got caught at a bunch of red lights, and it took even longer than it should have. So it wound up taking just to get 11 miles, between 11 and 12 miles, it wound up taking me 25 minutes, dude. So I was like, fuck this, dude. I'm taking up all my space and on my camera and all that. But one day I'm gonna get that, and you'll see that clouds that look like they're way the fuck off the distance. Like some of them may attribute it to Earth curve. That fucking cloud that's over them trees, are only between 10 and 20 miles away, man. They're not that fucking far. It's not Earth curve. That's bringing them down like that. It's perspective, and I don't know, man. It's just everything. I mean, upon first glance, when you walk outside and shit, it looks like we're in a miniature sphere. It's set in all our heads. Yeah, it's a sphere. Before we woke up to the possibility of a flat Earth, the probability, you could even say, it's just everything. That's the way we see. We see in a dome, for lack of better words, man.
Dome, personal, yeah. They just do with our eyes and light.
I had freaking bandsaw on mute, man. It got quiet for a minute, and I was listening to everybody earlier, and I heard somebody say, "Yeah, bandsaw," and then it got quiet, and I was like, "Man, what the fuck?" I'm like, damn it, I got.
What the hell's
Yeah, I know, man.
What the hell?
Of all the people, man, of all people to have on fucking mute, man, I have my dog bandsaw on fucking mute, dude. Man.
Damn.
When if I don't know if Rocky is still here or if he's listening, but and maybe he can't talk, maybe he's listening, maybe he can respond. But when he said he was coming up the coast, like New Smyrna and Sebastian Inlet, I think they're both on the East Coast, and I think he said he'd come up the West Coast. I'll tell you what, the worst storm I ever been in was over pretty close to where he's describing, but a little further north. But he's over there, and where he's describing is over there pretty close to where Wide Awake stays, man. Pretty close to Clearwater. I think he's describing something a little further south than like Tampa and Clearwater and all that. But that's over there in that vicinity. But yeah, the worst weather I ever got caught out there was in the Gulf, man. I'd been over to that spot, had a little vacation house. It was $300 a month furnished. Me and a couple buddies, me and my girl we moved there for couple months, and it just was dude, time stood still. There's 500 people in this city, and it's like time literally stood still. It was crazy fucking boring. And then so I was gonna give the place up, and my buddies are like, man, dude, we'll go there fishing because it's God's country out there, good fishing and all that, oystering, clams, everything. And they're like, we'll pitch in. So $300 a month for a furnished place. So it was 4 of us. And they pitched in, so we only had to spend a little bit, and we could get there driving clear across Florida in about an hour and 45 minutes, and that's no stopping, going through Gainesville, a straight angle, not going dead west or whatever, but just a slight angle downward from the northeastern part of Florida. We get to the Gulf Coast, and we but it was always clear, and I was like, so I was thinking, so here the waves, the northeastern storms would have to kind of blow. It's kind of like the land must block the waves, and that's why there's no surfing here, and it's shallow water to like 20, 30 miles out. It's muddy, shallow water, but it's shallow till you get south. But the point being is, so all the times I went out, it was always flat, and calm, and it might have just been luck or whatever. But I'm talking about for really a span of a fucking year, but off and on. Never seeing a system out there, waves, and I just kind of attribute it to, I'm sure there's waves further out, but here where these northeastern storms come in, the land blocks the wind for the most part, so there's not big waves, or else the waves would be sweeping out toward Texas and shit, taking you out further. Where on the East Coast, the waves are always coming toward the shore when the storms come in, and pushing you in, toward shore. But so it just so happened, so we went out pretty far one time. It was like between like 26 and 28 miles or something, 27 miles. And then the storm just come in like out of nowhere, just like that. And the waves got big. I was in my 20-foot boat. And that boat saved my life. That motor saved my life. Dude, my fucking buddy, who he didn't put the fucking plug in. So we went out, and right when we dropped a fishing pole, we caught a red. And it was a big one too, not oversized, but a big one. And then we seen the storm come. We're like, holy shit, we got to turn around. We just got out here, freaking far as we've been out at that point in time. And you couldn't see land or nothing. You're way the fuck out there. And dude, even that far out, it was only about 25, 30 foot deep. I mean, it's such a slow drop off around the coast over there in the Gulf. But it came, man, and I'm like, we went to pull anchor, and immediately head back in, and we looked, the back of the boat was fucking sagging. He didn't put the fucking plug in, and it was cold, man. It was cold. It was the water temperature was January, I think. So it's about 45 degrees, 42 degrees or something. It's about as cold as it ever gets there, maybe 50 degrees, but whatever. It's cold enough to kill you if you're in it for a little while. And so I have to turn around, dude. These waves they are sweeping out. They're like trying to push us out. I had to turn around and to get the water out of the boat, because I'm trying to get a little speed up to drain the water out of the plug while my bilge is running. I only had one bilge, and it freaking I had to turn around, so we wound up losing a couple miles. But the engine was about 1 inch, dude. I left the saltwater line that it left on the motor. It like a residue line. I left it on my motor. The breather is on top of my motor. It's just a little 150. And it was like an inch or two from the top. That's how close we came to sinking. When I was going into the waves, we were like, I was throttling, standing on the other side of the center console. I had everybody in the front of the boat trying to keep the nose down. And I was throttling just to keep the fucking engine out of water. I had it trimmed all the way out to try and plane out. And the boat's just upright. And it's fucking, the back of the boat was underwater a little bit. And the motor, by me throttling, was keeping it up. So I had to make this turn. And there's no people out there, dude. We go down, we're not even going to drown, dude. We're going to freeze, however long it takes in 50-degree water, whatever. And probably half an hour, I don't know. But we're for sure going to freeze. There's zero chance for rescue. It's, this is back before they even had cell towers out there and shit. But, so I made the turn, dude. I felt good once we made the turn. I was like, whew. So now I could kind of go with the wave, and I didn't have to throttle just to keep the boat upright. It started coming down, nosing down, And I had them back bailing. I'm like, bail, dude. They fucking started to put on life jackets and shit when I had to make the turn. I'm like, fuck that, dude. I said, dump them fucking tools, start bailing. They were on their knees in the ocean, basically, because they're in the back of the boat bailing. And the back part of the boat was just barely underwater. And they're on their knees back there bailing frantically. I'm making this turn. I made the turn. I was so confident then once I made the turn. And it's starting to get dark quick. So then I was able to turn back around. That's how I knew I lost like 2 miles getting the water out. So we got the plug in. I wanted to kill that motherfucker for he's sitting there. I told him we're coming back in, and the waves are building, and they're probably about 15 foot, dude, which don't sound like a lot, but dude, in a 20-foot boat, it's insane. And at least 10 foot, probably about 15 foot, and just standing the boat up, dude, and then crashing down, bam, up, bam, bam. So I'm trickling about fucking probably maybe 4 miles per hour. Feel like I'm flying and just jumping, just smash up, down, smash up. That's just one after another, smash, and it starts raining and shit, and it gets dark quick then. And but then the story, I told him, check the pump, make sure it's fucking, open the thing, make sure it's dry, check the compartment. He's like, it's dry, man. He's sitting there fucking huddled up, wearing my coat. We're all soaking wet. He's got my coat on, and don't want to fucking look in there when he's the motherfucker who put us in that situation by not putting the plug in, saying that he did. Boy, I wanted to choke him out, man. But it was, such a situation where I'm just like, I got to get us the fuck in. We still might die. I mean, that's the the feeling at this point. And my girlfriend was out there, and me and 2 of my buddies, and we slowly but surely, but I'm trying to spotlight just in case somebody's out there. And I got this handheld GPS, and I'm like, and it's getting soaking fucking wet. I'm like, if this thing, so I'm in between the clouds. I'm marking stars, because it took about, I don't know, 4 hours, something like that, to get in, and maybe 5, I don't know, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5. It felt like forever. But we're looking for this little island that we used to camp on. And so I got the GPS marked to it, showing me an arrow, but I'm like, just in case this thing cuts out, you'd lose where you were almost instantaneously. In a storm like that, out on open ocean, you'd lose your bearing in a minute, and if even that long. But with waves, rain in your face and all that. But but the GPS, it made it. It never cut out. But so I was trying to spotlight, and we're Maydaying and shit, and spotlighting wound up fucking with my battery. But so it took so long that my tank, I had a full tank when we went out, but it ran out of gas at about, I think, 7 miles, man. About 7 miles in, we were about 15 foot deep, maybe 16 foot deep, 18 maybe, somewhere right around in there. And we ran out of fucking gas, and from the spotlighting, killed my battery, and I didn't think we'd run out of gas. And I fucking threw anchor because I didn't want to fucking lose 2 miles in 20 minutes drifting. So we threw the anchor, and I'm like, we had deep cycle batteries, so they'll build a charge back up. And I was able to switch tanks, and like, please be good gas, going through all this shit. And I didn't use that gas in the backup tank in a while, but I knew I had a little bit of gas in there. So we let the battery build up, and nobody responded on the fucking emergency station. Nobody ever responded to Spotlight, but we waited. And the waves weren't so bad at 7 miles. They were, but it was still fucked up, cold, freezing to fucking death, man. And that's what was, dude. This is how cold we were. This is how I was thinking. I literally almost started a fire on the fucking boat. We were huddled up and still freezing cold, shivering. Like, first I can't even hardly feel my left leg, my main muscle in my left leg since that time. But first you start fucking shaking, then you start fucking trembling, and then you start fucking almost like your leg starts giving out a little bit, like it almost feels like a spasm or something. And the air temperature at night, it was probably think the air temperature was right just above freezing. The water temperature was probably about 50. I think it was 50 degrees. Cold as it gets there. And I was about to start a fire on the boat, literally. That's how rational I was thinking. Like, fucking, you know what? We'll take these these pieces of wood that cover up my bait, little boxes, and we'll just start a little fire and warm up, you know, and ride it out, whatever. And that's how fucking rational I was thinking. Well, that's totally irrational, but that's how cold I was. About to risk starting a fucking fire on a boat to try and not fucking, you know, I was so cold. And so there it is. So finally, we waited about 15 minutes, let the battery get a charge back, and we pumped some gas in there, primed it, and started that bitch, and it fucking fired. And I was like, thank God. So then, and at that time when we ran out of gas, I could see the campfire. One of our buddies stayed there, and we could see a little tiny dot way off in the distance. Fucking where he had the fire going and shit, but we couldn't get there. There's nothing we could do. We're sitting here looking at this warm ass fire, little dot in the distance. But so we get there. We finally get the boat started. And I'm like, thank God, dude. And there's a little shelf, and there's a pass we cut through when we're going out. It's called Tarpon Pass, and it's about a 20-foot little channel, because going across the land, there's a like a levee almost, for lack of better words. It's you know, where it's real shallow at low tide. A real low tide, it sticks up out of water, but a regular low tide, it's a foot or two deep, and you'll catch your outboard motor, you'll catch on it. I didn't give a fuck, dude, what the tide was. I didn't care. I full throttled in toward that campfire. I wasn't worried about going around to the Tarpon Pass. I just wanted to get to that fucking fire. Get me that fire. Oh my God. A fucking full speed. We made it over that Tarpon, that little levee thing, and I don't know if we had accidentally went over Tarpon Pass, or just it was high enough tide, you know. We had a few feet of clearance, but I'm fucking full throttle, and that boat would go about, I don't know, about 37, maybe a little under 40. I mean, that's fast for the water, but it wasn't that fast. But I full speed as far as it would go up on the shore. But it was fucking low tide, is what it was. And that's why I was even worried about that to begin with. It was fucking low tide, so you can't even get up to the island at low tide. It wasn't dead low, but the only time you get up right to the island is at mid tide or better. And it's so shallow, and but I just got as far as it would get in the mud, and then it solids up a little bit. It gets a little more solid. I just jumped out of the fucking boat, started stripping clothes off, running for the fire, and I looked, and my old lady, she fucking couldn't even get out of the boat, dude. I had to run back, help her. I told my buddy Joey, I'm like, help us, man, help us. You know, he went and helped me help her get her to the fire. She was fucking beat up, because she was like, there's a little compartment at the front of the boat, just a tiny little life jacket compartment. She was trying to like crawl up in there, and that was the worst really place to be, because she was getting beat to death. She had bruises all over her fucking cheek and shit, in her head, and fucking from getting bounced up and down on the way in. And she was trying to stay warm up in that little cubby hole, which was you know, but she was happy we lived, man. But it was crazy, man. That was the worst experience I ever had, but we made it, man.
Damn, that crazy ass.
Come again?
That was a crazy ass story you just told us. Like, he was literally on the brink of death.
Yeah, that's about the, I've probably come closer to death, but that's like one of the only times I've had it, like where I was pretty fucking sure, like, you know, pretty sure we're gonna die. You know, I knew that we might not die, but at that one point in time when I'm throttling to keep the engine afloat, so I left that residue line where it was salt water, and it left a residue line, and it was like an inch or two down from the breather, and just to remind myself how fucking, if water got in that breather, I'm not talking to you right now.